Hello, everybody. Good evening. It is evening now. It is definitely evening. I had it say good late night. Ryan, you could unmute yourself. I said happy late night to everybody. And as I'm waiting for Ryan to get ready, which usually he's waiting for me, I lost all my tabs, lost all of my headliners. I spent the whole Patriots game getting this show together just for this topic alone because there's so much going on in the world stage today that I had to go. Dude, we have a lot to go over, and I'm not doing it all in one show. So this show right here, we are going to focus in on Iran, Venezuela, and what's going on with Cuba and all that. There's just a whole bunch of different stuff. There's protests going on in Iran. Lots of I don't even want to use the word. There was an incident in LA where a U-Haul truck had ran through an Iranian LA protest. We got a lot going on with that. So let's see what's going on. We're going to start off with President Trump on the Air Force One talking about exactly what's going on. So let's get it in. Let's start with Trump. Ryan, how are you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. You wake me up,
Dude, the Patriots won. The Patriots won.
They did.
They didn't just win. They didn't just win too. They whooped some booty. Mike Vrabel's looking good. Brown should have got him. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get this popping. Happy Sunday, y'all. Let's go.
It's going to be very rough in about 10 minutes, so we'll have to go a little bit quickly. They just said very, very rough. They're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
Which options have you been briefed on? Are you meeting with senior officials?
I'm going to tell you am I going to really, are you asking me to say what will they do, where will we attack, when, and at what angle will we attack from?
Who are you with? I'm with the U.S. White House TV pool. I'm wondering, are you being briefed on options? I'm with CNN, sir.
Why did you say I'm with CNN? Because I'm with the White House pool. And I said, what? You're with CNN. You're with fake news. Because CNN is fake news. Go ahead, give me a question.
Can I ask how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response, the balance between helping protesters versus hindering them? Because I imagine that's a delicate balance to strike.
I mean, some of the protesters were killed through the stampeding. I mean, there's so many of them. And some were shot. We get a full report. I'm getting an hourly report, and we're going to make a determination.
Sir, the son of the disposed Shah and some military leaders are encouraging you to take action in Iran. Is that a serious option? And
people have been shot, and we're looking at it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to go to Venezuela, or is Secretary Rubio going to go to Venezuela anytime soon?
We're doing well. Venezuela is really working out well. We're working along really well with the leadership, and we'll see how it all works out.
Are you in the meeting with Delsey to go?
At some point I'll meet. Yeah, she's been very good. Look, she asked us, could we take 50 million barrels of oil? And I said, yes, we can. It's $4.2 billion. And it's on its way right now to the United States.
When will you meet with Machado this week?
Looking for something to grab here because it's going to get rough, and I don't seem to be in a very. I think you did this to me. You put me in a position where there's absolutely nothing to grab. So I'm looking for something to grab, and it's not going to be Carolina.
Have any oil companies made commitments to you, sir? Have any oil companies made commitments to the United States after your meeting on Friday, sir?
Yeah.
Which have Exxon,
No, I don't want to say. No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have so many that want it. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute.
So what backstops or guarantees have you told the oil companies that you're willing to provide?
Guarantees that they're going to be safe, that there's going to be no problem, and there won't be. There's not going to be a problem. They had problems in the past because they didn't have Trump as a president. They had stupid people.
So you're saying that they would Cuba makes a deal.
What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba? What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba?
You're going to find out pretty soon. We're talking to Cuba, and you'll find out pretty soon. And one of the things I want taken care of, and one of the groups I want taken care of, are the people that came from Cuba that were forced out or left under duress, and they're great citizens of the United States right now. You have a lot of people forced out of Cuba unfairly, so we're going to take care of, most importantly right now, we're going to take care of the people that came from Cuba that are American citizens or in our country.
Do you plan to seize any oil tankers that are headed to Cuba?
Well, we have a lot of oil people really interested. You saw that the other day, and that was just a small group because the room in the White House, we need the ballroom, actually. We could have filled up the ballroom practically. We have so many people that want to go in for oil. So you saw some great companies.
Are you going to send Starlink to Iran, sir, to help the people in the ground with the internet blackout for more than 72 hours?
We're going to be talking about that. We may get the internet going, if that's possible.
Are you talking to Musk
We
about
may
it?
speak to Elon, because as you know, he's very good at that kind of thing. He's got a very good company. So we may speak to Elon Musk. And in fact, I'm going to call him as soon as I'm finished with you.
Iran said that they would consider military and commercial bases as legitimate targets if you struck. Are you concerned about?
If they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think Iran takes your threats seriously.
I think so. Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out. Don't you think, and then you just had Venezuela, don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things we've done? What a stupid question.
Are you coordinating with allies on the response to Iran?
Mr. President, when will you meet with Maria Corina Machado this week?
I don't know. I hear Tuesday or Wednesday. I look forward to that.
Have you named your board of peace for Gaza yet? Where do those plans
We have
stand?
a board of peace that's being formed, but essentially it's the most important leaders of the most important nations. All nations, but the most important, you take the most important leaders and nations, that's who the board of peace is going to be. Everybody wants to be on it.
One group taking your threat seriously is one area taking your threat. The New York Post.
New York Post treats me semi-fairly. So go ahead.
One group taking your threats very seriously is Greenland. Are you still thinking of military action there, or is anything they can?
Where? Military.
Greenland.
Greenland. Is there anything they can offer you for a deal?
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you? Either like
Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Are you okay if that compromises NATO? If NATO effectively ceases to exist?
I've done a great job. I'm the one that saved NATO. I'm the one that got them to pay 5% of GDP. Wait a minute. It was 2%, and they didn't pay. Now they're paying 5%. I'm the one that saved NATO. You wouldn't have NATO if I weren't president.
Would you pull the U.S. out of NATO? Would you consider doing that?
Well, maybe NATO would be upset if I did it. Maybe NATO would save a lot of money. But I like NATO. I just wonder whether or not if we needed NATO, would they be there for us? I'm not sure they would. we spend a lot of money on NATO, and I'm not sure they would.
But what would you say?
Now, what's happened is, as you know, Sleepy Joe Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine and got nothing for it. I got rare earth back. I got, I think, value back far greater than that. And that's what he should have done. Now, if you look at what's going on with respect to NATO, we have a very good relationship. 5% GDP, and they pay us. We send them military equipment, and they pay us back the full cost of the equipment. The war is, we make money with the war, but I don't even want to talk about that. I want to save the lives. They're Russian and Ukrainian lives. I want to save the lives. That's the only reason I'm doing it. This is Biden's war. Should have never happened. Would have never happened if I were president. This is Biden's war. It's not Trump's war. All I can do is stop it. And I think we're making progress toward stopping it, which would be number 9.25. You know what the quarter is, right? Right? Thailand and Cambodia went at it again, but I got to stop very quickly. I consider that 1/4 of a war.
When was the last time you made a tangible offer to Greenland yet? Have you made an actual offer to Denmark?
I haven't done that, but Greenland should make the deal because Greenland does not want to see Russia or China take over. They don't go there. It's very far away from Greenland. And Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know what their defense is? 2 dog sleds. In the meantime, you have Russian destroyers and submarines and China destroyers and submarines all over the place. We're not going to let that happen.
In the meantime, are you
And if it affects NATO, then it affects NATO. But, they need us much more than we need them. I will tell you that right now.
Are you going to
UK
increase
and
our military
Germany.
It's
bases?
a war that should have never happened with Ukraine.
The UK and Germany are discussing plans for a joint NATO mission to protect Arctic security in Greenland. Does that change your calculus at all?
No, look, we're talking about acquiring, not leasing, not having it short term. We're talking about acquiring.
Does that require
And if we don't do it, Russia or China will, and that's not going to happen when I'm president.
Are you going to increase the amount of military bases on Greenland in the meantime?
But we have bases on Greenland.
Are
Yeah,
you going to do more?
we put a lot of soldiers there right now if I want, but you need more than that. You need ownership. You really need title, as they say in the real estate business.
You're on Minneapolis. Your administration has advocated for absolute immunity for the ICE officer who shot Renee Good. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
Everyone's seen it. And the woman was very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. Go
But
drive.
for the officer absolute immunity, how would you define that?
Well, I'm going to let the people define it. But immunity, you know what immunity means as well as I do.
So that officer
But
should be back on the
people
force.
can't be treating law enforcement that way, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or our police and men and women. You can't do that. We have, the law enforcement in our country is doing really well, despite the fact that Sleepy Joe Biden allowed people to pour through an open border. Crime stats just came out. We have the best crime stats on record, despite all the criminals he allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE or Border Patrol or anybody else.
When it comes to ICE officials, though,
Mr. President, well, just to clarify on the absolute immunity, do you believe ICE officers should have absolute immunity?
Generally speaking, these people have been harassed. They're threatened every day. They had bands out playing so they couldn't sleep at the hotel. I see what they're doing to them. They're threatening them constantly. And all they're doing is doing what I got elected on. We had millions of people that came into our country that are horrible people that shouldn't be in our country. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're people from mental institutions, they're the criminally insane, they're people from prisons. They were allowed to come into our country because Biden was a stupid person and the people surrounding him, very smart, very vicious, but they have no common sense, and they're radicalized people. They're radical left people, not radical right. They're radical left people. And all they're doing is what I campaigned on. I won in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the districts. We won everything. We won the counties. We won the counties by 79%, I believe. I campaigned on the Great Border, and now we have a Great Border. But Biden let 25 million people come into this country, and many of those people are criminals, including 11,888 murderers. And we want them out. And I won on that. Now people don't talk about it because the border is so secure. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border was one of the reasons I won the election. I've done such a good job on it that nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border is totally secure. And now the crime stats just came out, and they're the best numbers since they were taken, and that's like 50 years ago. We have the best crime numbers, despite the fact that a lot of criminals were allowed into our country.
Do you think that
We have to respect our law enforcement.
Sir, do you believe that deadly force was necessary after watching all the footage a few days have passed? What's your assessment there?
It was highly disrespectful of law enforcement. The woman and her friend were highly disrespectful of law enforcement. You saw that. They were harassing them, were following for days and for hours. And I think, frankly, they're professional agitators.
But just disrespect.
And I'd like to find out, and we are going to find out who's paying for it,
But just disrespect.
with their brand new signs and all the different things. But these are professional agitators, and law enforcement should not be in a position where they have to put up with this stuff. What that woman and what her friend and what their other friends were doing to law enforcement, not just ICE, law enforcement is outrageous.
Do ICE necessity for?
Can you tell us about your trip to Detroit on Tuesday?
I'm going to be making a trip to Detroit to talk about our unbelievable amount of factories that are opening up all over the country, many of which are car factories and car plants. We have manufacturing plants opening up at levels that nobody's ever seen before because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have them opening, although they were very happy with the November 5th election. But we have from Canada, they're coming, from Mexico, they're coming, from Germany, from Japan, from all over Europe, and from Japan, other places, and from China. They're opening up car factories, car manufacturing plants at levels that we've never seen before. So I'm going to Detroit because they're going to be opening up plants in Detroit or redoing plants, but they're really ripping down old plants and building new. We're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. I mean, think of it. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, the House passed a 3-year extension of the ACA. It's in the Senate. If it passed the Senate, would you veto it or allow it to?
I might, yeah, I might.
Sir, do you have any information about the suspicious object that was found at Palm Beach International Airport before
No.
takeoff?
I know nothing about it.
Okay, and back on Iran, the Ayatollah said that he thinks that the protesters are trying to, quote, please you. Do you see it that way? What's your message to the Iranian people
I
right
don't
now?
know that they're trying to please me. They named a boulevard after me, but that's pretty pleasing. But I don't think they're trying to please. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
Mr. President, is the administration in contact with Iranian opposition leaders as this is unfolding?
Yeah.
What's the message to them?
Yeah. You're going to find out pretty soon.
You said that help is
Yeah, go ahead. With the beautiful red hair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Coming up with the premiere of Melania. Have you seen the movie yet? And what are your thoughts on
I've
it?
sthis pieces of it. It's incredible, I tell you. I think it's going to do. She did a book, and the book was a big #1 bestseller. And this is a movie, and it seems to be captivating a lot of people's attention. It's very good. Because here we go again. Yeah, it's going to be doing the premiere at the Trump Kennedy Center. It'll be very exciting. It's a very hard ticket, I can tell you. Everybody, Wayne Gretzky and his wife Janet, beautiful wife, great wife. He said last night, "Gee, I want to go to everybody wants tickets to the premiere." I think it's going to be great.
Mr. President, is there any timing on the mortgage bond purchases you announced last week?
On the what? Mortgage?
Mortgage bond purchases? Fannie and Freddie Mac?
No, they're already doing it. They've started. Yeah, they started the process, and it's having a great impact. Interest rates are falling very rapidly. Not only for that reason, for other reasons too. But interest rates are falling very rapidly.
Do you have any sense that Iran wants
With no help from the Fed, because we have a total stiff at the Fed.
Do you have any? Can I ask you the announcement on the cap on credit card interest rates?
Yeah.
You put out on Friday. What happens if the credit card companies don't comply by the January date?
Well, then they're in violation of the law.
Did you have thresholds?
Very
for it?
severe things. No, I want a cap on credit card interest rates because some of them are 28, almost 30%, and that people don't know they're paying 30%. The people out there, they're working and they have no idea that they're paying 30%. No way. We're putting a 1-year cap at 10%, and that's it. They know it. They've really abused the public. The credit card companies have totally abused it. I'm not going to let it happen.
Do you sense any willingness from Iran to engage diplomatically with you, or perhaps negotiate on their nuclear program?
With Iran?
Yeah, do you think they want to engage diplomatically with you?
They do. They called
They called you?
Is it still
yesterday.
Is it still an option?
Iran called to negotiate.
Yesterday.
The leaders of Iran called. They want to negotiate. I think they're tired of being beat up by the United States.
Can you share any details on that call?
Iran wants to negotiate, yes.
Negotiate what?
We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up, but we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting.
Right.
But a meeting is being set up. Iran called. They want to negotiate. Thank you very much, everybody.
What are you going to do?
Be careful. A lot of bumps.
What's your plan for East Potomac? Are you going to renovate the golf course?
Yeah, we're going to make it a beautiful world-class U.S. Open caliber course, and ideally we're going to have major tournaments there and everything else. It's going to bring a lot of business into Washington. By the way, the crime stats just came out on Washington, D.C. There is virtually no crime. It's gone from tremendous crime, murder, and everything else. There's virtually no crime in Washington, D.C. Thank you, President.
That's kind of hard to believe, but it's crazy that he said there's no crime in DC. I really feel bad for the people in Iranian. For those that don't like Trump, it's hard to dislike somebody when they're so transparent, especially after the last president where we couldn't even get one word out of him. So as much as I have, everybody has stuff up in the air, you gotta like at least that he stands up for everybody.
Welcome back. Now, revolution underway in Iran. Massive protests against Ayatollah Khomeini and its brutal regime are persisting in Iran as Iranian citizens take to the streets over its failed economy and skyrocketing inflation, up 50%. Food prices surging more than 70%. President Trump has warned Khomeini there will be severe consequences if protesters are killed. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran is threatening to strike U.S. military bases in the Middle East if the U.S. tries to take down the Iranian regime. Here's the president on Friday.
Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
Don't buy the old one, or the new one, or even the newest one, because they just came out with a brand new adapter that not only does the same thing that these do, but when you plug it into your UBS port and connect the smart box, you can mirror your phone right into your car.
As protesters ramped up on Thursday, the Ayatollah dug in by cutting all internet service and international calls inside the country. The internet has been out for 60 hours so far, with Iranian officials also trying to jam up Elon Musk's Skylink to further isolate the country. As protesters have heeded the call from my next guest, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, called on the people to mobilize and take to the streets against the authoritarian government. Demonstrators calling for Pahlavi to return and to lead Iran. Pahlavi's father, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, was Shah of Iran from 1941 until 1979. Overseeing key modernization initiatives in the country, with close ties to both the United States and to Israel, until the extremists and the terrorists overwhelmed the monarchy, forcing the Shah and his wife, Empress Farah Pahlavi, to flee and the Ayatollah to return from exile. Iran then shifted overnight from a U.S. allied monarchy to an anti-Western Islamic regime, soon to become the largest state sponsor of terrorism, funding Hezbollah and Hamas, among other groups. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio posting this weekend on social media that the U.S. stands with the people of Iran, with the president writing this is not the Obama administration when it comes to standing up to the Iranians, Ayatollah and his religious Nazi henchmen, and standing behind the people of Iran, protesting for a better life. The president retweeted that tweet from Lindsey Graham, who will be joining me momentarily. To the regime leadership, Graham wrote, your brutality against the great people of Iran will not go unchallenged. Join me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive. In the middle of these calls to return to power and free the people is His Royal Highness, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Your Highness, thank you so much for being here this morning.
Good morning, Maria.
We have seen other times when the people have risen up, but it feels different this time. You called for the people to mobilize for 2 straight nights this week. Does it feel different? Assess for us what is taking place this weekend in Iran.
Maria, to put it into perspective, in the last 48 hours, Iranians have suffered more casualties than America did after the 9/11 attack. This is a moment that is defining. Despite being completely cut off from the world, internet shutdown, and for a regime that is massacring its own people, this is an opportunity to liberate that nation. Remember, the same thugs that hate America also hate their own people. And this is an opportunity to help a nation that starves for liberty, that starts to be rejoined with the free world, and to have the same relationship that we had with America before this revolution occurred, to liberate ourselves and come back to the fold and contribute to world peace and stability regionally and beyond.
Now, Your Highness, you have called for the opportunity to become the transitional leader. You've said many times with me on this program, you are hoping to be a transitional leader. What is your plan in that transition? What would the first 100 days look like? Because we know that these protests are economic in nature. They are about food and life and democracy second.
Maria, I'm a fighter pilot. I've trained all my life for exactly this moment, and people are calling on me to step in and lead this transition. I'm here to lead and help our nation go through that transition. But beyond liberation, we have to have a plan for a stable, smooth transition, a plan that, unlike other scenarios we witness in our neighborhood, like the de-Baathification in Iraq, will not lead to chaos. We have to ensure stability. We have to be able to protect the citizenry. We have to be able to stabilize the economy. And for that, we have very comprehensive plans. I'm helped by numbers of economists, scientists, jurists, and specialists in every field, so we can, in fact, address all of these issues the moment the opportunity comes. More importantly is what we're doing right now.
I just want to say this. You guys keep complaining about Trump being a dictator as we're literally fighting a dictator in Iran. It is hilarious to me. United States are trying to bring in dictators as Iran's trying to kick them out. Isn't that hilarious?
As you can see, people are still fighting despite this crackdown. They hope that there will be assistance in protecting them from further bloodshed. I've called upon further strikes, and that's beginning to unfold. We're beginning to see more and more defections, which is very important as part of the transition. So all of this is at play as we speak.
You have tweeted directly at President Trump, and you have a message for President Trump. What is that message, sir?
Mr. President, you have already established your legacy as a man committed to peace and fighting evil forces. There is a reason why people in Iran are renaming streets after your name. They know that you are totally opposite to Barack Obama or Joe Biden. They know that you're not going to throw them under the bus as they have had before. This is why they believe that this time they are empowered by the hope that you have their back Your words of solidarity with the Iranian people and your administration has had tremendous positive effect. Let's hope that we can permanently seal this legacy by liberating Iran so that we and you can make Iran great again. Let's partner on this and have a better future for our countries and for our people. This is an opportunity that has presented itself. I'm prepared to return to Iran at the first possible opportunity. I'm already planning on that and the transition team. We hope only that the Iranian people this time will be victorious, and they will be, because I know that Iranians are prepared to die for this cause, and so am I. We're doing everything we can, and I think it's not just for us as Iranians, it's for the whole world. Iranians are prepared to sacrifice not just for themselves, but to make sure that all the evil that has been brought by this regime from the time it came to power dissipates, and we can finally breathe in an atmosphere of tranquility, good relationship with our neighbors, with the Israelis, with our Arab neighbors, and the rest of the world. And this will happen because, unlike this regime, this is the commitment of a nation.
Are you willing to make the commitment to free and fair elections after the transition, sir? How long are you expecting a transition to take, and what happens then?
The most important process in the democratic process is for the people to have the opportunity to have their representative debate all what needs to be debated in a parliamentary process. My job is to lead this transition, to make sure that no stone is left unturned, that in full transparency, people have an opportunity to elect their leaders freely and to decide their own future. Under international observation, we will know that this will be fair and fair elections. I am committed to that. That has always been my objective. But it is important that we have a good process established so the world understand, and the people of Iran, most importantly, understand exactly this time how we're going to achieve that. Unlike what happened 47 years ago, where nobody really had a clue what it would mean to have what Khomeini planned for Iran. And by the time they woke up to it, it was too late. This time we cannot afford not to be clear on the alternative. I think the alternative is clear. The people have spoken, they have their trust in me, and I've stepped in at their request to provide them with that process. I'm committed to that, and I will do everything that I can to ensure that we end up with a democratic alternative in Iran.
So how long do you expect a transition to take?
We have to try to do it as soon as possible. Realistically speaking, it could take a couple of years because a lot of things need to happen and people need to be able to organize themselves, the right structures and everything. So it's a process that shouldn't take longer than that. And it all depends on how successful we are in implementing the immediate short-term needs that will stabilize the country. All of that will have an impact on how quickly we can address that issue and bring the transition period to a minimum amount of time possible.
The Trump administration a week ago went into Venezuela and extracted the leader there, Maduro. And do you believe that incident galvanized the people in Iran?
Look, every time countries are liberated anywhere in the world, it's a positive message of encouragement to other nations that are still gripping up with unwanted systems and regimes. It's a message of solidarity across the world. People were empowered when they saw the success of Nelson Mandela in South Africa or the success of Lech Walesa in Poland, and so on and so forth. And in this case, our Venezuelan friends who have the same optic and vision of a tomorrow liberated Iran, because unlike the connection of Caracas, Tehran under these two regimes, they can understand that democratic nations will be the best partners possible. I'm happy for the Venezuelan people. I think the Iranian people get encouraged by that. And that's why I think the commitment to help the Iranian people in their liberation is not just, as I said, for the best interest of the Iranian people, but it is also in the best interest of the world, and particularly the United States of America.
And would you be willing to actually run in a potential election? I mean, you just said you were a fighter pilot. You were trained in the United States. Are you willing to take off the uniform after a transition and say, yes, I am going to run in an election, and we will see who the people decide is their next leader?
As I said, I'm here to lead, but the choice is that of the people. My job right now is to make sure that we achieve that transition, that as an honest arbiter, I'm a unifying force. That's why they're calling my name, because they have their trust in me. It's a huge responsibility that I intend to carry out to the best of my ability.
Your Highness, there is an issue about the Chinese Communist Party as part of this story as well. The Chinese finalized a deal back in 2021 to acquire ports in Iran. Are there plans to try to separate from the Chinese Communist Party? How do you see that playing out?
Ooh, we got that reggaeton. Today, we're going to be making beats you guys send.
Look, Maria, this regime, out of weakness, have offered far too many concessions, whether to Russia or to China. We don't believe that the future of Iran has to be antagonistic to Russian or Chinese interests. We just don't want to have unfair, imposed, imbalanced arrangements. Most of these arrangements have been unfair and balanced, and it's basically devoiding our country in our national interests. So long as we can defend our national interests, we are prepared to deal with any bloc, so long as it's based on fair trade. And I think this is an element that will obviously be an issue of discussion in parliament and future governments in Iran as we determine our foreign policy and relationship with the whole world.
So you think that that could be part of the conversation, trying to get the CCP out of owning those ports?
As I said, this is something that has to be decided once we have a functioning democratic government. In the meantime, we have to be able to also protect the best interests of our nation. And that's why we should have an open mind as to how to deal with that, because we don't need to have further confrontation with anyone. We have to bring it back to sanity, responsible, pragmatic, and objective analysis, and see what's best. And hopefully we can have, based on mutual interest, a different arrangements than the one that we currently have, that is totally lopsided and undermines Iran's national interest. That we cannot stand for, and I will not stand for.
And this story is so enormous to actually think about the idea of potential freedom and a free Iran. I don't see a lot of the international media covering it, like the BBC, for example. What is your take on the media's role here?
But look, mainstream media is entirely missing the actual narrative and ask that the people of Iran have. And again, when you have absence of internet and the feedback from Iran, it is very difficult for the world to understand really what's happening. Yeah. I hope that the media ultimately feel responsible in giving fair coverage to the facts on the ground in Iran, rather than to offer some unfounded opinions or biased interpretation of what's happening. But regardless of whether the media coverage exists or not, we know what we need to do as a nation. But I think the world that has been in awe of the courage and determination of our compatriots have bypassed mainstream media. They do hear from the Iranian people. I just hope that they do their professional job, and this time really have accurate accounting of what's really happening, and let the people judge on their own, as opposed to push an opinion on people.
And Your Highness, before you go, I want to get your take on these threats from the Iranian Khomeini regime, saying that they will target U.S. military bases in the Middle East should the Trump administration get involved here. Are you expecting the administration, do you want to see the administration go into Iran and take out Khomeini? And what about the threats that they will hit back at our military installations in the Middle East?
Look, the people of Iran have responded and reacted positively to a promise of intervention by the president and his administration, that if the regime turns their gun and continue massacring its own people, that will not remain unanswered. That's the ask on the ground. We need to make sure that this time the Iranian people are successful. That kind of assistance will go a long way in letting the Iranian people prevail in this war that we have against this regime. And we need to cut the snake's head off for good, so it can no longer be a threat to Iranian interest, to American interest, to regional interest. And the only solution is to make sure that this regime goes down for good and the Iranian people can liberate themselves, because they are, contrary to this regime, that is a sworn enemy of America. We Iranians are a friend to America. We proved it before, and we'll prove it again.
Your Highness, when was the last time you were in Iran?
It was July of 1978. So it's
Wow.
been a long time.
Your Highness, it's wonderful to have you this morning.
But I'll be there soon.
Yes, we will be watching. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mary.
Your Royal Highness, Reza.
Okay, I personally think that this topic is being undercovered. All they're talking about is ice, 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 and I really felt like this topic needed to be exposed. Why I showed it first. Definitely not on some Zionism stuff. I think you need to learn what a Zionist actually is before you make these comments. And yeah, buddy, this isn't supporting Israel. Do you know what Zionism is? Look it up, dude.
Jackie, good morning. Syria. U.S. Central Command said these strikes were in response to the killing of 2 National Guardsmen last month. According to reports, the U.S. used more than 90 precision-guided munitions, hitting over 35 locations. These were the second round of strikes against the Islamic State since that attack on U.S. forces. CENTCOM continues to monitor ISIS activity, but officials tell Fox News they're also closely watching the ongoing protest in Iran. Over the weekend, massive demonstrations swelled across Iran, with fires set in major cities, government buildings torched, and mosques burned down. For the third day, Iranian officials have shut down the internet access there, but with Starlink satellite uplinks, some images and information are trickling out, including reports that security forces have opened fire on protesters in multiple cities. Crowds in northern Tehran chanted, "Down with the dictator, long live the Shah. Pahlavi will return." With widespread domestic unrest and a Truth Social post from President Trump overnight saying that the USA is ready to help, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament is warning the United States against striking Iran.
American military centers and bases and ships in the region will be our legitimate targets.
This week, the Israeli Security Cabinet is holding consultations about the situation in Iran. Jackie?
Trey Yanks, thank you so much. Joining me now is Senate Intelligence Committee Vice Chair, Senator Mark Warner. Senator, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Just to start off.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. Your reaction to these strikes in Syria, anything you can say about the degree to which the U.S. has degraded ISIS with this attack?
Well, we continue to hit ISIS targets in Syria, and they are bad folks. Let's acknowledge that. And let's also acknowledge the fact that the Iranian people are very brave to stand up against their repressive regime. But if we step back for a moment, Jackie, in less than a year, President Trump has used American military to attack Syria, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Nigeria, Venezuela. We've got 20% of our fleet off the coast of Venezuela maintaining a blockade. And our military did remarkable in Venezuela. He's now threatening Colombia, Greenland, and other nations. I'm against the bad guys around the world, but I'm not sure that America trying to be the policeman for the whole world is why Americans hired Donald Trump to be president.
There have been no shortage of Republicans saying that there's a lot of presidential authority for those kinds of strikes that date back to Democratic administrations too. But on Iran specifically, the Times of Israel is reporting that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that President Trump is, quote, seriously considering authorizing a strike on Iran amid this crackdown and the internet blackout there. In your opinion, is the regime at a breaking point? And at what point should the U.S. get involved?
Well, the Iranian regime is awful, and I stand with the Iranian people. But what I'm worried about is if we take a kinetic strike, does that actually unite the Iranian people in a way that the regime has not been able to? I know this is history, but the last time we intervened in Iran in a major way was 1953, when the CIA overthrew the Iranian regime to protect Iranian oil for the West. Many historians would argue that led to the Ayatollah. I think we can put outside pressure. I think rallying the rest of the world, but taking a kinetic strike, unless there is a plan on what next. And I'll remind your viewers, You know, we've got 20% of our fleet right now off the coast of Venezuela, blockading that country. The USS Ford, which is one of our lead carriers, is supposed to be deployed to the Middle East. It's now deployed off the coast of Venezuela. And the president has said, we're going to take Venezuelan oil. It will take 2 years to rebuild the Venezuelan oil infrastructure. Is our fleet going to stay there for 2 years? Even as good as our military is, it's going to get stretched. And the president has said his only constraint in terms of how he uses American power is his own morality. And I'm just not sure that's what the American people or the world signed up for. There is a reason why the Constitution says that no single individual can put our troops in harm's way by themselves without consultation with Congress and making a case to the American people.
Speaking of additional action on U.S. troops, I want to get your reaction to this. The president said that cartels are running Mexico. He suggested that land strikes on cartels in Mexico could be coming soon. The Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, has called for increased communication between the U.S. and Mexico. Is there any justification for land strikes on cartels in Mexico?
The drug cartels are awful. We need to use lots of tools. But the idea that we are going to take a military strike against Mexico, remember, we may not like the Mexican, or the president may not like President Sheinbaum, although he said nice things about her, but she was elected by the Mexican people. Do we really, are we going to continue to strike out against any leader around the world that Donald Trump doesn't like? I mean, if Donald Trump wants to make a case about striking Mexico, he should take it to the American people and to the Congress and ask for some kind of declaration. But to arbitrarily, again, I point out the fact that he's used American military to strike 6 countries in less than a year. I think the people hired Donald Trump because he said he wanted to end these countless foreign wars. It seems like he's potentially starting more. And even some of the countries you talk about, Greenland now, which is part of Denmark, is a NATO ally. Is he going to literally blow up our NATO alliance to go after Greenland, where we already have a treaty that allows us to do virtually anything we want? I just don't understand what his policy is. And if the only check on the president, and this is what he said to the New York Times, his only check on his international power is his own morality, that's not the way our system is supposed to work, Jackie.
Well, I want to ask you about Greenland because you are the top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, and there's a lot of reason to be strategically interested in Greenland. The Hill writes this: melting ice has turned what was once a frozen buffer into a contested corridor. Shipping lanes are emerging, subsea cables snake across the ocean floor, missile paths shorten, surveillance gaps narrow. Russia knows this, China knows this. Both are investing heavily in Arctic presence, infrastructure, and influence. Either the U.S. can treat Greenland as a distant curiosity or what it actually is, a forward position in a region that will define future power balances. Is the president at all justified in pursuing Greenland?
No. Well, Jackie, Greenland is extraordinarily strategic. And we have a treaty with Denmark that gives us right to virtually do anything we want in Greenland. But the idea that he's now threatening Denmark, which Greenland is part of, which is a NATO ally, if he were to take an action against Greenland, that would completely destroy NATO. And it's a little ironic the president is citing Russia, since the president has basically been cutting back on our assistance to Ukraine, which is fighting Russia tooth and nail to try to push back Putin's aggressive war. How does he, on one hand, say he's concerned about Russia in Greenland, but not concerned about Russia in Ukraine, where the Ukrainians are fighting in many ways the NATO's fight?
We're out of time, Senator. We'll have to leave it there. We've got to point out there's plenty of reporting to suggest he's pursuing a sale, a purchase of Greenland over any sort of an invasion. But this is obviously an evolving issue.
Let's see if we can get a settlement. But breaking against a NATO ally, I don't think the American public will stand for that.
Senator Mark Warner, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel.
I say through NATO. I don't think they're going to be any help to us. It doesn't really matter at this point. I don't mind if Trump goes after Greenland, as far as I'm concerned, and other than that, free Iran and all the people that are suffering.
lockdown as the Islamic Republic remains cut off from the rest of the world. The Associated Press says with the internet down in the country and phone lines also cut off, gauging the demonstrations from abroad has grown more difficult. But they do know that the death toll in the protests has grown to at least 72 people and over 2,300 others detained. That's according to the U.S.-based human rights activists news agency. This was posted earlier today. President Trump saying, Iran is looking at freedom, perhaps like never before. The USA stands ready to help. Hal Kempfer, still here with me. He's the host of the Strap podcast and a retired Marine intelligence officer. Hal, Iranian state TV is reporting security force casualties, but they're also portraying control over the nation. How would you describe the scale of what you've been tracking in Tehran?
Well, awesome. From what I can tell, this is huge. It's in 100 cities all across the country. And if you don't think it's big, keep in mind they shut off not just the internet, but as you mentioned, they shut off the phone lines, which tells you that they are trying to squelch just how big this is. Experts who've been looking at this for some time, who have seen, a number of other protests. Remember the protests where it was against religious police because of the death of a young woman who didn't wear a hijab correctly, or they didn't feel wore a hijab correctly. We're all kind of wondering, would this thing take off? Well, it was suppressed, and the people were repressed, but the anger from that never went away. This is different, though. This is all that anger plus an economy that is literally falling apart. There's tremendous problems. The central bank has stopped releasing what are sometimes called cheap U.S. dollars. Remember, they're sanctioned and they're banned from doing certain things in the global economy. The central bank have been subsidizing these cheap dollars, which allowed the store owners, the small businesses, the bazaars to keep operating. And when they cut that off because they couldn't support it any longer, because there was just uncontrolled, rampant inflation throughout Iran, the bazaars literally shut down. They shut the stores. The store owners had to close, and the economy hasn't ground to a halt, but it has slowed down to the point that people are looking around saying, look, there's just no way they can do this. And this falls on the heels of seeing the regime was completely unable to deal with the Israelis in the 12-day war. That was embarrassing for the regime, because the Israelis basically were flying at will anywhere in the country and bombing whatever they want. Then the U.S. came in and bombed those nuclear sites. And so there's been a distinct lack of confidence in the Iranian regime. And of course, the Iranians have also watched Syria, the big other country that was a Shiite extremist partner, if you will, in the Middle East. And Assad is gone, and that country is completely changed over. And so this has a different feel to it, and it is big.
And we saw another operation in Syria today, by the way, striking ISIS targets. Going back to the president's post here, he says the USA stands ready to help. How could the USA help in this situation, Hal?
Well, that's a very good question. It's one thing when you're doing a B-2 strike against specific targets like these nuclear weapons targets. That's a very clear, cause and effect type of a strike mission. This one is very difficult. And according to multiple reports, that when Prime Minister Netanyahu came over and he was talking to President Trump recently, part of that discussion was that the Israelis wanted to go after the missiles and some other targets in Iran, and that President Trump said, no, don't do that. And the reason that he told him not to do that was because he said, look, if you go after those targets, you're going to, spur nationalism, Iranian nationalism, and you're going to actually entrench nationalism in support of the government. And I'm pretty sure that President Trump had intelligence at the time that confidence in the government was waning and dropping rapidly amongst the Iranian people. And so the Israelis could get, the short-term outcome would be they'd hit some targets. The long-term would be that it would probably forestall what we're seeing now. And I have a sense that we probably had an idea that this was coming. We do a lot of economic analysis. We do a lot of financial analysis. So we're able to probably see something like this was on the horizon. And so it's good to say he supports the protesters. The threat certainly bolsters what the protesters are trying to do. But to actually do something kinetic, strike missions per se, would be very difficult. What do you hit? And then, of course, you want to avoid any collateral damage where you're killing civilians. So it's good to say this. It's certainly the protesters, take heart when they hear that the president of the United States is behind them 110%. They know that the president will order missions to Iran because they just saw it happen in June. But on the other hand, what you hit and how you hit it would be a very difficult one. I have no doubt that there are those in U.S. Central Command and elsewhere that are looking at this right now saying, what could we possibly do? And then, of course, what are the results? What is the outcome? Would we achieve the desired end state? Could it be something where we actually hit them and then set back the protest movement? So there's a lot of ifs and a lot of things they got to work through on that.
Would you like your own Shopify store built for you completely free? My brother Adrian and I were live streaming.
During the 12-day war, the U.S. Struck that Bordeaux site with its B-2s. Does the reaction, let's rewind to this past summer for a moment here, because when people hear about Iran and the U.S., friction building between the two countries, it does spook people. And it does make people's mind wander to, well, what if things escalate between the two countries? Remind us, the last time the U.S. struck Iran this past summer, how did Tehran respond to that?
Well, what Tehran did was they launched all those missiles and drones towards Israel. And then, of course, they responded by hitting Qatar, hitting the airbase at Qatar, which, as you may recall, last June, I was in that part of the world. I actually went through the airport in Qatar en route to where I was going. And so that kind of struck close to home, so to speak. I wasn't there when the missiles actually struck, but they actually struck a U.S. base in there. And we have a number of bases over there. And those bases are, they're vulnerable to strike. So that is something that we have to take into consideration. And certainly the Iranians have shown a willingness to do that. Although all the information at the time, it almost sounded as if it had been kind of orchestrated that Iran would respond and they would strike these things so that they could say they responded and then it wouldn't escalate beyond that. And it was rather an interesting period where Iran responded to our strikes in such a way. But I don't know what would happen in this case. And, frankly, one of the things that's really different about the protests, which kind of goes to the calculus, there are protesters that's been reported widely, who are saying death to Khomeini, death to the supreme leader of Iran. That's something we haven't really heard much in previous protests. I think that's what changes it. And, President Trump has alluded to the fact, during that 12-day war period, he said, we could have struck Khomeini, but we decided not to. I think Khomeini certainly hears that, and there are reports that are out there, not from the most substantial, what I would consider, the core news organizations, but there are reports that maybe Khomeini has been looking at possibly finding a way, to depart Iran, to leave or to do something. And I don't rule that out. I haven't seen that get picked up by the mainstream media outlets that I expect to carry a story like that. But sometimes you see those things out there and then the next day, boom, they are in the mainstream. So we'll see what happens.
So that idea would be similar to what we saw with Assad.
Very similar. In fact, almost identical. In fact, Russia came up as a place you might go.
We have a short soundbite from the Supreme Leader. It's translated. Let's listen real quick.
People came and did damage to their own buildings, ruining their own streets in order to make the president of another country happy.
And that's really been one of his main points, is that this is, and some of what's been happening with these protesters is they're doing this in an effort to appease President Trump. Khomeini has framed protesters as, again, pleasing the White House, State media has used language like terrorists to describe some of these protesters. Is there any way, Hal, to know how much weight that type of rhetoric actually carries domestically within the Iranian public?
Well, I can say this. So with the protesters, I think that rhetoric carries zero weight. They're protesting for reasons that have nothing to do with President Trump. And I don't think any of the Iranian protesters are out there saying, hey, let's go out there and we're going to make President Trump happy if we're doing this. That is not their motivation. Their motivation is very fundamental. It's very domestic. It's very close to home. They don't like this, just this theocratic autocracy that has crushed their spirit so many times. They don't like this police state that this autocracy depends upon. But there's also the bigger issue, which is if you can't get the economy to function, if people can't make money so they can put food on the table at night, at that point, the government has completely failed. And then in the background, as you may recall, Tehran, that big capital city, is literally running out of water. Their water management has been so bad over the many, many years, over the decades, along with drought and some climate change issues, that they're literally looking at having to move the capital of Iran to another city because Tehran can't support the water needs of the capital of Iran. All of these things are crushing blows to the current regime. That's what's got the protesters out there. That's what they're angry about. And of course, Khomeini is desperate to try and divert attention. And frankly, to say that they're out there to try and appease President Trump, if you're familiar with the culture and everything else, it's almost laughable. But he's really trying to do that to come up with some sort of explanation as to why does my entire population, why are they all out there on the streets? And of course, he's probably a little bit miffed that many of them are calling for his death. So that's what he's trying to do to try to divert. But we shouldn't pay too much attention to that.
Hollywood is a place where are sacrificed.
We've been talking about the internet connectivity thing. Iran cut off internet, according to reports. They also cut off international calls. There are reports that the outage was attributed to the government interfering with these mediums. Hal, is there a reliable way to determine casualties and arrests? Is there a reliable way to track any of this stuff when the state is imposing communication blackouts?
What's interesting is, and of course, this is one of the things that the Iranian regime is very upset about, is Israeli intelligence has completely permeated their society. They've got quite an intelligence network in place, and we saw that in June, what they were able to pull off. And therefore, the intelligence, if you will, ground truth of what's going on, it will get back. That does not rely on the internet or regular telephone service or anything like that. That information will get back. Now, how that gets disseminated out into the open source world, okay, if it comes through intelligence sources, that happens all the time. Various countries gather information and they put stuff, there's relationships with journalists and things where they will let them know things. And certainly Israel has a reason to get the information out there about how badly the regime is doing. So I think we will find out. I've heard at least 65, maybe more people have been killed. Hundreds, and it could be thousands, have been arrested, put in jail, prison. And it sounds like there's going to be a lot more going on and a lot more people hurt than killed. So these protests are huge. And everything is indicating that the government's only response is they're going to crack down brutally as they have in the past. And I'm expecting to see that. And unfortunately, I'm also expecting to see the casualties increase as well.
Live look at the White House. It's just past 6:30 in the nation's capital. The big question on everybody's mind, Hal, President Trump has publicly pledged to support protesters. He's threatened consequences if protesters are killed. His most recent post says, the USA stands ready to help. The big question is, what's the likelihood that the U.S. does get involved? What's your gut tell you?
My gut tells me if the president was to do something, first off, we can always impose more sanctions. That's something we do. We can work with our allies to do a variety of things. We can seize ships with Iranian oil. We can do a number of different things. But if we do something kinetic in Iran, it will have to be very targeted, very specific, and I would imagine that we would go after the Revolutionary Guard Corps with very specific targets where you're not going to see a lot of civilian collateral damage, and maybe key leadership sites, maybe Khomeini's home or home of other top leadership might be targeted. Although that area of Tehran where they live is supposedly there's a very extensive underground bomb shelter system that they have in there that they were hiding in during the June bombings. And that may be something where it would probably take a B-2 bomber to put ordnance down there to penetrate deep enough to cause problems. But then you have to have really exact intelligence to say where are they in that underground complex in order to have the effects on target.
All right, let's keep it going. Sorry, I didn't know that ended abruptly. I'm literally paying attention to all this because like I started to know the Iran stuff like I knew it was going on, but I started to really like recognize what was going on like the last few days, especially after the Syria stuff and all the other stuff that they're just kind of keeping on the DL. So I'm taking this in as well as you did. I slept the whole last day. Trying to freaking cover Trump tires you out. Too much stuff going on. Too much stuff.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has signaled a major crackdown is coming, despite serious warnings from President Trump. Iran's Attorney General warning today that anyone taking part in protests will be considered a, quote, enemy of God, which is punishable by death. And the AG adding, even those who we know the regime has shut down internet in the country and cut off phone lines for folks living there. President Trump has put the Iranian regime on notice, repeatedly saying that the U.S. could intervene and strike Iran if protesters continue to be killed.
They've started shooting the hell out of people, and all of a sudden people without any weapons whatsoever are standing there and you have machine guns gunning them down. Or they take them to prisons and then hang them and kill them. So they played rough. And I said, if they do that, we're going to hit them very hard. Well, we're going to hit them hard. We're ready to do it. If they do that, we're going to hit them hard. And so far, for the most part, there's been some of it, but for the most part, they haven't.
And you were looking at some of the video there. Now, we do have that statement that came in from Iran's Attorney General. This is just a portion of it, but it does say, translated, prosecutors must carefully and without delay, by issuing indictments, prepare the grounds for the trial and decisive confrontation with those who, by betraying the nation and creating insecurity, seek foreign domination over the country. Proceedings must be conducted without leniency, compassion, or indulgence. Now, we did see Secretary of State for the U.S. Marco Rubio post simply this on social media today, quote, the United States supports the brave people of Iran. And the State Department itself posting on X saying, do not play games with President Trump. When he says he'll do something, he means it. Again, a look at some of the video here coming in out of Iran at this hour of those large protests that do continue. The U.S.-based human rights activist news agency reporting that at least 65 people have been killed during the demonstrations, with more than 2,300 others detained. The Supreme Leader stating Trump is at least partially to blame for these protests. There is so much to discuss here, as always, so I do want to bring in Jonathan Saleh, a research analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's Iran program. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
It's great to be with you, Josh. Thank you for having me.
Of course. And as I mentioned, this is a story that so many people are paying close attention to, not just in the U.S., not just in Iran, but all over the world here. Can you kind of break down the Supreme Leader's comments there regarding President Trump and his role, he says, there in those protests and demonstrations?
So this has been a tactic for years now by the Islamic Republic, trying to delegitimize these protesters by using these fake accusations that they're operating on behalf of a foreign government. And as you pointed out, these are serious accusations. Under the Islamic Penal Code, any form of espionage or operating on behalf of an adversary, quote unquote, is punishable by death. But that said, this particular wave has been very receptive to this administration's public diplomacy. We've seen what protesters are chanting on the ground, and they've absolutely heard what President Trump had to say, what Secretary Rubio have to say. These acts of solidarity have gone a long way. They've been very inspiring to the Iranian people. So it is really a moment that we need to back this rhetorical really remarks with action.
You have it listen, you type it in, and then you go digging.
You literally just drag it in.
I also want to ask you, just overall, as we go kind of back to basics here, can you explain just how these protests really began and what the protests are all kind of related to?
Absolutely. So there has been a major really increase in anti-regime sentiment, of course, starting back in 2009 when I was involved in these protests, back when I was in Tehran. At that phase, the trigger was mostly political. That of course, got cracked down on. Then we saw wave after wave starting in 2017, 19, 2022, and now this current wave. And although they've had different triggers in the past, for example, they may have been a political trigger like 2009 or in—
What you mean leave Iran alone? And whatever you responded that to, please reiterate in the comments, because it seems like we're helping them. As a matter of fact, they're trying to get them internet and lights with the Starlink. I don't understand. They're literally screaming for Trump, and you're saying to leave them alone. Okay, bro.
Environmental triggers because of water scarcity, or a social trigger like we saw in 2022 with the Women Life Freedom Movement, or in this case being an economic trigger, the collapse of the rial. Nonetheless, the grievances are going beyond just demands of whether economic reform or political reform. The demands are inherently regime change by the people. And we're seeing an increase in a nationalist sentiment, a desire to bring back the monarchy led by Pahlavi. So that is really what is generating the momentum with this current protest wave.
And again, you're looking at some of the video coming in out of Iran, and you can see just how many people are involved in these different protests. We've also seen some of the objects there, vehicles and such, that are lit on fire, and you'll see some of that video in just a second. How might the reported fatalities, as we mentioned, at least 65 at this point, potentially affect the people's willingness to continue protesting, especially if the supreme leader tells them you might be sentenced to death?
Iranians are no stranger to crackdowns. This has been going on for years now. It is unfortunately part of their daily lives. We have to remember that following the 12-day war, officials arrested more than 20,000 Iranians for simply posting something on Twitter or on social media or on X or Instagram or what have you. So this is a regime that really looks for any excuse to crack down on dissidents, whether it executes them in jails or opens fire on them on the street. This is really a point of no return for them. The idea that them backing down would somehow improve their livelihood is no longer an option. You're talking about a population that's so alienated by its own regime, the population that's inherently anti-Islamist and is really thriving for a secular form of democracy. So they really don't have a reason to stop protesting, because daily life in Iran has not really been functional in a normal sense. People can't afford food. They do not see this government as legitimate or as really a representative of Iranian national interest. And given how far protesters have really taken this movement now, we're reaching a point of no return, meaning if they were to stop right now, the backlash afterwards would be really, really horrendous.
What about the potential for U.S. involvement? Is it more of a threat? What is the realistic possibility of the U.S. getting involved in all of this?
There certainly are quite a range of things Washington can do right now. Of course, as we said, public diplomacy, rhetorical support is very, very helpful, but it needs to be backed up with other actions. But it's very important that we know supporting Iranian protesters is not necessarily an act of war. in a sense that there's no expectations of boots on the ground like we saw in other Middle Eastern countries. In this case, Iranian anti-regime movement has the capacity to really topple the regime and really be an advocate for U.S. in the region, be an American ally. So that should be what we're focusing on. And there are two main immediate things Washington can do. One of them is cyber support. So you want to have cyber attacks against the regime's repression apparatus, the command and control, to disrupt that, allowing protesters to really expand their movement. Parallel with that, is important that we maintain and sustain these strikes led by laborers, and that could be done using the frozen assets that Iranians have in different banks. So you have these two pillars, but more importantly, it's really important for Washington to back up these threats. It's important that the Islamic Republic knows if they continue to open fire on unarmed protesters, there will be consequences. And there's a framework for that. We saw what Israel did during the 12-day war, specifically during the last few days. They went after the repression apparatus, going after the Basij, local headquarters, enabling all these protest movements to really unify.
Is there anything about these protests and really the situation in general there in Iran that maybe people don't fully understand, misunderstand? What can you tell me about that?
There remain three themes that I've noticed that have not really been covered accurately, I think, so far. One of them is the label of economic protests. These protests, even though, as we said, were ignited by an economic development, they're not inherently economic, meaning there's no demands for economic reform. The demands are inherently regime change. And second of that, this is perhaps the only anti-Islamist civic movements in the Middle East. That is very important for Europe and America to realize. You're talking about a region that's really troubled with Islamism, and Iranians so far have been the only really voice against political Islam in the region compared to any other country, perhaps right next to Israelis. And third, which is perhaps the most important, is when we talk about Iranian movements in the past, oftentimes they were leaderless. They were maybe more spread out. But this wave particularly is not leaderless like it was in the past. The opposition here, led by Crown Prince Pahlavi, was able to bring people to the street, has great influence over these protests. And it's very important that really the West, Europe, and Washington starts engaging the Iranian opposition, given that they're the only viable option we have. And of course, they have great influence over these protest movements.
What do we watch for here in the coming days? Again, we are nearing the 2-week mark here. What do we need to watch for in the coming days, weeks, months?
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9-to-5? Actually, yes. We're for the modern.
Well, there are two factors, one external and one internal, that would really be pivotal. Externally speaking, if we see any help going beyond just verbal support coming from Washington or Israel, which is likely given the history that these two countries have had with the Islamic Republic. So that would be a real game changer, specifically because no major movement, no major revolutionary movement happens in isolation. Everything's always connected. External factors always play a role in any real revolutionary movement we've seen throughout history. Domestically speaking, I think the key term here is defections. We would want to see what entities start defecting first. So Iran's repression apparatus is quite extensive. You have the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is designated by Washington as a terrorist organization, and you have other entities operating under it, like the Basij, and then you have local law enforcement. And the first phase of that would probably look like acts of disobeying orders for these forces to refrain from shooting protesters or refraining from showing up to their posts, and that could later trickle down into defections. And the Crown Prince does have a plan in mind for this defection really strategy. So those two key factors would be major changes and would be a total game changer for this current movement.
Jonathan, thank you so much, as always, for being here with us. This is obviously going to continue, so I'm sure we'll have you back soon. Anything else we missed? Anything you want to make sure to mention here before I let you go?
I think we covered the main themes, but the main issue here is that time is of essence. And if this movement fails to really bring major change, that would be a huge devastating blow to the anti-regime morale. So it is now or never. The time is sensitive. It is in America's strategic interest to support these protesters in the long run. So let's hope for a better future for the region, for the Middle East, and for U.S. policy towards Iran.
Jonathan, thank you again for taking the time to be here and helping to break it down. We definitely appreciate it.
What's up, everybody? Hit the like, share, subscribe. We are on a run. Welcome, walking. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see everybody. Ryan, you're doing a hell of a job. Everybody, smash that like for Ryan, y'all, please.
Yeah, hit
Much
that
love.
like.
Here we go. This one's crazy right here.
This today
is
that
what
the
made me
U.S. military and Israel would be, quote, legitimate targets if America strikes Iran over the ongoing protests. The threats against the U.S. and Israel were made during a parliament session as Iranian lawmakers shouted, quote, death to America. Now, this is some of the video of those protests that for the last 2 weeks have taken over the capital of Tehran, including earlier today, as well as Iran's second largest city and others within the nation. Officials within the Iranian regime have said that demonstrators and others helping them could be sentenced to death. President Trump has been very clear that if protesters continue to be killed, the U.S. will have no choice but to intervene.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
And again, this is just some of that video from the streets there in Iran over the past several days and really 2 weeks. Now, in response to the protests, the Iranian regime has cut all access to internet and phone lines. And take a look at this. Lucas Tomlinson over at Fox News saying, quote, Iran has asked Iraqi militants, including Hezbollah, for assistance in quelling protests, officials say. So that is just coming in here from Lucas Tomlinson over at Fox News. All of this here as Iran's supreme leader reiterates that a crackdown on all of these demonstrations is coming. I do want to bring in Javed Ali, Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Michigan's Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy, joining us to discuss all of this. Javed, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
Don't buy the old one, or the new one, or even the newest one, because they just came out with a brand new adapter that not only does the same thing that these...
Josh, always nice to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, do want to ask you here to kind of break down the motivation behind these protests that, again, have been ongoing now for 2 weeks.
So, Josh, this seems to be a very fragile and potentially perilous situation for the Iranian regime. And the most recent protests are based on frustration and discontent within Iran over the very difficult state of the economy and the devaluation of the Iranian currency, the rial. So people inside Iran can buy less with the money that they have. And so, but this is just the latest wave of protests that have washed over Iran for almost the past decade. But this most recent reason is just seems to have a particular motivation to it. But they're in the decade before, there have been other motivations as well. But these protests also seem bigger in scope, and they're going on. There doesn't seem to be any signs that they're going away anytime soon.
And what aspects of all of this maybe are misunderstood by folks out there? Because a lot of this information comes in bits and pieces. You start to see the video like what we were just showing moments ago there in several cities across Iran. You get the comments from President Trump and other officials. So what is maybe misunderstood about the situation?
Well, I think one of the things that your viewers need to consider is that these protests in Iran do seem much larger in scope and scale than we've seen in the past. The regime is using what I would argue is the same playbook it has used in the past to crack down on these protests based on the different motivations behind them. The use of the IRGC and the paramilitary force known as the Basiji as the sort of shock troops to suppress dissenters. And we've heard the reports of the death of probably dozens of people around the country, cutting off access to the internet and restricting outside media, which you referenced at the beginning of the segment. The very aggressive language we've heard from the Supreme Leader, other IRGC officials, the Speaker of the Parliament warning Israel and the United States, that if there is more involvement or more support for these protesters, that Iran will retaliate. So these are all the factors that are swirling around now. But to me, it seems like Iran is in a much weaker position than it has been even in the past dealing with these protests. And again, maybe we're closer to a tipping point for the regime than we have been in the past. Now, that's very speculative, but looking at it from an outsider's perspective, things seem very, very difficult for Iran at the moment.
Talking about the comments that have been made by President Trump saying that essentially if these protesters continue to die, and at this point, we know that there are upwards of 200 deaths that have been reported. Based on what President Trump is saying, what is the realistic situation that could play out there in Iran with U.S. intervention?
So obviously, I'm not inside government anymore. I haven't been for several years, but I have to imagine even right now, there are several things going on. We've heard the statements from President Trump, which are very bold in their assertion that the U.S. may get involved with some kind of military action if the Iranian crackdown continues. And there's no sign that these crackdowns or the crackdown is abating. And there's other media reporting out there the past couple of days that suggests that the U.S. military has developed options for potential attacks inside Iran if President Trump were to give that order. Now, what those options look like, or what the options are the targets against the IRGC and the paramilitary force that I talked about, because they're the instrument of repression right now. Would they also try to hit Iran's ballistic missile and cruise and drone capabilities, because those are the weapons that Iran might choose to use in retaliation against any military action by the United States?
I'm curious to know what, bro? What distraction is this? What is this distracting us from? Please explain in the chat. Come on, that was the stupid question.
Or Israel? Is there also some type of covert action campaign going on to put more anti-regime propaganda into the ether? And we've heard the statements encouraging people to continue protests. So these are all the things I have to imagine are being considered if they're not already being implemented as we speak.
You touched on the fact that we do have this internet blackout that's taking place over in Iran. And, there's also the phone lines that have essentially been cut, which means that people cannot communicate with others, maybe within Iran or elsewhere. So does that appear to be having any sort of effect on the protests in general? Because it appears that despite that, they are still growing.
Yeah, it's so hard to know how to answer that question, Josh, from our perspective from the outside. But just based on the media reporting that's coming out over the past couple of weeks now, even with this heavy repression of the use of the internet and even phone connectivity inside Iran, clearly there's still an ability for people to deliver messages, to send pictures, to send video. So I'm not a technical person, so I can't describe how that's happening, but it clearly is happening despite the efforts of the Iranian government, and that will probably continue. Now, again, is part of that because of some behind-the-scenes assistance that has been provided by some elements of the protesters by the U.S., by Israel, by other parties who have an interest in seeing this Iranian regime either collapse or face this kind of pressure? Tough to know the answer to that.
Speedy and smart resistance machine. So much to cover. Let's go. Well, it's a smart resistance.
And you did touch on this kind of off the top, but do you see these protests in any way kind of losing momentum, or does it appear that they're going to continue, maybe even get larger?
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing we just don't know because none of us are inside Iran. I mean, but the protests are so wide scale at this point. That seems to be pretty significant. And they're not led by a single person or a particular group. It looks like right now it's more organic and bottom up, and communities in different parts of the country are sort of tapping into this anger and resentment that they've had over the state of affairs in Iran, which, as we've talked about, has been pretty bad for a long period of time. Now, how long will that continue? Hard to know. How much harder will the Iranian government continue to crack down on its own people, and will more people be killed? I mean, it's sad to say, but that's certainly possible. But President Trump and others may continue.
I'm sorry, but I asked you to name one distraction because you adamantly put it in the comments, but you never named one. You just lollygagged like every liberal around the fucking question. Okay, bro. Yeah, good job, dude. You really did nothing for yourself, but sounds stupid. I'm just saying.
Continue to urge the protesters to continue this. This brings me back to what happened in Iraq in the aftermath of the first Iraq War in 1991. Even though the U.S. then didn't move to remove or didn't move to.
I mean, I can't help how stupid they are
Bush
these
then
days,
urged Iraqis to rise up and revolt against the Hussein regime, and unfortunately, the regime cracked down pretty significantly on people in Iraq back in 1991. So, could we see another replay of that? That's also a potential.
And again, you are looking at some of the video of those protests coming in here. You can see large numbers of people, hundreds upon hundreds, that are filling the streets in various cities there. What do we need to be watching for as far as key developments? What do we need to look for in the hours of that as it does progress?
So going forward, I think we need to continue to watch sort of developments on the ground, at least as far as they're able to get out in terms of how much momentum do these protests have in Iran? Will they grow in size or will they continue even at the scope they're in now? What will be the language, not only from Iranian leaders, but from President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu? That, I think, will also be a driver of what happens in Iran. And then what steps may the U.S. engage in when it comes to military action? If the U.S. decides to strike Iranian targets based on what President Trump has already said, then I think we're going to enter into a new phase of conflict. And it may look like what happened over last summer with the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, and then the U.S. getting involved that one day with Operation Midnight Hammer. It could expand beyond that if the U.S. makes this move and then Iran decides to retaliate. That obviously hasn't happened yet, but we need to watch for that going forward.
And we definitely will here. Javad Ali, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here and breaking it down. Obviously, we can't cover everything here because we'd be here for hours upon hours. But anything we missed that you want to make sure we touch on before I let you go?
No, just a lot of factors to consider. And the situation is very volatile and fluid. But going back to one of the things I said earlier, I do think Iran is in a much more, or the regime in Iran is in a much more precarious position than in the past when we've seen these protests erupt in the country, and whether it leads to a counter-revolution or the collapse of the regime.
Damage, you're absolutely right. I explained that to some family members today on the phone when they said we're living in a third world country. I said, you have no clue. We're living very well right now. Very well. I've got food. I've got smoke. I've got internet. I've got heat. I've got everything I need. It's not third world yet, but it's on its way.
I don't think we're there yet, but this is still a very difficult moment for the Iranian regime.
Javad Ali, thank you again, as always, for being here with us. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Josh.
And important to note right now that we continue to follow all of the latest. And as you can see there at the bottom of your screen, we have now learned that the death toll from these protests has now gone above 500. That information coming in from different officials that are providing those details. And sadly, we are told that that number is only expected to rise as the chaos there does continue. And Iran's supreme leader says that there will be a crackdown on all of this in the coming days. There's also this video that I wanted to show you. You may have seen it there while Javad was speaking, but this is actually coming out of London. That is where someone climbed up the embassy there for Iran and took down the Iranian flag. Again, you can see that right there on your screen. Now, there have been different protests that are taking place not just internationally, but also all over the country here in the U.S. In San Diego, we did get this report from our Fox affiliate as one of those protests took place on Saturday.
Freedom for Iran! King Reza Pahlavi! Democracy for Iran! King Reza Pahlavi!
With chants echoing block to block, protesters marched down Balboa Avenue near Genesee, making their calls for political reform in Iran impossible to ignore.
King Reza Pahlavi! Alternative for Iran!
We
We want Reza Pahlavi to come back and just give us some more democracy, give us some power back.
Hundreds of Iranian Americans coming together in solidarity Saturday as civil unrest overseas reaches its second week. In response, Iranian authorities are cracking down on demonstrators.
Right now, because of they cut off the internet and even the telephone, they cannot even talk to each other. This is 48 hours. I didn't hear about my mom. I'm so worried about every single family friend in Iran.
U.S.-based human rights activist news agency reports more than 100 people have been killed and more than 2,600 others detained. As the situation escalates abroad, locals are making their intentions known.
I'm hoping that our voice is heard by leader of the countries in European countries and United States. People are so much hoping that President Trump give a hand to Iranian people.
Trump funds! Trump funds!
Meanwhile, President Trump is sending a message to Iran's government.
I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard.
For those watching closely, urgency is key.
We can't wait much longer. If they don't take this opportunity, the revolution is going to be over. We can't make it.
Whatever the future holds, the Iranian American community is standing firm.
We are not going to stop. We are not tired. And we have been fighting for 47 years.
We actually just got this statement moments ago coming in from Colorado's governor. It does say, quote, "I'm proud to stand in solidarity with all the brave Iranians standing up for freedom. In the face of dangerous threats of violence and suppression from their own government, people are coming together because they see a brighter future for Iran. Sadly, hundreds have already lost their lives in the struggle for freedom, and may their memory and sacrifice inspire others in the struggle." The theocratic authoritarian regime has been heinously targeting women and LGBTQ Iranians for years, creating a country of fear. People around the world stand in support of this movement toward freedom, and I'm proud to be one of them. Again, we just got that statement coming in moments ago from Colorado's governor. President Trump, you heard from him during that story there, but he also posted on Truth Social, quote, "Iran is looking at freedom, perhaps like never before. The USA stands ready to help." And Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, simply posting on X, "The United States supports the brave people of Iran." We'll keep you posted here as we do get additional details on all of this here on Live Now from Fox.
Like, share, subscribe. Like I said in the chat, man, may not be all real. Like, yo, this is just what they're reporting to us. You have to go out and you have to do your own research and you have to find your own truth. I can plant stories, I can plant the seeds, but I can't do your research and teach
any
you.
attack
You've
by
got
the
to learn it
United States
on your own.
Country's ongoing protests would lead to Tehran striking back against Israel and regional US bases as what he called legitimate targets. These are some of the pictures that state TV showed as Parliament debated what to do. Now, US media is reporting that President Trump has been briefed on new options for military strikes against Iran in response to the killing of protesters. Now, inside Iran, hundreds of people have been reportedly killed or wounded by Iran's security forces over the past 3 days, as details of the violence against protesters emerge despite an internet blackout. The unrest is causing major issues for Iran's medical system. Staff at 3 hospitals have told the BBC their facilities are overwhelmed with dead or injured patients. BBC Persian says it's verified some 70 bodies were brought to just one hospital on Friday. The protests began in late December, sparked by Iran's worsening economic situation. They've now spread across the country. Our first report this hour is from our world news correspondent, Joe Inwood.
Are we seeing unrest turn into revolution? These protests, which began over rising prices, have spread right across Iran. This footage is from the city of Mashhad in Iran's northeast. We don't know exactly when it was filmed, but it is recent. And this was the capital, Tehran, last night. Huge crowds took to the streets, braving the bitter cold and threats of state violence. The death toll is rising. In just a single hospital, BBC Persian verified 70 bodies on one night. The morgue was at full capacity. Listen to the sound and how they're hitting people, this man says. They're massacring people. They run for their lives as security forces open fire. There are reports of power cuts in the capital. We know for sure that the internet and phones have been blocked. But people want their voices heard.
People are hopeful now because this time everyone is united by concern for their livelihoods, their income, and their future. This is why they have come out together with one voice to bring this to an outcome.
This is the man the protesters want to see removed from power. Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has called the protesters vandals. Here, a building burns in the city of Yazd, but it's not random. This site was linked to a state foundation, widely accused of corruption. Iran's Prosecutor General announced that any protesters could be charged as enemies of God and face the death penalty. But as the regime's response hardens, they will know the threats they face are not only internal.
We will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
President Trump has repeatedly threatened military strikes if protesters are killed, and last night posted on social media that Iran is looking at freedom, perhaps like never before. The USA stands ready to help. These protests present a threat to the regime unlike anything seen in years. Much of the youthful population of this country seem to have decided they have had enough. But the government here was formed in revolution. If it ends the same way, it could come at a heavy price. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Retired Army General David Petraeus, who was also the former CIA director and who led Allied forces in Iraq during the 2007 surge, before later commanding US forces in Afghanistan, told us what the US can do without getting boots on the ground in Iran.
Well, there are numerous options. You can all the way from diplomatic and informational, even just getting Starlink dishes in on the ground would help them communicate with each other and with the outside world. There can be economic sanctions of various types against individuals, against Iran's ability to export oil. There's humanitarian options. And then, of course, there are many military options. And I was also the former commander of U.S. Central Command, which is the Greater Middle East. That would be the regional combatant command that undoubtedly has been developing the menus of options for the president and others to consider. There can certainly be strikes on the headquarters of the security force organizations that are violently putting down these protests, these demonstrations that have been killing the people in very substantial numbers. And he could go after the missile capability that they have, which of course was heavily damaged during the Israeli strikes against Iran, and which concluded with a U.S. substantial bombing as well. They've been trying to reconstitute those missile arsenals. That would be useful. It could prevent some of the retaliation that might be of a concern. Again, a number of different activities that wouldn't require boots on the ground, that many of which could even be done with unmanned systems, cruise missiles, and the like.
David Petraeus. Well, Barman Kalbasi is from BBC Persian and gave us this update on the latest from inside Iran.
Despite this digital blackout, we have images and we have eyewitnesses, both in the medical staff community and protesters across the cities that these protests have been going on. And the picture it gives us is one of extreme horror, bodies piling up in centers outside in the outskirts of Tehran and other cities, in the hospitals, and the numbers are growing and the hospital staff are overwhelmed. The fact that the communication has been cut to this in the severe manner that has happened in the last 60 hours almost It means even doctors can't reach other doctors to ask for them to show up at the hospital because their needs is so severe. So the numbers, obviously we don't have an exact, but hundreds have been killed or injured, brought into these hospitals, and most of them with live ammunition. There's images of families trying to identify the bodies of their loved ones. There are reports that the government doesn't even allow them to bury them. It's a horrific scene on one side. The other is one of a jaw-dropping bravery, because despite the digital blackout and despite these mass shootings and killings of protesters, there are still ongoing protests that have been happening as late as a few hours ago in Tehran and other cities, which indicate that these protesters, knowing the risk that it carries, which clearly includes their lives, are still coming out, and the government has yet to manage to crack down fully and end these protests.
Most people over 40 will enter 2026 still using ChatGPT like Google. Don't be one of them. Watch this instead.
Are the protesters hoping that President Trump will get involved?
It is hard to gauge everybody's opinion, and Iran is not a monolith, and people have very different opinions about what should happen. Obviously, there is wide agreement and a larger scale protest is a sign of it, that they want this regime gone. And how it should be gone, obviously, they've taken the matter to their own hands and risking their lives by coming out. But there are obviously many who would welcome some sort of a foreign assistance, being in a form of Starlink, giving people more easy access to the internet, all the way to targeting leadership with military intervention. Not everybody agrees that these are productive, especially when it comes to military intervention. Many worry that it will lead to the regime hardening its position even more and possibly hit targets in the Middle East, and this turning into some sort of a massive war, which will then distract from what the protesters want. And some think there is no other way. Without the foreign help, how could they overcome a extremely brutal crackdown by a regime that is armed to the teeth? So the reality of these protests is they know what they don't want, but how do we get to that place varies depending on who you speak to.
Barman, I know it's difficult, but you have covered other protests that have taken in Iran. What do you think will happen next?
It is really the million-dollar question, but it is different from the other protests that I've covered and I've lived through. It is large scale, it's historic, it is across the country, it's across demographics, and it has faced perhaps the most brutal, the most bloody crackdown in the last 72 hours, and it hasn't died down yet. So that should tell us that we are in for possibly a different outcome than the previous protests. But does it mean that we'll see a smooth transition to a regime change? Certainly that's something that nobody would bet on at this point.
Barman Kalbasi from BBC Persian. Well, Dr. Sahar Rezavi is the director of the Iranian and Middle Eastern Studies Center at California State University. She gave me her assessment of what's going on inside Iran.
Just as Bahman Kalbasi has shared, this started as a relatively, just as all protests in Iran began, it began with a spark that turned into large-scale demands for a complete transformation of the system. The last time there was an internet blackout of this scale during a protest was during Bloody Aban in 2019. And by the time the internet turned back on, estimates range from the very low end, 200 something, to the more likely end at around 1,500, according to a Reuters report, had been killed by the government. So when we see internet blackouts, we become very concerned, even in spite of the fact that there are images and reports coming out from Iran, from on the ground. My assessment is that this is, it may have begun as a slightly smaller scale protest than the Women Life Freedom movement in 2022, but it has quickly ballooned out to bring in more and more sectors of society, including labor unions, students, people in rural and urban areas, sectors of society that have typically not been as engaged in protests. The economic crisis was the spark this time, but it is always sparked by something, and then it balloons out to a bigger scale protest.
You're in the US. President Trump has said that the US stands ready to help. What do you think he will do?
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're for the modern travel agent.
President Trump tends to prefer quick wins and easy optics. So my sense is that he is more hesitant to get involved directly on the ground if he thinks that there will be challenges and it won't be an easy victory. At this point, it's entirely possible when the United States and Israel together initiated the 12-day war over the summer. Many of us were surprised because a lot of bluster usually doesn't turn into actual armed attacks. But this time it did. And I think right now it may. But at this point, I'm reserving judgment to see what's going to happen next from President Trump.
We know the reports say hundreds of people have died already. What options are open for the government there and the supreme leader if they do want to continue cracking down on these protests?
This is the big question, because what's different now for the government compared to the last round of protests, or last large-scale protests in 2022, is that their regional support structure has completely changed. In the past, they've been relatively freer to crack down so brutally as they always have, because they felt buttressed by their regional alliances, including Bashar al-Assad in Syria, Hamas and Hezbollah. These are even Russia, which is bogged down in now Ukraine. Its alliances have been significantly weakened, which makes it more difficult for them to engage in large-scale crackdowns without the looming threat of foreign intervention. The options, if they continue the crackdown, which is their standard operating procedure every time there is an uprising, then there is a risk that they are giving the United States and Israel and the US's regional allies the opportunity and the opening to intervene militarily. If they do not crack down, if they make concessions, if they make conciliatory gestures, which there have been one or two of, the risk to them is that the protesters see it as a sign that they should keep pushing.
Please hit the like, share, subscribe. Thanks everybody for chilling. This is kind of a lot to take in, but it is what it is. We're slowly learning some more stuff. I hope everybody can figure out what an actual Zionist is, because I don't think y'all really know. And I think that in order to have that conversation, you should probably know what that means before you start getting asked.
The president has addressed the unrest in a televised interview. Masoud Pezeshkian says protesters have legitimate grievances that must be addressed, but he has accused what he calls rioters and terrorist elements of causing havoc and puts the blame on the US and Israel. President Donald Trump has said the United States will hit Iran where it hurts if protesters are killed. This footage has emerged from a morgue outside of Tehran. It's unclear when it was taken, but it shows many body bags. Tehran hasn't confirmed the number of demonstrators killed, but activist groups based outside the country say it's in the hundreds. Iranian state television reports that more than 100 security personnel have been killed. Internet and telecommunication services have been largely cut off since Thursday as security forces intensify their crackdown on demonstrators. Footage like this, broadcast by state media, shows significant destruction in several cities.
Exactly,
Let's get
bro.
the latest with Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi, who's in Tehran for us. The protests now, Tawhid, in their third week. How much momentum is there still, and how widespread are they?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. It's now more than 2 weeks that we have been witnessing protests across the country in different cities, including here in the capital. The climax dates back to Thursday night when we saw hundreds, and I may say thousands of people taking to the streets. And in some cases, the unrest flared up into violence as we saw confrontation between the security forces and the protesters, who just decided to throw trash bins and block the streets, set them on fire. And it was like a chaotic situation. But since then, over the past 2-3 days, we have been situation being a little bit, I would insist, a little bit cooled down. And we see less, but it's still ongoing protests here and there in the capital and in other cities as well. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian came out with a statement today, at least taking just 3 important considerations into account. First, he tries to give this message to the protesters that he understands the economic difficulties that people are facing, and that comes in the context of soaring prices, high inflation, and the drastic devaluation of the local currency rial, which paved the way for many people to come to the streets and express their public dissatisfaction. This is there whether they take to the streets or not. Secondly, there is this security concern, as in some cases at least. We saw the protests going to a more violent level, and as you mentioned, we've got now reports saying that at least 100 security forces were killed. And of course, when it comes to fatalities, injuries, as well as the arrests among the protesters, we don't have any number that could be independently confirmed, as the country is dealing meanwhile with an internet shutdown, making it hard to access to reliable information in that regard. And there is a third point, and that is related to the possibility of a foreign intervention with respect to what we have been hearing from the US President Donald Trump about such a possibility. And now more reports are coming out to actually strengthen such a possibility, which is a serious security concern from the Iranian perspectives.
Tawhid, thank you for the update from Tehran. Tawhid Asadi. Let's discuss all this further now with Vali Nasser, who's a professor of international affairs and Middle East studies at Johns Hopkins University. Vali, thank you so much for joining us. I want to start with what's happening in Iran and play a clip from President Pezeshkian's interview where he called for the country, for Iranians to unite against rioters. Let's listen to that and I'll come back to you.
The merchants closed the bazaar and they had criticisms. I had meetings with them and so did my ministers. We heard their complaints and we came to an understanding. We asked them to come and sit in a government meeting and they did. They told us their concerns. We will resolve their issues in every way that we can. I ask my dear people, wherever you are, get together and do not let them riot. The people should be on the scene. If people have concerns, it's our responsibility to listen and solve them. But the bigger responsibility is not to let a bunch of rioters come and cause chaos for the entire country. We ask our dear young people who have a certain analysis of the country's situation. We ask you not to be deceived by rioters and terrorists.
So, Vali, we heard there a noticeably conciliatory tone from President Pezeshkian towards protesters with economic grievances, while at the same time the language was much more harsh towards what officials label rioters or foreign-backed saboteurs. How credible, first of all, is this separation inside Iran today, and why use such rhetoric? To what end?
A lot of people put off getting their GED because they think it will take too much time to get ready. Their lives are busy, and they think the GED test will be hard to pass. Don't worry. Essential Education has created a way to study that actually speeds up the process. Let me ask you this. Do you think you could find...
I mean, first of all, what he said, despite being conciliatory towards those who have economic grievances, was not that much different from what the Supreme Leader and other state leaders had said on January 9th, namely that the protests were now being driven by quote-unquote armed terrorists, people who wanted to please President Trump, as the Supreme Leader put it. Which means that the Iranian leadership deep down thinks that the protests are part of America and Israel's efforts to bring regime change in Iran, And this is happening in a context of war with Israel and the United States. Iran was at war with Israel and the United States 6 months ago. It expected that the war would resume. And now it's highly suspicious that the protests are being used by its adversaries to weaken or maybe topple the Islamic Republic. So I think this is not just rhetoric that they're giving to delegitimize the protesters. Some of that is there. But I think that Iran's leadership genuinely believes that it's deeply penetrated by foreign elements, by foreign-backed elements that are able to operate in Iran at will, the way that they witnessed during the war, and that the acts of sabotage, arson, setting fire to mosques and to government buildings were perhaps deliberate acts of aggravating the situation.
Yeah,
and they may be wrong on this. I'm not saying they're correct, but that's their operating theory.
I understand that. So we're seeing the demonstrations not just in major cities, but reportedly across provinces and smaller towns, not just in Tehran. How important is this geographic spread? And with the protests now in their third week, do you think they can last much longer? How long can this go on before the regime feels threatened?
Well, with the existence of internet and communication systems early on, obviously news spread across Iran very quickly, and protests also spread very quickly. Now the government has shut down the internet, which has greatly limited the ability of people in far-flung areas of Iran to know what's going on somewhere else. I'm sure some news gets through, but probably to a lesser extent. I don't think Iran is going to be free of protests going forward. Blood has been shed. People are very angry. And the Islamic Republic really has no way in which it could either improve the economic situation of the people, address their security issues, or address their other grievances. The key issue is whether the protesters can be in the streets in large enough numbers that can overwhelm the security forces. I don't know the answer to that because we're still early in these protests, and also because it's very difficult to get credible information out of Iran. We know the protesters are there, and we know that they're being cracked down against, that many people have died, but we don't know if the protests are growing or dwindling. We don't know exactly what the situation is. So we have to wait and see after these first few days, where the dust will settle.
Yeah, has been indeed difficult to get a clear picture, especially on the number of people, number of protesters killed. I want to play you now, Vali, another clip of the interview with President Pezeshkian, where he spoke about U.S. and Israeli involvement in the unrest. Let's listen to that.
The United States and Israel are sitting there, giving instructions to these people, telling them, go ahead, we are backing you. The same ones who struck this country and killed our young people and our children are now giving them orders, telling them, you do this work, we are with you. You go and carry out acts of sabotage, and we will support you from behind.
We've heard this blame, the Iranian officials blame the U.S. and Israel for fueling the unrest. We've heard the threats and the warnings from Tehran. They are tough in their rhetoric, but internally, Vali, what calculations do you think are happening? And to what extent does Iran and Iranian leaders fear a scenario like Venezuela today?
Well, I think, yes, they are laying the blame on the protesters, trying to delegitimate them. But I think they actually do believe that the protests are part of America and Israel's war strategy. And right or wrong, that's a very powerful motivation for them to crack down and to also threaten the United States. I mean, and also that President Trump has come in very forcefully in support of the protesters, threatening war on Iran. So for the Iran leadership, the protests and American-Israeli war on Iran are not separate issues. They are part of the same thing. Now, a Venezuela scenario is not easy with Iran because Iran's leadership is not one man, and also it's not very easy to access them. And also Tehran is much farther away from the closest port or American vessel in the Gulf than Caracas was from an American ship, and you could fly in helicopters. And second, Iran also has capability of missiles, etc., to hit back. But there's one parallel that is very powerful in the minds of, I think, Iran's leadership, and that is that the United States really did not want regime change in Venezuela. It only removed the president of the country and his wife in a show of, force, and then it basically put on the table a proposal for the regime to work with them, and then threatened that if they didn't agree, he would put an economic blockade on Venezuela. But at no point did he contemplate actually putting troops on the ground or actually changing the regime in Venezuela by force. And so the Iranian leadership may think that the United States may hope that either the protesters or a targeted American strike would eliminate the supreme leader or a number of key Iranian leaders. And then the United States basically would try to force whatever is left of the Islamic Republic to do what the supreme leader currently refuses to do on nuclear issue, missile issues, and a host of other issues. So I think the reading of Venezuela is that the U.S. is dangerously active in Iran. The United States wants to change the game in Iran, but the United States is not about to invade Iran with troops. And the United States is not necessarily after regime change and nation building of the kind we saw in Iraq or Afghanistan.
Okay, so we've heard President Trump reports that he's scheduled to be briefed by senior officials on specific options to respond to these protests in Iran, and you believe that a Venezuela scenario is unlikely. In that case, what do you think Iran can give in order for the US and even Europe to lift the sanctions, the snapback sanctions, because the protests we're seeing ultimately are a result of the economic crisis that Iran has experienced following the snapback being returned. This was disastrous for Iran. What concessions can the leadership realistically make today?
I think none. I don't think President Trump was interested in negotiating with Iran after he bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. He was interested in receiving Iran's surrender, but not to negotiate. And that's because he thinks he already has taken care of Iran's nuclear program, so he doesn't need to negotiate with Iran. And so that puts the Iranian leadership in a very, very tough position. And I think they're not thinking that far ahead. Right now, they're thinking about surviving this moment and then seeing where do they go from here. So they feel like that the United States has turned the tables on them by destroying their nuclear program. Now is supporting an uprising in Iran, is threatening to support regime change in Iran. And so Iranians are nowhere close to having a conversation about sanctions relief right now. I think that argument has receded to a distant point into the future. And that's the problem for the Islamic Republic. In other words, even if it survives these protests right now, it really doesn't have a way to get out of the quandary that it's facing. It has been facing since June.
Thank you so much for your insight. It was very interesting to talk to you and hear your thoughts about what's happening in Iran. Vali Nasser, Professor of International Affairs and Middle East Studies at Johns Hopkins University. Thank you.
Midnight Hammer, bro. It does sound like a video that you would find in Ryan's refrigerator cabinet or whatever you call it. Where was I at? Shoot. Shit. I think it's this one. Let's go. Hit the like, share, sub. I'm still trying to take all this in to see where I stand. It's obvious.
We've been hearing reports, unverifiable given Iran's internet shutdown, that hundreds of protesters have been killed in an escalating crackdown. Now, what seems to be the first tangible evidence. A video that we're told was physically smuggled out of the country after it was shot on Friday outside a morgue on the southern outskirts of Tehran. The morgue already so full, families left having to identify loved ones in the open. Some families, we're told, instructed to pay to have bodies returned. Others warned against public funerals. We've spoken to an Iranian activist and doctor based in Vienna who himself has been in touch with his colleagues in the country.
Sadly, the severity of the injuries suggests that police and security forces deliberately target the protesters with intent to kill. The shootings were direct, aimed at the head, neck, and chest. According to our colleagues, as well as videos and audio files sent to us, most of the injured suffered wounds to the head and neck.
The killings reportedly extending far beyond Tehran, just as the protests have. 70 people said to have been killed here in northern Rasht. And from southern Shiraz, an audio message from a hospital doctor whose voice we've disguised.
Guys, we cannot make any calls. Please contact the TV channels and tell them we desperately need surgeons, neurosurgeons, orthopedists, ophthalmologists. We cannot call them. There are 20 patients here and we can do nothing. They've all been shot in the head.
But last night, across the country, protesters again filled the streets. A US intelligence official describing it to the Reuters news agency as an endurance game between protesters trying to keep up the pressure and authorities trying to clear the streets through fear. Just over a week ago, Iran's president said rather than resort to blaming America, the protesters' real concerns should be addressed. Today, a different message.
The US and Israel intended in their 12-day war to disrupt our society and bring division among us. Even now, they're trying to escalate this unrest with regard to the economic discussions and solutions we're working on.
And he appeared to acknowledge killings by security forces.
Sadly, for some families, there have been things that have happened that have been regrettable. And to all those families, I give my condolences.
As the death toll mounts, Donald Trump left with a decision of whether to follow through with his threat to strike Iran to protect protesters. Overnight, posting on his Truth Social platform, Iran is looking at freedom, perhaps like never before. The USA stands ready to help. It was June last year when he sent bombers to attack Iranian nuclear targets, ending what he called the 12-day war between Israel and Iran. The Wall Street Journal today reporting the president will be briefed on specific strike options on Tuesday. This morning, the Speaker of Iran's parliament warned the United States against any such action, saying Israel and US bases and ships would all be legitimate targets for the Islamic Republic. Iran state television broadcasting footage of an apparent counter-demonstration in western Kermanshah today, where last week authorities say a 3-year-old girl was killed in riots. State-affiliated media say more than 100 security forces members have been killed in the protests so far. Those protests continuing today. This increasingly ruthless crackdown not yet having its intended effect, but leaving one key question so far unanswered. Has it crossed Donald Trump's red line? Will he now order his threatened military action?
Well, earlier I spoke to Iranian-American journalist and activist Masih Alinejad, who has been demanding change from outside Iran. I asked her what she had found out about the number of demonstrators killed.
Heartbreaking. Massacre is taking place in Iran. You know, I've received a message from one of the activists inside Iran using his Starlink, saying that he is witnessing how unarmed people being killed in front of the eyes of their family members. Over 2,000 people have been killed. I know that people are ready to end this regime, but with empty hand, believe me, the regime is going to slaughter innocent and unarmed people more and more.
It's so difficult to get a real estimate and a handle with what's going on because we don't have any communication. I wonder what you are hearing from your friends and your family.
We are in touch. People are actually witnessing massacre, mass killings, and they actually sending us videos. You see how their lifeless bodies are on the top of each other in hospital. You see how family members are trying to identify their beloved one. My heart is broken when I see that leaders of free world kept quiet. I really want to know, where is the UK Prime Minister? Where is Europe?
So what should the international community do right now? You've heard President Trump say we're going to be hitting them very hard. And we've also seen that he's getting briefings about military action. What needs to be done?
Whether you like it or not, people inside Iran welcoming the decision of President Trump They need to see action, not empty words. But I guess this is the Berlin Wall moment of Iran. The Europe should be brave. They should join the United States of America. The Europe should be united and stand with the people of Iran. They have to downgrade their diplomatic ties with this murderous regime. They don't understand the language of diplomacy. Cut down the embassy and echo the voice of Iranian people.
How does this compare to what we have seen before in 2022, in 2009? Is this now something different that you're seeing?
It is. It is different. It is different. I see that the fear is gone. It's gone. People are showing their face, using their own social media before going to the street with their own identity because they are fed up. So this is the continuation of 6 major uprisings took place in Iran. And I think this is not a protest anymore. It is a revolution. It is a revolution when unarmed people in the streets saying that we're not going back home, when they're calling President Trump, when they're calling the free world to help them to end the Islamic Republic.
And just finally, if this is the end of the regime, you say this is a revolution, then what's next for Iran?
Secular democracy. So simple. I keep hearing that a lot of people in the West are scaring us, saying that this is going to be a chaos. No one made chaos in the region more than the Islamic Republic did. Just believe that Iranian people deserve to have the same freedom that you take it for granted in the UK, in America, everywhere. We, the women, deserve to have the same freedom without getting beaten up by a bunch of backward Islamist Sharia laws police telling us what to wear. We deserve to have dignity. And a secular democracy is the demand of this people taking to the streets.
Masih Alinejad, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, joining me now is the Conservative MP and former Security Minister, Tom Tugendhat. Thank you for braving the rain out there. Masih believes this is the beginning of the end of the regime. Is there a danger, though, that she's getting carried away and some others are getting carried away and we could have the Revolutionary Guard still in place in Iran?
Well, I think what you're seeing, and Masih's extremely clear about it, and I think she's correct, is the end of 47 years of oppression. And you're seeing it in various different ways. You've seen millions of people out on the streets. It's completely clear. Sadly, we've now seen many, many people killed. I'm not going to put a number on it, but certainly there's many images coming through very clearly of hospitals and sadly of many people who've been killed by the regime. So we know what's going on. This isn't a protest. This is a revolution.
So what should the international community be doing? Would you expect them to be doing a little bit more to help Iranian people who, as you say, want change?
Well, I think the first thing that we can do is make sure people know what's going on around their own country and outside. And I say that because inside the country, the internet's been cut off, the phone lines are down in a lot of places, electricity has been interrupted. But we are told, in fact, I've got friends who've passed on the information that satellite images are getting through, satellite news is still getting through. So making sure people have access to news, know what's going on and can't be silenced is incredibly important. The second thing, and I think here Masih's absolutely right, look, the regime has got envoys all around the world, some of whom have been hiding money in various different jurisdictions, and we need to make sure that they're not able to move it. Now, that means not in the UK, but in other countries where they still have access to finances, we stop it. Because this regime is running out of money. It's not getting its drugs money from Hezbollah carrying drugs from Venezuela to Africa and on to Europe. It's not getting its oil money because the Venezuelan banking system that was laundering it for them has largely been closed down. So what we need to do is make sure this regime has nowhere left to turn.
What about military options? We're hearing that Trump is getting options and we'll hear more on Tuesday. Do you expect or do you think that the UK government will join in with that?
I wouldn't expect the UK government to do so. Look, we have a very different history in Iran. You don't need me to go into it, but it hasn't always been one that has been very welcomed in Iran, and I'm not sure we would be a helpful addition to that. I do think, however, that the UK government has a really clear role in standing up for the Iranian people, in making it absolutely clear in areas like the one that Kemi Badnock set out this morning, that the UN Convention on Refugees, 1951 Convention, means that those who are guilty of war crimes, those who are guilty of criminal acts like the leaders of the regime, and those who are have caused so much harm around the world do not have the right of asylum. So when the regime leaders try to flee, we can send them back.
And just finally, Tom, if we're looking at the regime being toppled, if this is the Berlin Wall moment, you've seen regime change in Iraq and Afghanistan. What next for the people of Iran?
Well, look, that's a matter for them. It's not a matter for me, whether it's a constitutional monarchy, whether it's a republic, whether it's a whatever system of government they choose is up to them. What's really important, though, is that we start acting immediately, and I do mean right now, in getting together friends and allies to make sure that when that change happens, it's able to deliver a difference immediately, because we know that this country has not only got runaway inflation, but it's also got food shortages, it's got medicine shortages. We can fix those quickly, and helping to get their energy up and running is important.
Ryan, that was your time to hit the like, share, subscribe, everybody. Here we go. Now we're going to talk about, it's going to be like Venezuela, Cuba, everything. It's going to get a little bit more in depth here. Got a handful more to go.
Are big political headlines that everybody is watching. Thanks for being here.
He took off.
Thanks, So let's start off with the international news following the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Today, President Trump issuing another warning to Cuba. And we're going to read this out, and then I'll get kind of your take on this. So today, President Trump issued that next warning, saying that Cuba has long lived off of Venezuelan oil and money under Maduro's leadership, but he says not anymore. This is the post from President Trump on Truth Social. He said, Cuba lived for many years on large amounts of oil and money from Venezuela. In return, Cuba provided security services for the last two Venezuelan dictators, but not anymore. Most of them are dead from the last week's U.S. Venezuela doesn't need protection anymore from the thugs and extortionists who held them hostage for so many years. Venezuela now has the United States of America, the most powerful military in the world by far, to protect them, and to protect them we will. There will be no more oil or money going to Cuba. Zero. I strongly suggest they make a deal before it's too late. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And Cuba's president also responding after President Trump put that out on Truth Social. He said, and this is translated from X, they say they have no moral authority to point fingers at Cuba on anything, absolutely anything. Those who turn everything into a business, even human lives. Those who today hysterically drain their rage against our nation do so sick with fury over this people's sovereign decision to choose its political model. So that's a little bit of the back and forth between President Trump and Cuba today. So what kind of deal is President Trump urging here, and what can you tell us about these threats to Cuba following Maduro's capture?
That's the thing, that it's really not clear what kind of deal he's talking about. This is an escalation. Clearly, he's been talking about Cuba after what happened in Venezuela, for several days. He mentioned it pretty much every day last week, but he always said he didn't think military action would be necessary. He sort of felt like the government in Cuba that's been in power since the revolution in 1959 would sort of collapse on its own. It didn't need any sort of military intervention or U.S. intervention. Today, I think he made a point once of saying like Cuba didn't have any oil and it was a different sort of situation than Venezuela, even though he also has said before that, that the island really depended on Venezuela for support. It got a lot of reduced price oil. It got a lot of things like doctors and social support from Venezuela, so it relied on Venezuela very heavily. He's correct there. Now that he's basically saying that like they better do something before it's too late, without exactly saying what that is, that's clearly an escalation. It's hard to sort of know exactly what that will lead to. there are not a lot of sort of discussions going on back channel wise between Havana and Washington. These are not traditionally powers that sort of talk very much, and the Trump administration, has not enjoyed a close relationship going back to his first term with the Cubans. So, it's possible that there are sort of back channel things going on, and he's just signaling publicly something that they know is already happening. But there's been no symbol that that's happening so far in public. And he's really sort of ratcheting up the pressure on Cuba. The other point that I want to make that I think is interesting is he's also talked a lot about Iran, right? And one of the things he said several times this week was if there were killings during the protests that are going on, the widespread protests in Iran, the U.S. might consider taking action there. There have been killings, right? The numbers have gone up into more than 500 by our estimate. Some groups haven't even harmed. He has not talked publicly about Iran. Instead, he's sort of focused on Cuba. There have been some discussions that do some reporting saying that the administration is keeping its options open in terms of military action or at least escalating things with Iran. But he's not taking that tack publicly the way he is with Cuba.
Of course, a lot of focus from the White House on these international relations. We're going to keep watching both of those stories, of course, and anything that Trump chooses to say today. Of course, we keep seeing these updates and these threats of sorts on both of those stories in Iran and Cuba. And here in the U.S., though, we're having a lot of internal conflict, especially following the fatal ICE-related shooting in Minneapolis. We've seen a lot of protests. We're actually seeing one happening right now in Minneapolis. This is a live look there. And of course, a lot of conflicting reports about what actually happened. So what are you hearing on your end, especially as more video is coming out, people still sticking to those conflicting stories?
Well, right, I think that's right. This is something that the vice president talked about forcefully, and also President Trump. And then we had, Secretary Noem, who was on some of the Sunday shows today and talked about this too, and essentially said they feel like law enforcement was doing its job, and there was a direct threat here, and that nobody was sort of happy or rooting for someone to get killed. Obviously, that's a tragedy, but they really felt like that death happened in the line of while the ICE officer was doing his job and sort of at work. Obviously the protesters, a lot of people on the other side of this issue say, if you look at this video very clearly, she was trying to pull away. What we know for sure is that it's still early in the investigation, right? I think we don't really know exactly what the investigation is what all of the facts are going to reveal. And so basically, the administration continues to sort of say, like, support police and protesters are wrong, and they've martyred a person who doesn't deserve it. And the protesters say this is a police state that's taking over. It's an example of something that would happen when you have this kind of militarization. These accusations are really only going to intensify, I think. And, the investigation will be ongoing. It's possible we'll get more, facts as to sort of what happened. But you can watch the video and sort of draw your own conclusions. And obviously, emotions are running high on both sides and will continue to do so, I think, throughout this coming week.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over?
And we have a lot of headlines here in the U.S., so we want to move on to another one.
Who don't you
that
give
has
a
people
F
talking.
about?
President
Put 'em in the
Trump
corner.
later this week
Let
is
'em
going to be in
sit on
Detroit
the
speaking
dizzle
about
for
the
10
economy.
seconds or a
What can we
minute.
expect
Let 'em
from that stage?
understand
We
where
also
he's
know the Trump administration has some big plans for credit card debt. What do we know about these economic
I'm the
plans
real
coming up for
dictator
the
of this
administration?
bitch. Don't forget it.
Right. Well, the speech in Detroit on Tuesday, as you mentioned, will be economic focused. This is something that the administration has said
I gotta reset my.
he would be going out, traveling more domestically, which he didn't really do a lot of during the first almost year of his term, the opening months, really until the November election, where we saw Democrats win with the Democratic government candidates win in Virginia and New Jersey. The White House said, we're going to focus more on talking about affordability, talking about kitchen table issues, and really sort of stressing what they see as the administration working to bring prices down. That has to do with oil prices, but there's all sorts of other things. And on Friday night, the president posted about capping credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And that would be another way to potentially save Americans big money, potentially billions of dollars, right, for everyone who has a credit card. And if you haven't paid the debts, immediately that interest can go up quite quickly. So capping that could make a big difference. Of course, the credit card companies oppose this. The banking industry has already said this isn't workable, it isn't feasible, and we haven't really talked about how this might happen in Congress or through an executive action. So it's still sort of early in the process. But I do think it's not a coincidence that you have, even while all the sort of churn is going on internationally and all the different fronts that the president's talked about overseas, he's still talking about trying to lower prices for Americans and trying to show at least that he feels like his time in the White House has been effective in helping to lower prices and making this sort of everyday life a little bit more affordable. Because I do think there's there'll be a lot of pressure on the Republicans in Congress heading in the midterms to sort of show progress on this issue.
Yeah, and it's going to be a busy week for President Trump. We were just talking about the fallout from the capture of Nicolas Maduro, and President Trump actually says he'll be meeting with the Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Machado sometime this coming week. Do we know exactly when and where that would happen, and what can we expect from those discussions?
Right, we don't. He suggested last week that it was coming up this week. We don't have a set date. We don't really know exactly what that will look like. Obviously both sides are anxious to meet. I think that she very much wants to come to the United States and sort of be seen as somebody that was helped out by the operation that took down President Maduro. And in the Trump administration, obviously, has said nice, the president himself and his administration has said nice things about her. The big question is, will she be willing to sort of hand back the Nobel Peace Prize, which she won, right? And sort of has said that she won, but is willing to sort of share with President Trump because of his work around the world to sort of calm some conflicts. The Nobel Committee says that's not something they're going to allow. But when the meeting does happen, whatever day it is this week and whatever it looks like, certainly that will be something that's discussed, and it will be brought up, even if the Nobel Committee says that it's not allowed.
All right, and last question here, Will. This is a headline that has a lot of people talking this week. So according to the Associated Press, the Smithsonian has removed references to President Trump's impeachments from his portrait at that National Gallery. Was this done due to pressure from the Trump administration? And is this something that could maybe be reversed in the future with future administrations?
It's a good question. The White House isn't talking about this. They're certainly not talking about pressure. They haven't sort of commented publicly on it, but some of my colleagues sort of discovered this was happening, and we were able to report on it. It does come after the president ordered, several months ago, a comprehensive look at the Smithsonian. He really felt like there were that and a bunch of very prestigious sort of very well known and very prestigious museums in the country were maybe a little too politically correct, I guess is a way to put it sort of delicately. He felt like the history was maybe a little bit too skewed at what he called towards the left. And he ordered this review. And now, this months later, when it comes to the portrait of President Trump and the references to his first term, there is no more impeachment. It's been removed. Could it be put back? Of course it could. The portrait of the president Trump is going to remain up, as a former president from the first term, and once his second term is over, and the Smithsonian could reverse this going forward. In fact, our reporting is it's not a sort of hard and fast rule. It's a change that's been made. It could sort of be changed back. But it is interesting, and it does show it's yet another sort of step that the administration has taken to really bolster the president's public interest, public image, when it comes to how he stands, not just in sort of social culture and places like the Kennedy Center, but even in history when it comes to museums.
All right, Will Weiss.
All right, everybody, hit the like, share, subscribe. This one should be interesting. I'm interested. I was saving these for the last. There's like a handful of I don't know though, but they look good to me. Look way more interesting than what the ice stuff. Hold on, guys. I want to get yes.
I'm sitting in a new seat today, so I keep slipping and knocking myself off mine. That's why it keeps happening. My bad.
Oh, It was a damn.
Over there, dude.
On
Oh,
U.S. and
okay.
Syrian soldiers last month.
Sorry.
The attack resulted in the deaths of 2 American soldiers and 1 civilian interpreter. U.S. Central Command called the strikes part of an effort to root out Islamic terrorism in the region. They came on the same day as the U.S. Special Envoy for Syria, Tom Barak, was meeting with the country's president. Today on social media, Barak urged Syria's neighbors to support President Trump's vision for Syria's historic transition into a unified and sovereign nation. Mass protests in Iran are showing no sign of slowing down today. On Truth Social, President Trump said Iran is looking at freedom, perhaps like never before. He said the U.S. stands ready to help the protests also have supporters here in New York City. And Iran Freedom Rally took place Friday at Washington Square Park in Manhattan. Here's what they had to say.
I want them to have basic human rights, something that we take for granted here. That's my hopes for Iran. And I want to go back. And I want to step foot back into my native country again. And I want my dad to see a free Iran. So that's my hopes.
I feel Maduro, it was definitely like a American victory, but I definitely feel like what happened with Maduro really like translated to hope for the people of Iran to say, hey, you know, like Trump does not play games. He does not mess around, and that he is with the protesters of Iran, unlike the previous administrations who kind of like just ignored it and just did their own thing. But Trump is definitely, like I said, more involved with the people of Iran. And he said, like, if the Islamic regime and the Ayatollah mess around, he will handle business and he will take care of it, which I strongly have faith in him, because like I've seen what he did back June, you know, when he struck the nuclear sites and when he was always like applying the maximum pressure to Iran.
Millions of people have came out on the streets across Iran. It's so uncontrollable, and they have outnumbered the security forces so much that the government decided.
No human rights in the United States? Where do you live? Either you don't live in the United States, or if you do, you're stupid.
Decided to shut down the internet. Also considering the threat that President Trump made, they have shut down the internet. They have cut off the landlines. Just think about that. People are not able to call their loved ones, not only internet. So people are sitting in complete blackouts so that the government can start their killing spree in complete silence while the world is not watching. So it is very important for us right now to be the voice of our people who don't have a voice right now.
Iran's authorities signaled today they could intensify their crackdown on the anti-government demonstrations. The Revolutionary Guards are blaming the protests on terrorists and have vowed to safeguard the governing system. Demonstrations started last month in response to soaring inflation, but have expanded into challenges against the government. The exiled Crown Prince of Iran has emerged as a prominent voice in the opposition. He's now calling for a revolt to topple the Islamic regime. Mississippi authorities have charged a 24-year-old man with murder after 6 people, including a child, were killed in a series of shootings. The Clay County Sheriff said the victims, 4 family members related to the suspect, and 2 other adults were shot at 3 separate locations late Friday. The youngest victim, a 7-year-old, was a cousin of the suspect. The suspect has been charged with first-degree murder that could be upgraded to capital murder. Today, anti-ICE protests continue in Minnesota, with many others reportedly planned across the country this weekend in response to the death of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Good accelerated her car toward a federal agent, a move federal authorities say was an attempt to run over him, prompting the agent to open fire. Thousands of people marched in Minneapolis today. The gathering was one of many protests planned in towns and cities across the nation this weekend. Some of these events are being dubbed ICE Out for Good Weekend of Action by protest organizer Indivisible. Last night in Minneapolis, police detained 30 protesters after an unlawful assembly was declared. Protesters targeted a series of hotels where they suspected immigration agents were staying. Police say demonstrators forced themselves into the Hilton Canopy Hotel, while others caused $6,000 in damage to the windows and walls of the Depot Renaissance Hotel. The protesters who were detained were cited and later released.
From a dramatic capture of a dictator and a massive trade deficit drop to revamped health guidelines focused on natural foods, this week saw major changes from the Trump administration. NTD's Daniel Monahan has your White House week in review.
In a daring overnight operation last weekend, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were taken into custody to face charges in the United States.
The bravery was incredible. Let's see, they got off the helicopter and the bullets were flying all over the place.
Maduro was flown to New York, later passing the Statue of Liberty, and arraigned in a federal court on Monday, where he pleaded not guilty. President Trump addressed questions about leadership in Venezuela following Maduro's capture.
And don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
We're in charge.
Massive protests took place all week in Iran, with demonstrators marching through Iran's capital and other major cities. President Trump has repeatedly threatened Tehran if it kills protesters.
We'll take a look. We're watching it very closely. If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States.
President Trump proposed increasing the Pentagon budget by 66% to $1.5 trillion by 2027, saying it would deliver what he calls America's dream military, commenting on Fox News.
We need it because there are some real threats out there.
The trade deficit shrank to around $29 billion in October, the narrowest gap since June 2009, and a 39% decrease from September. CNBC called the numbers unreal.
We haven't been that small in a long time. I don't have enough records here to go back that far.
Vice President J.D. Vance called on Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to step down, as the state has been racked by a massive alleged fraud scandal.
I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least, he looked the other way.
Minnesota was also the site of an ICE officer-involved shooting, where an officer shot as a car sped toward him, killing the driver. Governor Walz criticized federal enforcement tactics.
There is no verifiable evidence that any of this is making America safer.
The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day.
HHS announced new guidelines for a healthy diet.
Real food, protein, dairy, fruit and vegetables, and then grains, whole grains. That's what America should be eating, and that is what the science says.
We are going to finally address the root causes of our broken healthcare system: insulin resistance and general body inflammation, advanced by the protein-poor, micronutrient-poor, ultra-processed, refined carbohydrate diet that kids are addicted to today.
The Trump administration announced the U.S. will exit 66 international organizations and agreements, including 31 tied to the United Nations. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said many were dominated by progressive ideology and detached from national interests. President Trump again described Greenland as vital to U.S. national security.
Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place.
President Trump also moved to ban institutional investors from purchasing single-family homes, a policy aimed at lowering housing costs. Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
The Trump administration's action in Venezuela is stirring up a heated debate on Capitol Hill. Defense officials briefed lawmakers this week, and Democrats forced a vote to limit further U.S. military action in the country. NTD's Melina Weisskopf has the Capitol Hill roundup.
Republicans returned to Capitol Hill this week, quick to defend the Trump administration's removal of communist dictator Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela.
Under President Trump, the United States will no longer allow criminal regimes to profit from wreaking havoc and destruction on our country.
The people in Miami, the people of the area that I represent, are very happy that Nicolas Maduro is out of the way. And now, hopefully, it paves the way for a free and democratic Venezuela.
Though most Democrats critical of the administration's choice to take military action without congressional approval. On Thursday, Democrats and 5 Republicans advanced a resolution to curtail President Trump's authority to order further military action on Venezuela.
And then a debate, finally, after months,
about this military operation.
Following a classified briefing from defense and justice officials, some lawmakers raised concerns about what they described as a lack of clarity on the plans ahead.
There are a lot of questions from both Democrats and Republicans about what comes next, what the timeline is.
That's what you always say when it's the other party. The bottom line is we've gone into great detail with them about the planning. We've described it to him.
Senator John Fetterman once again breaking with the general Democrat messaging, praising Trump's actions after the U.S. military seized sanctioned oil tankers.
I love it. I love it. Finally standing up and pushing back on Russia.
As for other key congressional action, House lawmakers held the first public hearing to expose a multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme taking place in Minnesota.
And Minnesota's Democrat leadership have either been asleep at the wheel or complicit in these crimes.
One state lawmaker revealed that people who tried to report the fraud faced retaliation.
Threats of being fired with cause, which means you do not get unemployment insurance in the state of Minnesota, being blacklisted from all state agencies.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has repeatedly defended his handling of the massive fraud, but following national scrutiny, he decided to drop his re-election campaign to serve for a third term. Democrat Senator Amy Klobuchar is now eyeing the spot. In other news, lawmakers are grieving the passing of late Congressman Doug LaMalfa. The longtime Republican from Northern California died on Tuesday. Lawmakers from both parties offered condolences.
It really shook us. Doug was a great man. He really was truly a great man. He's a lifelong resident of Northern California and deeply loved the people he represented. He was a fierce fighter, as you've heard.
Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries in a statement wrote, "It was an honor to witness firsthand his passion and personal resolve for more than a decade." President Trump dedicated his speech to the entire Republican caucus to late Congressman LaMalfa.
I was really saddened by his passing and was thinking about not even doing the speech in his honor. But then I decided that I have to do it in his honor. I'll do it in his honor because he would have wanted it that way. He would have wanted it that way.
California will need to hold a special election to replace LaMalfa in the coming weeks. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Melina Weisskopf, NTD News.
Coming up, a discussion on our nation's 250th anniversary this year. Why is it so significant? A U.S. Navy SEAL veteran joins us after the break. Before the new year was to launch Freedom 250, a task force created to carry out events to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. Now, it's working in conjunction with America 250, a congressional committee. These patriotic events are meant to serve as a reminder to Americans of our nation's heritage and the remarkable story of American independence. So joining me to discuss the significance of America's 250th anniversary is Mike Seriali, a U.S. Navy SEAL veteran and the Chief Talent Officer for Overwatch Mission Critical. Thank you so much for joining us, Mike.
Thanks, Arlene.
Now, President Trump has a number of big events planned this year, like a prayer gathering at the National Mall on May 17th and the Great American State Fair starting on June 25th. So what will this 250th anniversary mean for the nation?
I think it comes at an interesting time, and you've got to go back to the founding fathers who took all the risk alongside all the patriots, the colonials who fought against tyranny. If they were here today, I think they would be in awe and tears that we've made it this far, that we unlocked human potential and innovation to a rate that humanity has never seen, as Reagan once said. But, we can't sugarcoat the state of divisiveness within our nation right now. And I think this gives us an opportunity to reinforce the ideals and the values under which this country was founded, and see if we can't find some commonality to get back to what the true intent of our founding fathers was. And I think through a year of celebrations, not just one celebration on July 4th, but a year of celebration and remembrance for the 1 million+ Americans who've laid down their lives for our freedom. Hopefully people that have never seen just horror like that combat, the Civil War, World War II, the War for Independence, hopefully they can find some way to understand the sacrifice that it took to get here today. And I think for a lot of Americans, that's a very difficult task to ask.
Now, I just want to follow up on that. You talk about the founding fathers and that they would be in tears today if they saw, what we're doing today. And when we think of July 4th, many people may associate it with fireworks and eating hot dogs. But talk about how important it is for all Americans to know and understand our founding principles and what those values hold and mean for us.
Well, hey, the fireworks and hot dogs, it's not a bad way to celebrate. It puts a bow on what is just a truly unique day. But we founded this nation, our founding fathers, with Judeo-Christian values. And the principles of free speech and the right to bear arms. And we've come to a point where we have such polar opposites in our beliefs. The left has a vision, the right has a vision. It's not for me to say which one is right or which one is wrong. I know where I believe, and it falls within the conservative camp. But let's take the border issue and what happened in Minnesota recently. We are a sovereign nation, and sovereignty is not evil. It is survival for what we believe in and what some Americans, not all, are willing to die for. And you can't have sovereignty without borders. You can't have borders without enforcement, and you can't have enforcement without a few good Americans who are willing to just uphold the law. And I don't expect for a lot of Americans to understand that. And to give you a point, Arlene, when the War for Independence started, the colonists never received more than 45% support from those that lived in the colonies to stand up for what is right and fight against the British. That shows that the minority always carries the load for the majority. But we've got to remember, that this was founded on the Constitution, which sets the framework for us to live, to govern. And some people just want to trample right over it. And so, again, the minority will stand for what is right. And they've usually almost all times been victorious in what is, I say, a just fight.
Now, you talk about free speech and standing up for what is right. And President Trump's goal has always been to make America great again. And he's referring to a time when there was a lot of respect and admiration for American freedom, as you talk about, and prosperity. But with the passage of time, many have lost that respect. So could the president's celebrations somehow reignite our faith and hope for this country and inspire people to support his vision?
I would love to be the optimist here and say, yes, I believe that the potential of these celebrations of our 250th can convince 50% of our country. But the truth is no. You look at what President Trump has done. He's trying to return, not only culturally to the values we once had, but he's actually reestablishing what I believe is just across the world, moral clarity. I think the hatred for President Trump overrides moral clarity for the left. That's my opinion. And I'll give you an example. There are those that in the left was screaming for the removal of Maduro. President Trump does what they were screaming for a year ago, and now they want to cry constitutional law. President Trump didn't add to the instability of the Western Hemisphere. He removed the source of it when he removed Maduro from power. I think we lack the moral clarity. Moral clarity requires hard, uncomfortable decisions for what is right, not only for America, the Western Hemisphere, but the world. And his actions in the Western Hemisphere, removing Russia and China from our doorstep, who are fighting through asymmetric means that have a long-term view on overtaking America, he just cut them off at the knees. So, that was a bold and necessary decision. And again, half of the country will not respect that. And so it is that divisiveness. And I don't have the right answer to what brings us together. And maybe the right question is it even possible to come back together? But at the end of the day, to me, and someone who served 20 years alongside some of the best men and women I've ever met, and just watching selfless valor for something they believe in, this country, I have a different perspective than most Americans who have never traveled the world or seen a third world country, which is 85% of the world.
Now, you talk about divisiveness today and a lack of moral clarity, but our founders seriously contemplated what this new nation's values should be, and they leaned on God for moral inspiration. But we're losing this, as you say, we're losing those values to things like anti-American thought, for example, critical race theory. And these all bring to mind the Marxist ideologies that we've seen in other countries like communist China. So how important do you think it is to celebrate our nation and values to counter these anti-American ideologies?
Just look to the world and study history. If you want a current modern event, look at Venezuela, a people that were ruled by a socialistic dictator who oppressed his people, who murdered his people, who imprisoned his people. And once Maduro was removed, what did they do? They sang, they danced, they cried in the streets. Finally, a free people. That's what America stands for. And so socialism and Marxism or communism will never have a place here. And we see what's going on with New York with the first socialist democratic mayor. That is an experiment, which I can tell you, I've seen this movie before, which will end badly. New York is worse off because of the situation they're in. So, it just takes a few brave people to stand against that. What I think a lot of Americans miss is that patriotism. And if you want to be extreme, call it nationalism, for the ideals that we believe in, is the social glue that held this country together for 250 years. And we are seeing it eroded. And you know what? I think you brought up critical race theory. We brought up these woke DEI policies. They proved ineffective. They proved just to be a utter and abysmal disaster. And I do think that the pendulum is starting to swing back the other way, that people were done with it. They were just fed up with it. And if people want to protest ICE, if they want to try to hit ICE members with their, ICE officers or agents with their car, we're just going to follow the law, the letter of the law. And ultimately we will prevail, but we've got to be patient. We've got to demonstrate restraint and just stand by the values you live in. And usually when you do that, you persevere and we come out stronger.
Now, we know President Trump is planning some very big events this year. It started on New Year's Day with the celebration at the National Mall. But after these celebrations are over, what will the president need to do to keep the momentum going in this goal of his to make America great again?
Not listen to those that support anti-American values. Continue to show the moral clarity and the moral courage to do what he thinks is right, to I would say reunify this country, but to put this country in a better place than it was, to close off our borders, with what he's done in Venezuela, to reset the global chessboard, to reach out to our allies and hold them accountable as he has with NATO. I think he's done a fabulous job. Again, very few are going to give him credit. He's ended close to 10 wars. He is a president that believes in peace, but he is willing to do what is necessary, the hard decisions, when someone is a threat to our sovereignty and our people, and he's done just that. So, I can only applaud him, while others will decry him, and that's fine. Leadership is a very difficult thing. It's not a popularity contest. It's doing what is right for the organization. And in his case, what is right for the country and what is right for the world, because usually what is right for America brings peace and prosperity to the rest of the world. But this sense of appeasement that we've had for arguably the last decade, of trying to appease our foreign adversaries or our enemies or appease allies without holding them accountable, it has proved ineffective. In Arlene, I'll say this, a lot of companies are fearful of upsetting the woke left. In our company, Overwatch Mission Critical, the first thing we do every morning is hold a daily muster at 9 a.m. And the first thing we do during that daily muster is we play the national anthem to remember, to rally around one thing that unites us. And we may be a company that's only 300 people, but we feel that unity that, we may be in the private sector and I'm not in the military anymore, but we have a goal, and that is to strengthen the U.S. economy, which arms our military with the budget, the resources that they need to protect freedom across the world. And it's funny, we've had certain people object to doing that. And guess what? We made it optional, not mandatory. We cannot, and we should not try to pull people back in to the fold who just absolutely see something or have ideals that are anti-American. Let them do their thing. But if we can pull ones and twos here from here and there, and remind them of the sacrifices that people had to make, why the ideals have worked for 250 years, maybe there's a chance that we can slowly turn this country in the right direction. And I think President Trump is doing that.
Well, with what President Trump has planned, I'm sure so many Americans are going to be very inspired by it. Mike Serial, U.S. Navy SEAL veteran, thank you so much for joining us. Coming up in the NFL, the playoffs.
I don't think we want to talk about the NFL playoffs. Let's get into
No, but it's a good time to hit the like, share, and subscribe.
Thank you, Ryan. We're almost done with this run. Should I do the ice one after this or what, chat? Let me know.
U.S., particularly that had a lot of headlines come out of it, was New York City. Joining us live now is Lisa Evers with our team at Fox 5 in New York. Lisa, I say it every time, but this week, for some reason, it felt like such big news came out of the Big Apple.
Well, it was big. It was very big news, and it did. There were several days, and there were huge stories, both locally and nationally, and even internationally. Corral. We started out the week with Monday at federal court. That's where I was as they brought in Nicolas Maduro, the ousted Venezuelan president, and his wife into the federal court in Lower Manhattan. This is the same courthouse where you saw me at the Diddy trial, where we were reporting from there. This is the same courthouse that has been home to many, many high-profile cases. So the security was unbelievable. They had him coming by helicopter from the Metropolitan Detention Center, where he and his wife have been for now just a little bit over a week. There's a helicopter right there. They brought him by helicopter just because that was considered more secure than taking him on streets and through the tunnel or through a bridge. There's the armored car that carried them. And they brought them from this Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn by air into Lower Manhattan, Wall Street, Lower Manhattan heliport. And then they drove him and his wife in the armored car to the actual courthouse. To say there was tight security, Corral, and I've covered a lot of these cases. I've seen a lot of, different security levels. This was the tightest that I have ever seen. And many of my colleagues felt the same way too. And a lot of the lawyers that we were talking with who are down there, down in the courthouse area all the time, they had rings of security around. It wasn't just the courthouse building or the road leading to the courthouse. It was the roads around the courthouse, the streets around the courthouse. And there's a number of other courthouses there. Those other courthouses were on extra high alert just in case somebody tried to come through and do with a distraction, with some type of some type of violence or some type of protest or whatever. So sections of the streets were blocked off. It was unbelievable security. And then when you think about it, I mean, Maduro and his wife, they went from being, Saturday morning, they're woken up by special forces and by U.S. forces that are taking them into custody. So like a week and a half ago, they were living in a presidential palace. Now they're in a maximum security federal detention center in Brooklyn, one of the most notorious in the country in terms of the harshness of the conditions. And there's no VIP suite, there's no presidential suite, there's no room upgrade or cell upgrade there. It is really harsh, very harsh circumstances. So that's where they are now. But this was a stunning charge that was brought against him, this indictment against Maduro and his wife. and 4 other people who, by the way, included their son and also included some other government officials, and also included, which my eyes, when I saw that, I was like, wow, the alleged head of the Tren de Aragua gang, all included on the superseding narco trafficking as an act of terrorism charge. And it's the beginning. You know, this was the beginning of what we've been seeing now, day by day by day, unfold there. And it's mind-boggling, the scope of this. Correll?
And it all happened so quickly, Lisa. I mean, U.S. strikes overnight on Saturday. Monday, we already have Maduro making his first court appearance in New York. Before we move on from this, which feels like so long ago already because there's been so many stories we've been covering the last several days, this case and the trial against Maduro is going to be one of those where no cameras are allowed inside of the courtroom, Lisa. So what can you tell us about what it was like to be inside of that courtroom? What was Maduro's demeanor like? What did we see?
Well, I was actually outside reporting live because we had so many live hits that we had to do. We were doing continuing coverage. One of my colleagues was inside the courtroom. Maduro, everything, he was speaking in Spanish. He had headphones on. His wife had headphones. You see him in that court sketch there. He's got the blue prison jumpsuit on. He and his wife were both in the jumpsuits, listening in Spanish. And then when the judge asked them to identify themselves, he identified himself as, I'm Nicolas Maduro. I am the president of Venezuela, standing up, like very defiant in terms of asserting his power. Like he was trying to understand, I think, what was happening because, like you said, everything happened so very, very fast. But let's keep in mind, Corral, there's indictments, federal indictments from the Southern District, which is the crown jewel of the federal court system here in New York City, in the New York area. And there have been indictments against him going back to 2017. So what this one alleges is that this whole narco trafficking was being done in cooperation or in collusion with the Tren de Aragua, the violent Venezuelan gang that we've done. You have too. So we've done so many stories about their activities, the violence, the level of sophistication, the level of organization. But the crazy thing is that now as they try to figure out how to stabilize Venezuela enough so that President Trump can follow through on whatever plans there are there to try to get a regime that is more fair to the people there. There are the other four people named on the 6-person indictment that brought Maduro. There he is coming in right now. You can see he's a very tall man too. He's about 6'3". He was brought into the courthouse. 4 of them are still in Venezuela, including Nicolásito, called the Prince, who is their son. So it's not clear, what's going to happen moving forward. Are they going to try to get them? Are they going to, what's really going to happen? But clearly there's some type of a plan because what a former U.S. official said, listen, we learned from Iraq, if you take out the whole regime, you're just going to end up fighting whoever are the insurgents there, and you're not going to be able to rebuild. And it's very clear that the administration wants to rebuild very, very quickly with this. Corral?
And then just kind of moving on from this also, Lisa, because this was the major headline from earlier this week. Toward the end of the week, though, we did see Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. She also was there in New York City to talk about immigration enforcement operations. It all ties in together, and this did come right after that deadly ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. So talk to us about what Secretary Noem had to say as she also spoke to New Yorkers.
Well, she faced a very tough audience because this was this was about 24 hours after the fatal shooting by an ICE agent of a civilian protester in Minneapolis. And so obviously she knew that was going to be the question. We were in the conference room at Customs and Border Patrol in Lower Manhattan at the World Trade Center. Everybody packed into this small conference room, all the media, local, national, international. And she was announcing first, which was the sensible reason for the press conference, was to announce that they had arrested about 65 members of Tren de Aragua, including some members of the Dominican gang Trinitarios gang, and talking about they were involved in a shooting last summer of a Customs and Border Patrol officer, but talking about how these violent gangs, they were going to continue to go after them. This Trinitarios has been active in New York City for for years, mostly a Dominican gang in this particular incident, but she wanted to say, listen, we are going to continue. We're going to continue to go after these violent gangs like Tren de Aragua, like the Trinitarios, and bring them to justice. And she just did not back down. She was really getting grilled by the media. People were saying, oh, you have blood on your hands because of what happened in Minneapolis, and some very harsh things. She never lost her composure, but she stuck to her point of view, and also the administration's position that was a justified shooting. And the New York media was like, wait a minute, what's happening here? But she went into that building. Even if she came in underground, she had to see the hundreds of protesters that were out on the streets of New York that particular day. But it's clear that there's a division in people's minds. Like, most people, you talk to them here, like they'll say, yeah, of course we want ICE to, if they're here illegally, they're sex offenders, they're members of violent gangs, they've committed crimes. We want them out of the United States. But then again, people are questioning, what are the tactics of ICE? What are the identifiers? How do we know when they're operating? So just a lot of questions that are still lingering there that people want answers to, Carell.
And then just one final point that I'd like from you, Lisa, when it comes to the tactics that ICE is using, what are we hearing from local leaders there in New York City, specifically from Mayor Zoran Mamdani?
Well, understand too, Carell, one thing is that there's in New York City, and we've kind of touched on this before in the past with terrorism stories. There's been a very interwoven network of law enforcement officials on the city level, the state level, and the federal level, particularly New York City, like the Joint Terrorism Task Force with the FBI. They have worked with DHS on a number of cases. The feds have had access to some of their data about who they've arrested, because NYPD has a policy of not asking when somebody's arrested if they're a citizen or not. But the New York elected officials, from the mayor, who did not have enough of a security clearance or did not have any security clearance and was really not informed about anything. And it's not clear if that's ever really been done before in the past anyway. But there were also some of the local officials were denouncing DHS. They were denouncing ICE. They were using very strong language about this. But the fact of the matter is, and then also Secretary Noem and the head of ICE in the New York, the director for New York, they were saying New York laws are responsible for the crime that's happening, that's being committed by these, what they call illegal, what we would call undocumented, what they call illegal criminal aliens. And so it's just, there's a tremendous amount of hostility there, that a certain feeling, people are like, well, you can't just come into the city. Well, actually, as long as it's part of the United States, they're the federal government, they can. And I think it drives home the point, which I heard over and over again from police officers I spoke with after this, and some of my law enforcement sources. It's just, people have to understand, whether it's a police officer on the street, people know this a lot in the hood too. It's like, if you're told to do something, you have to comply, or you have to if they tell you to move, you need to move. It's not a suggestion, it's an order. They're representing the government. They're there to protect everybody, and they need to follow it that way. But there's a lot of questions about the ICE agents, the level of training, what are the requirements to become them, and also the identifiers. There's no identifier whatsoever. They did a raid on Canal Street not too long ago here in Chinatown, in New York City. And you could see even in the video, some are wearing different jackets. They're different agencies. Some had no affiliation whatsoever, and they're just involved in this. So if people want to know, like, how do we know it's a real ICE agent? Because we've had plenty of, like a lot of cities, police impersonators or whatever. So there's still a lot of questions out there in the air, and I think that only time will tell where this all leads.
A lot of questions, and hopefully we get those answers soon. Lisa Evers with our team at Fox 5 in New York. Always a pleasure to have you here at Live Now from Fox. There was a lot to break down coming out of New York City this past week. Of course, we'll check in soon.
All right, thank you.
Hit the like, share, subscribe. Yeah, that chick looked like Caitlyn Jenner, dude. I don't know what to say. That chick totally looked like Caitlyn Jenner. I was like, bro, that's hilarious. All right, here we go. the deepest problem. We're almost done with this, guys. Hit the like, share, subscribe. Much
President
love.
Trump is also
Like, share,
against
subscribe.
Iran as the death toll there climbs from protests in the region. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is live in Florida with the latest. Hi, Lucas.
Good afternoon, Rich. As President Trump weighs his military options against Iran, Iran's government voicing not just their displeasure, but threatening actions to retaliate should President Trump take action. Now, Senator Lindsey Graham joined Maria Bartiromo earlier to voice his support for President Trump.
He's the first president since 1979 to pick the people over the Ayatollah. President Trump says, if you continue to kill your people, all hell will break out, all hell to pay. That's as strong as when Reagan said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
As military options go, Rich, none appear to be immediate or imminent. There are no aircraft carrier strike groups in the region. Ford remains in the Caribbean. George Washington and Lincoln remain in the Western Pacific. One is likely to dispatch soon to the Middle East. Now, here's the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee on Fox News Sunday.
Even as good as our military is, it's going to get stretched. And the president has said his only constraint in terms of how he uses American power is his own morality. And I'm just not sure that's what the American people or the world signed up for.
And we saw those Air Force F-15s and A-10 Warthogs launch strikes against ISIS in Syria yesterday, Rich, but not all Arab leaders are going to want strikes launched from their country into Iran. Now, in Iran, the protests have grown over the past 2 weeks. The son of the late Shah, Reza Pahlavi, also spoke on Sunday Morning Futures.
Mr. President, you have already established your legacy as a man committed to peace and fighting evil forces. There is a reason why people in Iran are renaming streets after your name. They know that you are totally opposite to Barack Obama or Joe Biden.
A reminder, pre-1979 revolution, Iran was a fairly secular country, more pluralistic one as well, Rich. In fact, you had about 80,000 Jews that lived in the country as they had for over 2,000 years. Rich?
Lucas Tomlinson live for us in West Palm Beach. Lucas, thank you. For more on this, let's bring in former CIA station chief and Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman. Dan, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We've seen protests in Iran like this before, but is this time different?
I definitely think it is. Look, these protests began back in late December. They were scattered, and now they encompass all of Iran's 31 provinces. Again, they began over concerns among the population about a water shortage and an economy that's in free fall. Now protesters, many of whom are armed and fighting back, they're calling for regime change. That's a huge change from what we've seen in the past. The other point that I would make is that Iran's standing globally is greatly diminished after their war in June of last year, where Israel took out their air defenses and decapitated much of IRGC's leadership. The United States targeted Iran's nuclear facilities. Iran has lost their client state of Syria, and Israel and the United States have taken the fight to Iran's proxy terrorists, Lebanese Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas. Iran is arguably weaker now than they ever have been before. I think the population senses this opportunity.
When the protesters who want regime change there, this is still a society that the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, is deeply involved in. There are a lot of actors that are either paid by or supported by or just in full support of the regime there. How much of a challenge would it be to bring this regime down after talking about it for nearly 45, 50 years?
Well, it is a great challenge. And look, I think we know from history that autocracies, dictatorships, they are brittle. And sometimes they crumble much faster than we might have realized. Iran has shut down the internet. They've disrupted phone calls. So it's difficult, or they're trying to make it difficult for us to gain access to information about what's happening on the ground. What I would be watching for, and I think the President Trump's intelligence community is tracking this closely, is whether some of the IRGC elements might start to switch sides, whether they realize as well that this Iranian dictatorship is just full of rot and that they are not taking the country in the direction that they should be. That will be something I think we'll be looking at, and I'm sure President Trump will be looking at policy options. Reportedly, President Trump will be briefed on Tuesday, more specifically about options the United States might take, whether kinetic or non-kinetic.
What kind of options are available to him? Of course, there are the military strikes, and this administration and this president haven't shied away from that, going all the way back to the 2020 strike against Qasem Soleimani. There were the strikes against the nuclear program back this summer. But beyond the military, what else could the administration be looking at?
Well, first, I think the president's even discussion of potential military strikes on the IRGC is what I would have expected. And again, because we launched strikes last year, that's a credible threat. I think that probably has emboldened those brave Iranian protesters. But the other thing that we could do is get their internet up and running so that the protest movement can coalesce around some leadership domestically, not just from overseas with the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. So I think those are a couple of things that the administration will be looking at. Obviously, we're doubling down on the sanctions that have crippled Iran's economy. And look, Russia and China are showing absolutely no signs of coming to Iran's defense, and that's also important for us to track.
And you mentioned just that autocracies are brittle, and I want to get your sense, because I've heard some people talk about this parallel that we're looking almost at a way of 1990, when the Soviet republics were solidly in the Soviet Union and then they weren't, and then it was a cascading effect where they all started declaring independence and leaving. You've got questions of now the autocracies, not only in Venezuela, but now in Iran, also in Cuba. Are you seeing some parallels there yourself?
Yeah, definitely a little bit of that, but also just in the region, in the Middle East, I can't emphasize enough how important it is that Syria underwent a revolution, and there's a new government there, and Iran is no longer in charge of what happens inside Syria. Hezbollah has been severely weakened, so has Hamas. And the people of Iran, they put up with a lot of Iran spending their treasure on these foreign adventures in the region and beyond, and they didn't get a whole lot out of it. And now I think the people of Iran are seeing that, look, they're the ones paying the price, and they're taking courageous action about it. But I think they also realize that, look, they don't have many other opportunities. Things have gotten so horrifically bad inside Iran that they're willing to take chances with their own lives to try to bring about change.
All right, Dan Hoffman, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Activist groups say more than 500 people are dead and more than 10,000 have been arrested amid the government's crackdown on people
Everybody hit the
who
like,
are
share,
taking to the
subscribe.
streets and
Just
demanding
for
regime
videos
change in the
away. This
Islamic
shit's
country.
getting better.
My
as
next guests are a couple who were political prisoners in Iran. Both of them were accused of espionage and wrongfully imprisoned by the current regime in 2014. Yegi Rezani was released more than a year before her husband, Jason, who spent more than 500 days in captivity before he was released in 2016. Joining me now are the directors of press freedom initiatives at the Washington Post, Jason Rezaian, and Iranian-American journalist Yevgeny Rezaian. Thank you for both being here. Now, you are both journalists who covered Iran, and Yegi, you grew up there. What's your reaction to how massive the protests have become and the government's violent response to them?
First of all, thank you so much for having us and be willing to listen to the voice of the people who has been cut off, but we're trying to be their voice as much as possible. Yes, I grew up there. We witnessed very similar violence and brutality by this regime in 2009. We have seen it over and over again in 2017, 2018, 2019. If you remember, in 2020, they shut down their own passenger airplane, the Ukrainian passenger airplane, with over 176 innocent Iranians over the plane. In 2022, if you remember, there were mass nationwide protests, which is now known as Women Life Freedom Movement. So this is not, unfortunately, new. Iranian people have been done by this regime, and this regime has done nothing to meet very basic basic needs of the Iranian people, whether economic or social freedoms. And this is the loudest message that Iranian people are sending to the regime and to the outside world, showing that they don't want this regime anymore. And obviously, every single time that they come out and exercise their freedom of expression, which has been taken away from them for over 47 years, they are being faced by live bullets and military ammunitions.
Now, Jason, Iran's exiled crown prince, who is living here in the United States, posted on social media today calling on protesters not to leave the streets and writing, "I know that I will soon be by your side." What do we know about him, and is he a credible opposition figure?
Well, we know quite a bit about him. He's been living here in the United States, just outside of Washington, D.C., for much of the last 40 years. He has a clear presence on social media, and a lot of people in the country are nostalgic for the reign of his father and grandfather. But the simple reality is that he hasn't led any movement or people or organizations that I'm aware of in all of these years. So I think, first and foremost, we have to listen to the demands of the Iranian people. They are clear and present in the streets with or without him calling them to the streets. And if you were to ask me if I had to guess or put money on it, whoever's going to lead Iran after the fall of the Islamic Republic, whenever that happens, is in Iran right now.
Now, Yagi, President Trump has also posted support for the people protesting the regime and warned of potential U.S. intervention in Iran. What do you make of that?
Well, the truth is that Iranian people are such proud, strong people. Asking for a foreign intervention is the last thing we want. But also, on the other hand, this regime has proven so brutal. And the truth is, there's a little bit of difference between Iranian people and what exists in the US. Iranian people are not weaponized. They don't have guns. They don't have any other way of showing up. They have to show up to the streets empty-handed. They have no way of defending themselves or their loved ones, and just by put out fires or putting up fires or things like that, that's their only little way of defending themselves. So the biggest moral challenge here is whether should the President Trump or Israel get involved or not. Obviously, that is our last resort. What I want to tell you is that over the last decade, there have been opportunities for the U.S. government, whether Democratic or Republican government in place. There were other opportunities to show their support to Iranian people. And the best way that they could have done that was put in place ways of communications. If the internet was not shut down now, if the phones and cell phones and landlines were working, if we had any way of hearing the voices of people immediately, if the communications path were open and the real-time images of their brutality and their violence against civilians would come out, that by itself will put an end to this regime and without any foreign intervention. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened.
Now, Jason, I do want to ask you, you said that the leader of Iran, the next one, is in the country right now. So how do you think this ends, and who do you think that leader could be?
I'm not going to make any guesses about who they are, but I think it has to be somebody who's been steeped in the realities of that country for all of these years. There have been thousands upon thousands of people who've been killed, imprisoned, and exiled by this regime, and there are still many thousands of people inside this country. We're witnessing them right now fighting against this brutality. A lot of people who have tried to create movements within the country, had those suppressed, and continue to fight within the country. I think, unfortunately, the brutality and the carnage that we see right now is likely to continue in the days ahead. It pains me to say that. It's heartbreaking to say that. But I'm also inspired by the resilience of the Iranian people. I always have been in the quarter century that I've been covering Iran. And I know that until their demands are met, they're not going to quiet down. They might go home and these protests, this round of protests might be brutally suppressed, but it's not going to put out the fire. And I think the future is bright for the people of Iran, although I think that we will see some more dark days in the very near future.
All right, Jason and Yegi Rezion, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Ike.
If you can't touch your toes, I beg you to try this. You don't need to train harder. You need 7 minutes that count. Follow this 7 minutes of Tai Chi every
Sorry, I got caught up with the chat and was on mute. It was sitting at the 666s for a minute there. That's kind of scary. We just did the 538, right? Didn't we just do the 538? Yeah. All right. Well, I've got this, and then I'm gonna do it on this one for this one, and then I got Trump, and then I've got, dude, a U-Haul going through an LA-Iran protest. I wanted to save that one for last. So that's what I got popping. Stick around, y'all. Much love.
Hit the like, share, subscribe.
Do what you do.
Minneapolis. We begin with the deteriorating situation in Iran. Human rights groups say more than 500 protesters have been killed and 10,000 detained in 15 days. The internet is down, phone lines cut, the entire region now on edge. President Trump offers support for the protesters and is being briefed on possible military options. Iran is responding, calling U.S. military bases legitimate targets if Iran is attacked. All of this is raising questions in Congress, with some accusing the president of violating his campaign slogan of America First. Tempers flare across this country, with protests growing against ICE operations as more people are detained. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is vowing to send hundreds more ICE agents to Minnesota, where an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good in her car. Noem argues that Good had weaponized her vehicle in what she's called an act of domestic terrorism. But several Minnesota lawmakers are accusing the administration of a cover-up. Also tonight, new details in the murders of an Ohio dentist and his wife. Her ex-husband is now charged. The evidence, police say, led to his arrest. Police have arrested a suspect in the arson attack on one of the oldest synagogues in the South. It's not the first time it's been attacked. New York City braces for what could be its largest ever strike by nurses. 16,000 are ready to walk out while the city suffers through a record-breaking flu season. New video of a dramatic rescue. The Coast Guard saves a surfer who'd been stranded for more than a day. Triumph after tragedy. A U.S. skater is going to the Olympics 1 year after the crash that took his parents' lives. And we remember the Grateful Dead's Bob Weir, who leaves behind a body of music that never stood still and a legacy that's unlikely to fade.
Saturday night. Oh, Saturday night.
I'm going to skip that video because I feel like there's going to be way too much music in that, and I really don't feel like having to babysit that story. But yeah, R.I.P. Bob Weir. He's one of the last sitting Grateful Dead members left. Phil Lesh just died. There's nobody left. It's kind of sad. John Mayer is now the Grateful Dead. Isn't that kind of, But hey, what can we do? All right, so let's get into this U-Haul thing before I end it. And we go to the next one. I can't think of another story I have here. Here's the most crazy one, though. I thought I had another one, but this is what it is. Oh, I know what it was. Let's do this one first. Hold on. This one first. Yeah, that one. Commercial, ad, boom. Give it some sound. All right, y'all. Hit the like, share, and sub. Much love, y'all.
What a nice grouping this is. This is really nice. Look at this. It's going to be very rough in about 10 minutes, so we'll have to go a little bit quickly. They just said very, very rough.
Sir, on Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very. Tell you the, am I going to really? Are you asking me to say what will they do? Where will we attack? When? And at what angle will we attack from? Who are you with? What network are you with? Well, why don't you just say I'm with CNN? I'm with the White House. Cool. And I say, what? You with CNN? You with fake news? Because CNN is fake news. Go ahead, give me a question.
Can I ask how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response, the balance between helping protesters versus hindering them? So I imagine that's delicate balance.
Well, we're going to see. I mean, some of the protesters were killed through the stampeding. I mean, there's so many of them, and some were shot. We're getting a full report. I'm getting an hourly report, and we're going to make a determination. Yeah, go ahead. Well, no, people have been shot, and we're looking at it. Yeah, please. I may go at some point. Yeah, sure. We're doing well. Venezuela is really working out well. We're working along really well with the leadership, and we'll see how it all works out.
How many are at the meeting with Delphi to go?
At some point I'll meet. Yeah, she's been very good. Look, she asked us, can we take 50 million barrels of oil? And I said, yes, we can. It's $4.2 billion. And it's on its way right now to the United States.
When will you meet with
I'm looking for something to grab here. It's going to get rough, and I don't seem to be in a. I think you did this to me. You put me in a position where there's absolutely nothing to grab. So I'm looking for something to grab, and it's not going to be Caroline.
Sir, have any oil companies made commitments to you, sir? Have any oil companies made commitments to the United States after your meeting on Thursday?
A lot of them, yeah. Well, I don't want to say. No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have somebody that wanted. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute. Well, we're going to have guarantees that they're going to be safe, that there's going to be no problem, and there won't be. There's not going to be a problem. They had problems in the past because they didn't have Trump as a president. They had stupid people.
What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba? What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba?
You're going to find out pretty soon. We're talking to Cuba, and you'll find out pretty soon. And one of the things I want taken care of, and one of the groups I want taken care of, are the people that came from Cuba that were forced out or left under duress, and they're great citizens of the United States right now. You have a lot of people forced out of Cuba unfairly, so we're going to take care of, most importantly right now, we're going to take care of the people that came from Cuba that are American citizens or in our country.
Are you going to see any oil tankers that are headed to Cuba?
Well, we have a lot of oil people were really interested. You saw that the other day. That was just a small group because the room in the White House, we need the ballroom, actually. We could have filled up the ballroom practically. We have so many people that want to go in for oil. So you saw some great companies.
Are you going to send Starlink to Iran there to help in people on the ground? If the internet blackout for 74, they send it.
Well, we're going to be talking about that. We may get the internet going if that's possible.
Are you talking about?
We may speak to Elon, because as you know, he's very good at that kind of thing. He's got a very good company, so we may speak to Elon Musk. And in fact, I'm going to call him as soon as I'm finished with you.
Mr. Iran said that they would consider military and commercial bases as legitimate targets if you struck. Are you concerned?
Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think Iran takes their threats seriously.
I think so. Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out, don't you think, and then you just had Venezuela, don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things we've done? What a stupid question.
Sir, are you coordinating with allies on the response?
I am, yeah.
Sir, on Gaza, when will you meet with Maria Machado?
I don't know. I hear Tuesday or Wednesday. I look forward to that.
Have you named your board of peace for Gaza yet? Where do those plans?
Well, we have a board of peace that's being formed, but essentially it's the most important leaders of the most important nations. All nations, but the most important, if you take the most important leaders and nations, that's who the board of peace is going to be. Everybody wants to be on it. Who are you with? Well, I like the New York Post. New York Post treats me semi-fairly. So go ahead.
One group taking your threats very seriously is Greenland. Are you still thinking of military action there? Or
on where? Military action?
Greenland. Is there anything they can offer you for a deal?
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Are you okay if that compromises NATO? If NATO effectively ceases to...
Well, I think I've done a great job. I'm the one that saved NATO. I'm the one that got them to pay 5% of GDP. Wait a minute. It was 2%, and they didn't pay. Now they're paying 5%. I'm the one that saved NATO. You wouldn't have NATO if I weren't president.
Would you pull the U.S. out of NATO? Would you consider doing that?
Well, maybe NATO would be upset if I did it. Maybe NATO would save a lot of money. I like NATO. I just wonder whether or not if we needed NATO, would they be there for us? I'm not sure they would. We spend a lot of money on NATO, and I'm not sure they would.
But what would you say?
Now, what's happened is, as you know, Sleepy Joe Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine and got nothing for it. I got rare earth back. I got, I think, value back far greater than that, and that's what he should have done. Now, if you look at what's going on with respect to NATO, we have a very good relationship. 5% GDP, and they pay us. We send them military equipment, and they pay us back the full cost of the equipment. The war, we make money with the war, but I don't even want to talk about that. I want to save the lives. They're Russian and Ukrainian lives. I want to save the lives. That's the only reason I'm doing it. This is Biden's war. Should have never happened. Would have never happened if I were president. This is Biden's war. It's not Trump's war. All I can do is stop it. And I think we're making progress toward stopping it, which would be number 9.25. You know what the quarter is, right? Right? Thailand and Cambodia went at it again. But I got to stop very quick. I consider that 1/4 of a war. No, I'm not. I haven't done that. But Greenland should make the deal because Greenland does not want to see Russia or China take over. They don't go there. It's very far away from Greenland. And Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know what their defense is? 2 dog sleds. In the meantime, you have Russian destroyers and submarines and China destroyers and submarines all over the place. We're not going to let that happen.
In the meantime, are you?
And if it affects NATO, then it affects NATO. But, you know, they need us much more than we need them. I will tell you that right now.
Are you going to Ukraine on a military?
That's a war that should have never happened with Ukraine.
The UK and Germany are discussing plans for a joint NATO mission to protect Arctic security in Greenland. Does that change your calculus at all?
No, look, we're talking about acquiring, not leasing, not having it short term. We're talking about acquiring. And if we don't do it, Russia or China will, and that's not going to happen when I'm president.
Are you going to increase the amount of military bases on Greenland in the meantime?
Well, we have bases on Greenland. Yeah.
Are you going to make more?
I could put a lot of soldiers there right now if I want, but you need more than that. You need ownership. You really need title, as they say in the real estate business.
From Minneapolis, your administration has advocated for absolute immunity for the ICE officer who shot Remy Gunn. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
Well, everyone's seen it. And the woman was very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. Go or drive. And
define that.
Well, I'm going to let the people define it. But immunity, you know what immunity means as well as I do.
So that officer.
But people can't be treating law enforcement that way, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or our police and men and women. You can't do that. We have, the law enforcement in our country is doing really well, despite the fact that Sleepy Joe Biden allowed people to pour through an open border. Crime stats just came out. We have the best crime stats on record, despite all the criminals he allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE or Border Patrol or anybody else.
When it comes to ICE officials,
Yeah.
Mr. Reza, well, just to clarify on the absolute immunity, do you believe ICE officers should have absolute immunity?
Well, no, somebody is obviously crazy and does something wrong. No, but generally speaking, these people have been harassed and threatened every day. They had bands out playing so they couldn't sleep at the hotel. I see what they're doing to them. They're threatening them constantly. And all they're doing is doing what I got elected on. We had millions of people that came into our country that are horrible people that shouldn't be in our country. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're people from mental institutions, they're the criminally insane, they're people from prisons. They were allowed to come into our country because Biden was a stupid person, and the people surrounding him, very smart, very vicious, but they have no common sense, and they're radicalized people. They're radical left people, not radical right. They're radical left people. And all they're doing is what I campaigned on. I won in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the districts. We won everything. We won the counties. We won the counties by 79%, I believe. I campaigned on a great border, and now we have a great border. But Biden let 25 million people come into this country, and many of those people are criminals, including 11,888 murderers. And we want them out. And I won on that. Now people don't talk about it because the border is so secure. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border was one of the reasons I won the election. I've done such a good job on it that nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border is totally secure. And now the crime stats just came out, and they're the best numbers since they were taken, and that's like 50 years ago. We have the best crime numbers, despite the fact that a lot of criminals were allowed into our country. We have to respect our law enforcement.
Do you believe that deadly force was necessary after watching all the footage a few days have passed? What's your assessment there?
It was highly disrespectful of law enforcement. The woman and her friend were highly disrespectful of law enforcement. You saw that. they were harassing, that were following for days and for hours. And I think, frankly, they're professional agitators. And I'd like to find out, and we are going to find out who's paying for it, with their brand new signs and all the different things. But these are professional agitators, and law enforcement should not be in a position where they have to put up with this stuff. What that woman and what her friend and what their other friends were doing to law enforcement, not just ICE, law enforcement, is outrageous.
Do ICE officials that you heard? Can you tell us about your trip to Detroit on these days?
I'm going to be making a trip to Detroit to talk about our unbelievable amount of factories that are opening up all over the country, many of which are car factories and car plants. We have manufacturing plants opening up at levels that nobody's ever seen before because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have them opening, although they were very happy with the November 5th election. But we have, from Canada they're coming, from Mexico they're coming, from Germany, from Japan, from all over Europe, and from Japan, other places, and from China. They're opening up car factories, car manufacturing plants at levels that we've never seen before. So I'm going to Detroit because they're going to be opening up plants in Detroit, or redoing plants, but they're really ripping down old plants and building new. We are going to be, we're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. I mean, think of it. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, the House has a 3-year extension of the ACA. It's in the Senate. If it passes the Senate, would you veto it or not?
I might, yeah, I might.
Sir, do you have any information about the suspicious object that was found at Palm Beach International Airport before takeoff?
I know nothing about it.
Okay, and back on Iran, the Ayatollah said that he thinks that the protesters are trying to, quote, please you. Do you see it that way? What's your message to the Iranian people?
I don't know that they're trying to please me. They named a boulevard after me, but that's pretty pleasing. But I don't think they're trying to please. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
Is the administration in contact with the Iranian opposition leaders as it's unfolding?
Yeah.
What's the message to that?
Yeah. You're going to find out pretty soon.
You said that help is under.
Yeah, go ahead. With the beautiful red hair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're coming up with the premiere of Melania. Have you seen the movie yet? What are your thoughts on it?
I've seen pieces of it. It's incredible, I tell you. I think it's going to do, she did a book, and the book was a big #1 bestseller, and this is a movie, and it seems to be captivating a lot of people's attention. It's very good. Because here we go again. Yeah, it's going to be doing the premiere at the Trump Kennedy Center. Yeah, it'll be very exciting. It's a very hard ticket, I can tell you. Everybody, Wayne Gretzky and his wife Janet, beautiful wife, great wife. They said last night, gee, I want to go to everybody wants tickets to the premiere. I think it's going to be great.
Is there any timing on the mortgage bond purchase you announced last week?
On the what? Mortgage?
Mortgage bond purchases by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac?
No, they're already doing it. They've started. Yeah, they started the process. And it's having a great impact. Interest rates are falling very rapidly. Not only for that reason, for other reasons too, but interest rates are falling very rapidly. With no help from the Fed, because we have a total stiff at the Fed.
Yeah, but also, can I ask you, the announcement on the cap on credit card interest rates put out on Friday, what happens if the credit card companies don't comply by the January date?
Well, then they're in violation of the law. Very severe things. No, I want a cap on credit card interest rates because some of them are 28, almost 30%, and that the people don't know they're paying 30%. The people out there, they're working and they have no idea that they're paying 30%. No way. We're putting a 1-year cap at 10%, and that's it. They know it. They've really abused the public. The credit card companies have totally abused it. I'm not going to let it happen.
So is that something willingness from Iran to engage diplomatically with you, or perhaps negotiate on nuclear program?
With Iran?
Yeah, do you think they want to engage diplomatically with you?
They do. They called yesterday. Iran called to negotiate. Yesterday. The leaders of Iran called. They want to negotiate. I think they're tired of being beat up by the United States. Iran wants to negotiate, yes. We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up. But we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting. But a meeting is being set up. Iran called. They want to negotiate. Thank you very much, everybody. Be careful. A lot of bumps.
What's your plan for East Potomac? Are you going to renovate the golf course?
Yeah, we're going to make it a beautiful world-class U.S. Open caliber course. And ideally, we're going to have major tournaments there and everything else. It's going to bring a lot of business into Washington. By the way, the crime stats just came out on Washington, D.C. There is virtually no crime. It's gone from tremendous crime, murder, and everything else. There's virtually no crime in Washington, D.C. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, I got one more left, y'all. Do y'all want the U-Haul story or what? Y'all want the Utah or the U-Haul going through the LA protest? What I got one left. It's on you, chat. If y'all want it, I'll show it. Trump is greatest president in history. This is through the Iranian protest, bro. There was a U-Haul that went through the Iranian protest in Los Angeles.
I haven't seen that yet.
Nobody has. That's what I'm trying. That's why I was like, yo, this is not mainstream at all. So
third person who was injured, but the size of the crowd was delaying their response time. Okay. So 2 reported injured and possibly a third. That's what I've heard so far. Now, fortunately, the 2 who were injured, they denied transport to the hospital. All right, so again, just to repeat, according to CBS News, the LAFD says, LA Fire Department says they treated 2 people for injuries. They said the people denied transport to the hospital, and they are looking for a third person. But they're getting delayed with their response because of the size of the crowd there. To repeat, if you haven't seen it, I have posted 2 different videos of this incident, reposted it on my X account, where you see the truck driving through. So you can go to my X account, which should be pinned to the which should be pinned in the chat. Thanks to all of our mods, and you can see the videos. Jonah Barton writes in and says there is video floating around that the protest ripped the signs off the van and also broke glass off the van, so the protest is at fault. Well, I don't know that happened. Fire paramedics are currently responding to reports of a third person in the general area. Resources are delayed making patient contact. Due to the size of the crowd. So thanks, Matt. I was looking on their page. I couldn't find this. So I appreciate Matt letting me know about that. There it is right now. Auto versus pedestrian. 1350 South Midvale Ave. That's in Los Angeles. It's in Westwood. It's not far from UCLA. Very often there are protests at Wilshire and Veteran. Also, I will say, I know on this part of Westwood Boulevard, there are a number of Persian restaurants. At least there used to be. So that might be an area where, that might be like a neighborhood where a lot of Persians live. But I don't know. It's been a number of years since I lived there. But I do know that there's lots of protests often at Veteran and Wilshire. Anyways, they say this is where it happened. But UCLA is right up here, right near the 405 freeway as well. But again, we don't know what led up to this. I don't know if this truck went there with the intention of driving through the protest or if something happened before. I have no idea. Again,
no, this was through actually an Iranian protest in Los Angeles, not through an ICE protest. I don't know how much longer I'll watch this, but yeah, that's what it was through. And we will do an ICE after this. Anyways.
2 reported injured, maybe a third. Oh, hold on a second here. I want to put that's obviously not live video, but earlier, the at Shangulans on X. Oops, let me make this smaller. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make it do this. Okay, I want to show you that again. And if you see here, see what it says on the side of the truck? It says, no Shah, no regime, USA, don't repeat 1953. 1953 is when the U.S. helped overthrow the then leader of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh, and it says no mullah. Now, by mullah, I think maybe they refer to the supreme leader. A mullah is a Muslim... it's a title for Muslim clergy and imams. All right. So, and no regime. Well, no regime. It seems like it's a sign against the maybe both against the current ruler's leadership, but also restoring the monarchy. Remember, the Shah was a monarch. No Shah, it says. Now let me show you. Shangul had some more videos. So these are from Shangul. So here's another one. It says, the face of the driver running over the protesters. Now, remember, Shangul was there at the time, but, right now we have heard that there were 2 people injured, and and both of them refused treatment, and they were not transported to the hospital. But Sean Gould, at the time he posted this, I mean, this was posted an hour and 50 minutes ago. So I don't think, I have no information. I have nothing suggests to me that Sean Gould's tried to mislead anyone. He's just posting about what he saw. But I'm not aware that anybody actually got fully run over, which is good. I haven't heard that reported. Anyways, via Sean Gould's, here is it says, is this a different or the same? I think it's a different video. Let's see.
This is
Wow.
in America.
Now, is
bro.
that
only in LA?
Is that
only in LA, bro? This is in America. Only in LA.
before or after it drove? I don't know. Let's look and see if we can figure it out. I'm gonna message Sean Gould and just make sure. Give me a moment. People are saying before. I want to make sure. Oh, hold on a second. Is this video before it drove through? Okay, he said that was before. So Sean Gould, I just wrote to him. He said the video we just saw was before it drove through. Okay. Video from before the truck drove through the crowd. The poster of the video confirms it was before. Why is that not happening? Okay, hang on. Oh, hold on a moment. I'm trying to see if I can get Sean Gould. Well, if he wants to, I said you can come on the air and talk about it. I'm not going to pressure the guy. I said, if he wants to come on and he can call in and discuss it. He's watched the channel before, he said. Hang on. He posted a couple other videos. Just give me one sec, guys. Just give me one sec. But that's a good source. I mean, he was there. He took videos. I think there's two. I think I showed you the two. I think there's two videos and I showed you both. I'll show them again. So this is the before. This is the before it goes forward via Sean Gould. This is the before of what happened. All right. So that was according to Sean Gould, that was the before. And then after what happened, after that, this is the video of the crowd going forward, of the truck going forward from that location, I guess, or near that location. Now, I don't know if the driver of the truck felt threatened after what happened before or what. I haven't interviewed, I haven't interviewed the driver, and I'm just showing you what we have here.
Hit the like, share, subscribe. Much love, everybody. This is wild. Sorry, this guy's just giving us the info live. So we're taking it in as he's giving it to us. I'm really not trying to show anything too crazy. So this is, the PG version, and that's just what we should probably do on this for now.
Again, so I'm speaking, the person who took these videos, Sean Gould, he knows this channel. He has watched this channel before. I'm messaging him right now. He unfortunately can't talk right now. But
okay, bro.
But I just asked him if there's anything else he wanted to pass along about the incident. A little more so you think that basically this truck was there to be divisive and split the protesters up. So, I mean,
yeah, of course. That was totally some sort of psyop like everything else we've seen in America. That's why I did this whole thing on Iran and everything else.
We can see the sign in your video which says no Shah,
yes.
No regime, USA don't repeat 1953, no mullah. So can you just say a little more about, you guys are out there and you see this truck come up. So why do you think that this truck was there to disrupt things and everything?
Well, my perception, or from whatever I gathered from all the protesters being present in the rally, they were saying the same thing, that while I cannot definitely say that he was part of the MEK group, but historically these groups they just want to be divisive, and when people are divided, they cannot actually do something that is tangible for people of Iran, right? So for many years, even people in diaspora that are against Shah and they were against monarchy and everything like that, they are now coming together because they know that that our power is in our numbers, and if we come together, we can actually get rid of this Islamic terrorist regime that is killing people by the thousands in the street. Like in the first day, the reports from Iran are coming out that the first night of protest, they killed around 2,000 people, and they are saying that the number is way higher than that. So if we be divided, that helps them just keep the people that they want in power. And we
Wow, did she just say 2,000 people and they're reporting 538 and she said even more than that? This is crazy.
don't want that. Right now, we have one goal, and that is to get rid of Islamic Republic in Iran. And they've been the cause of many atrocities all over the world. So we just want to get rid of them. And people want, at the moment, even if people are anti-monarchy right now, they are saying that their leader is Reza Pahlavi, because we just need one person to go through this stage. And even he himself is saying that we are just gonna have a democracy. We are just gonna have a referendum, and Iranian people, right after we topple this terrorist regime, we can decide what's the fate of this country would look like.
Okay, so if I'm getting this straight, like the people at the rally generally support Reza Pahlavi, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
At the rally, everybody was calling for his return to
Okay,
Iran.
and he is the son of the former Shah of Iran, and
Exactly.
he has been posting, I know, as we've been covering, he's been posting calls for people to go out and protest, and I have read that a lot of protesters are saying his name and supporting him in Iran, although there's questions about, maybe some of them support him more than others. And what you're saying is, look, we're out here, we just want the protests to succeed, and we're all out here supporting Reza Pahlavi, and then this truck comes up, and it's being divisive because the truck is saying, part of what it's saying is no Shah, right?
Yes,
And-
yes. It's going against everything that people were screaming, especially right now. We don't need to be divisive and have different messages, because the people who don't know these nuances, who haven't lived through the regime, or do not have enough information through like the history of Iran and what happened. So if we are giving them different messages all the time, it's confusing. They don't know whether to support the protest, whether to support Iranian, whether to support Iranian government. So it's very confusing for the outsiders. We just need one voice. And this truck, its purpose only was to break that. He wanted to divide, and I could say that somehow they succeeded for momentarily, but right after the protest, the rally continued on, because everybody was saying that that's exactly what they wanted to do. So we kept on going for a little bit longer, and then after the protest was over, but yeah, that's what was happening.
Okay, and now can I ask you, because I'm gonna put on the screen right now the first video. So before the truck moved through the crowd, and again, for people watching, the LA Fire Department says there were 2 injuries, but both people injured did they did not accept, they refused medical treatment from the LAFD. They were not hospitalized. So it sounds like those 2 injuries were not serious, thank goodness. But I want to just show the viewers again the first video. So hang on 1 second, Shangul, while I put the first video on. So this is the video that happened. So people watching, I'm going to right now just replay you guys, people watching. This is the first video that Shangul took. And the first video shows what happens before. The first video shows what happens before the truck then made its way through the crowd. So hang on tight, Shangul, and I'm just going to play this for the viewers.
Hit the like, share, subscribe.
Did the volume go out?
Yes.
Is ours. So Bushehr is a southern city in Iran, and Kermanshah is also another city in Iran, in the western part of the Iran. And Zagros is, this is the yellow sign on the left of the truck towards the end of it.
Okay.
So it says that Zagros is for the people. So Zagros is also a mountain in Iran. So they are saying that people own everything. Basically, it's just like one of those, slogans that they are using. So kind of, like I said, a little bit of like communistic tone, which people are so fed up with. They don't want to hear it. They've been living under a communistic regime, and they're just done with it.
Okay, so I appreciate you clarifying the sign language, and I want to, if I can, by the way, again, I can't thank you enough for coming on and giving your perspective about what happened here. Can I just ask you, I'm interested, you had mentioned a bit how people are very tense and upset because they can't contact their relatives and stuff. So are you, I don't even know, are you from Iran, or can I just ask?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, I'm from Iran, and I haven't been able to talk to my parents or my family back home for more than 3 days now. And my cousin is also in another country. I'm not going to say where, but she was also reaching out to me and asking, like, have you heard from anyone? Also, I have a lot of friends in diaspora that I've been talking to, and nobody has heard anything from Iran. And this is such a scary situation because we are hearing the death toll piling up and going up and up. So people don't know where their loved ones are or if they are okay. And it's just so scary.
Okay.
That's why they want to just topple the regime so that this kind of things don't happen again.
Yes, thank you for that. You know, and again, my thoughts are with you and everybody else going through the situation that you are going through. And if I can just kind of get away from the truck incident for a second, I just wanted to, if you're willing to talk about it, I'd be very interested in knowing. So you, as somebody who are from Iran, can I? You don't have to answer this if you don't want. I was going to ask, were you born there, or do you have like family there, or what is your connection exactly?
Yes, I was born and raised there. I lived there until I was 21.
Wow.
I moved out. So I've lived through that regime. I've lived all the scary parts. I was there when the Green Movement was happening. I was a university student there, and I was participating in the protests because of what happened during that election. They basically stole our votes, and basically the leader of Iran installed a president himself instead of, like, they are pretending to be a democracy, but they are not. And people were afraid of that president, Ahmadinejad, that finally the leader of Iran kind of installed him. So they were so scared of him actually being the president that everybody went and voted. They don't want to give the regime any legitimacy. The only reason that they did because they were so scared of Ahmadinejad and his policies. So I myself, I had never voted before. That I was a first-time voter at that time. I went and voted, and unfortunately, our votes were stolen, and people took it to the street to kind of fight for their rights. And again, they started killing people. So I've kind of lived through that. And every time that people try and are unsuccessful, they become more brutal and their tactics become more intense. And now they are also, aside from shutting down the internet or their phone lines, they cannot even text each other within the country. Like the news that we are hearing is crazy from back in Iran. And they are also shutting the electricity during the nights. So protesters, it's harder for them to go to the streets. And kind of, I don't know if you've seen the videos of it, that people with their flashlights and mobile phone in the street in the dark, light overcomes darkness at the end. You know, I just hope for my people to be successful this time.
Okay, thank you so much for that perspective and your background. And I know a lot of the viewers, and myself included, you know, I've been covering this on this channel for a number of days now, and so many people out there and so many people in the US and around the world want to know what's going on there, and it's so hard to know because the internet is shut down and everything. And so, you know, I'm sure a lot of viewers would like to know, and I would like to know, like, you know people there and you've been there. What can you tell what's going on there? I mean, you're way more connected than me and most people. Can you even really tell what's going on? And what do you and the people you know who are from Iran, what can you tell about what it's like there right now and what is really going on there?
Well, what I know, because like we have no way of knowing what's happening in Iran through our connections. So we have to rely on the regime's TV and what they are feeding us. And what we are seeing is that actually there are so many people coming to the streets, and they are being in some parts of cities, big cities, they are being successful on taking down some of the buildings of, the regime, buildings that are associated with the regime and the things that they are doing within the country. But we cannot know for sure. But whenever it happens, based on the experience, they are just slaughtering people. They are killing people in huge numbers. They are using military-grade weaponry to against their own people. Like, can you even imagine a government do that to their own people?
And even you, though, so you who are from there and you spent decades there, and you have people still there, and other people who are from there, even you can't really get a good idea of what's going on. And you have, like you said, you can't talk to people there because of the communication shutdown. No. And you're saying that, like, you have to rely on watching, like, the state TV broadcast.
Yes.
And so that's very interesting to hear, because it just shows how difficult it is for information to get out of there if even you can't have a good idea of what's going on. And again, I feel for anyone in your situation, and you and anyone from there who has relatives over there, or loved ones, or concerned people they're close to, because you just can't tell what's going on. Do you have any thoughts about what's going to happen in the coming days, or do you just not know?
We are hearing, I don't know, I cannot confirm the legitimacy of, like, there are some audio or voice memos that are coming out from inside of the country. Like, the doctors are begging for Doctors Without Borders to come to their help, because they are outnumbered by the victims in the hospitals and things going on. But in the coming days, I think that if there are no lines of communication, I think the protests, the rallies everywhere is gonna just die down. And again, it's gonna be the same thing that happened 2 years ago with mass protests that was happening, like Women Life Freedom protests that was happening before, and they are gonna just mass execute people. They're just gonna, without any judiciary process in place, they're just gonna mass execute people. So it is very important this time people are successful, because they are gonna be even more brutal this time. And every year they are getting more and more intense.
Okay, and of course that's a very concerning thing and an upsetting thing to think about. But as you said, that has had happened in the past. And so, what, given that given that outlook, what people, you and the people from there, what do you want? Yes. President Trump has suggested that he might take some sort of military action. What do you and the people you are in contact with think about that? Is there something you would like the U.S. to do? Do you think that would help? Do you think it would not help? What is your thoughts on that?
Yes. We want the President Trump. We know that he's been very proactive in bringing peace to many countries, and we are so grateful for that. I think the biggest obstacle right now is Islamic Republic, because it's the supporter of the biggest terrorist groups out there. And Iranian people know that, and they want to get rid of that. If they get rid of Islamic Republic, you are going to have peace in Middle East, and all the terror groups are going to dissipate. And what we want from the president is to at least meet with Reza Pahlavi, our leader, to discuss next steps. And people in Iran are chanting or calling for President Trump to do something. Actually, I don't know if you saw the videos of people renaming the street names after President Trump, because they just want his help. They are so desperate. They want someone with power to come and actually get rid of the leaders, like what he did with Venezuela.
Okay, so you're saying, but I mean, so just to clarify, would people want, like, the U.S., just throwing this out there, do people there want President Trump to launch some sort of operation where Americans go in there, special forces, and capture the supreme leader? Or would that even help anything? I'm just throwing this out to, just to put something out there. Is that the kind of thing people are thinking of?
Well, I cannot speak for like 80 million people, but
Sure, fair enough.
But I think the best course of action right now is to talk with the leader of Iranian people, who is Reza Pahlavi at the moment, and to discuss the next steps. But yes, like from talking to our friend groups, they're saying that we wish that they do something, or they're gonna slaughter the people. If President Trump has the power to just go get the supreme leader like what he did with Maduro, people of Iran would be forever grateful.
Okay, and I get like you're not a strategist and you're not a military planner.
No, exactly.
So
right.
your thought is like it's not that you have a specific thing in mind. So although you do say that you would, I understand your point, which is that President Trump so far has not met with Reza Pahlavi, who is the son of the Shah of Iran, and he is based in the U.S. And he has been someone who's been a person that a lot of the protesters have been saying they support. But you think that he should meet with them, and I understand you would like if President Trump would meet with Reza Shah and put support behind him, Reza Pahlavi, I'm sorry. But also you're saying, look, just if I heard you right, if this keeps going the way it's going, you believe that it's just what's going to happen is more violence, mass killing and hurting of the protesters, and the protest just dies down after the violence like it has in the past. And you say that you and others from there just want the U.S. to do something to prevent that same thing from happening again. Is that an accurate summary of your outlook at this point?
Yes, just like I said, I'm not a political commentator or anything like that. What I'm saying is just what I hear from my friends and, people on social media, and what I've been hearing, that yes, people are just wanting for leaders such as Reza Pahlavi and President Trump to meet with each other to discuss next steps. And yes, people of Iran even are thinking that because there is no due process with the Islamic regime, they are just going to mass execute, mass murder, open gunfires in the street to people. They don't care. They are even, if you can believe it, they are even stealing the corpses of people who were in the protests or in the rallies inside Iran. So it's really important that this time somebody do something about it, because it's just going to get worse and worse. And they are going to learn from their mistakes, and they're just going to become more brutal than before. And I don't want to turn into, or Iran to turn into North Korea,
And okay, so thank you for answering those questions. I really appreciate that. And a viewer had a question about Starlink. And so do you know, I mean, there's been talk that some people have, even though the internet's been shut down, some people have Starlink receivers and they're getting the internet out that way. I don't know if you've heard anything about this. There's discussion. Yes. I've seen these reports that maybe the Trump administration would consider sending more Starlink receivers in. And I've seen some people online say, well, maybe they can turn on Starlink to the people's phones so they don't even need a receiver. I'm not an expert on this stuff. What have you heard about all the Starlink stuff?
Yes, even in the past, when there were protests happening, the people were using Starlinks, and it was very successful in the past. But right now, they've learned how to kind of get rid of those. So people, they now learned how to fight against it, and the internet is fully shut down. Even people with Starlink receivers, for the most part, they were not able to communicate with the outside world, which is crazy to say in 2026.
Wow. So you're saying that your understanding, and I've seen some reports about this, your understanding is that the government in Iran is blocking Starlink, or at least blocking it to a significant degree.
Exactly. Yes, that's what we hear.
Okay. So you've been so great about talking, so I'm not going to keep you much longer. I know you've been through a traumatic day. Can I just ask, is there anything else, as that you want to say? Like if somebody is watching this, say somebody is watching this and they say, I support the Iran protests. I don't want to say everybody watching it. I don't know what the beliefs are of everybody watching this is, but I know there are a number of people watching it who support the protests in Iran. Is there anything that people, like say there's Americans watching this, is there anything they can do to help at this point? Or what would you say to somebody like that who's say there's an American who doesn't know people there and they're not from there and they're watching this and they really support the protesters? Do you have any kind of message for those kind of people?
Yes, thank you so much, Steve, for the great question. Yes, my only ask is that just support Iranian people, and if you can, just tag President Trump in pleas of Iranian people. They are asking for his intervention. I know that he has his own way of doing things, and there are some restrictions or regulations that he might not wanna intervene or something, but Iranian people are for it. Iranian people want the United States of America to help them and just get rid of Islamic Republic through military intervention. They are all for it based on what I am hearing. Again, this is my circle and what I'm seeing on social media. I'm seeing all the Persian community pages, and everybody right now wants the same thing. Maybe in the previous years, they were saying that, no, we don't want it, or we are anti-Shah, we are anti-king, we don't want monarchy. At this moment, I can say the majority of Iranian people have one goal, and that is to get rid of this terrorist regime that has been brutalizing not only Iranian people, but it's funding terrorist groups in many different countries across the world. So we just want to get rid of this regime that has been bringing so much misery all around the world. Thank you so much for the time that you've given me, Steve, and for everything that you're doing.
Shangula, I can't thank you enough for coming on, and first of all for letting us know you posted the videos about what that you recorded. So thank you for recording them and posting them and talking about your experience. At least we get some more perspective about what happened. And again, it feels like inadequate to say it, but I feel so terrible for people who, again, like yourself, are from Iran or have connections in Iran or family in Iran, and you can't communicate with them. And I can't imagine what that must be like for people. Also, obviously, people in Iran who can't communicate with each other, but to be going through this and not being able to talk to them. So I hope everybody there is okay, and I hope you can be able to talk to them soon. And I really appreciate you coming on and not just talking about the truck incident, but also just sharing your perspective on everything. And my last question for you is if so people know your social media because it's up on the screen. Are there any places if people are looking for, I get these questions all the time and I understand it. People are like, where can we get information about this? Now, it sounds like there's really not much information to be had, but are there any places you think that viewers should look if they're trying to get information about what's going on there? It's really tough. It might be none. My answer might be none. So
yes, I think that the main source of information would be Reza Pahlavi's pages. Okay. He's a good resource because he's our leader. So if you want, and also he's also been resharing all of the information that he's getting from Iran, but also he's signaling Iranian people what to do if they can hear his voice from within the country. So I would say that there are many big Persian community pages that also they can follow. But at the moment, I think our leader would be just Reza Pahlavi. Go follow him if you want to have the latest on what's happening. And thank you so much again for the opportunity and for your kind words. Actually, having people like you cover this and actually care warms my heart, and I'm sure it's a biggest support and encouragement for people of Iran. that are following you and follow everything that you do.
Well, thank you again, Shangul. Thank you so much. Not just on behalf of myself, but I know for the viewers to be able to hear you talk. It's so helpful to be able to talk to someone who, you live there for over 20 years and you have connections there, and you can give your perspective. And again, my very best to you and the whole community in the coming days. And again, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and give your perspective on things.
Thank you so much,
Right.
Steve. Have
Take care,
a good one.
Shangul. You too. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Okay, so that was Shangul. That was really nice of her to call in and again talk about what she saw, what happened at this incident with the truck, and also as someone who, she said she grew up in Iran. She was there. She was 21. She had taken part in protests there. And some insight on to what she's going through and what her and the diaspora community is thinking right now. And look, you don't have to agree with her perspective. I'm not. That's no one's telling you have to agree with her. And if down the road somebody, I can get a contact with somebody with a different perspective, I'm happy to share it with you. But I really appreciate her. The point of having her on the air is not to force you to agree with her. The point of having her on the air is to get the perspective of someone who is in a position to share with us information that we might not normally have. And so I do really, really appreciate her calling in. And look, I mean, I can't imagine what it's like for people who are there or are from there and they can't talk to anybody. People can't talk to their relatives. They can't communicate. No internet, no phones. So it's a difficult situation. I found it very interesting. A couple of things that she said that I found especially interesting is that she said her and the people in her community, people in the diaspora, people from Iran but not there anymore, they can't even figure out what's happening. She can't communicate with people she knows there. She literally said, like, we have to watch state TV, which is obviously going to be one-sided, to try to figure out what's going on. So that just shows you the degree of difficulty in getting information out of Iran and figure out exactly what's going on there. She also said it was her belief that if nothing really changed significantly, that the regime will increase violence against protesters. And she believes that, as in the past, regime will have a very violent response increasingly, and that the protests will just die down because of that violence, as they have in the past. And another thing that she said is, she said that her and the Iranians in her community really want the U.S. to do something to prevent this situation. She's basically said, if I remember right, if nothing is done, if no help is given, it's going to be the same as before, where the state treats the protesters with extreme violence and stifles the protests. And she thinks the majority of people now there in Iran want to be done with the regime. And she is just saying she really hopes that the U.S. can do something. She was not, she talked about a couple possibilities, but she said she's not a strategist. As I took it, she just wanted some sort of. She would like President Trump to meet with Reza Pahlavi, but also military intervention she thought could help. But she just wants the U.S. to do something to prevent this going the way that protests have gone in the past, with a violent crackdown and stifling the protests. So, it's very hard to hear people in that situation where they can't communicate with anyone there. She grew up there. She can't communicate with anybody there. And for the people there, a lot of them can't communicate with each other. So it's a very difficult situation. But it was very, very nice of her to call in and share her perspective on a traumatic day. And look, I do want to point out, getting back to the truck incident, what happened is there was a pro protester rally going on in Los Angeles, where people had gathered to support the Iranian protesters. And from what Shangul said, it was people who supported also Reza Pahlavi, who is a leading opposition figure, and he is the son of the former Shah. And this truck approached the rally with signs on it that were, from what I understand, they did not support Reza Shah, but from what she said, the signs on the truck were, antagonistic towards the people at the rally. And also she said the truck, some people at the rally were very concerned about the truck because they were like, why is this truck here? Why is it driving towards the rally? Then a crowd of people started, we saw, hitting the truck. Somebody broke the window of the truck. And she did say repeatedly, Shangul, she said, I'm not condoning what the crowd did. And she did acknowledge that this was a difficult situation with the crowd attacking the truck. I want to get that out there, that she did not say she condoned what the crowd did. And then after the truck got attacked by some crowd members, it then drove forward. So now, fortunately, we know that from the LAF Fire Department, 2 people were injured. It doesn't appear either of them were seriously injured because they both refused treatment from the fire department. They refused to go to the hospital. But I'm just going to one more time show you those 2 videos in case you haven't seen them from Shangul. And the first video is right here. And this shows the before the truck actually went through the rally. And you can see the crowd. Some crowd members are attacking the truck. Somebody breaks the window. So this is before it drove through, just to show you this one more time here. Okay, so there was that, and then the second video shows the truck after that happened driving through the crowd. Sorry, give me a second. I'll put that on the screen right here. So this is shortly after that just happened. This is the truck going forward. Now, by the way, one of our viewers said they were saying shame in Farsi. That's what Zepperenfer says. He said they were saying shame in Farsi. Is that true? I forgot to ask Shangul about that. Anyways, hold on a second here. Yeah, so, I mean, the fortunate thing about this incident is that, as far as we know, no serious injuries yet. Again, I wasn't there. Certainly, I would understand if the people in the truck felt threatened because somebody smashed their window and people were banging on the truck. At the same time, I also understand the perspective of people at the rally who apparently felt, a number of people at the rally felt that the truck was not just antagonizing them, but also possibly threatening them. So, again, I wasn't at the rally. You can go back and listen to the interview with Shangul. So I'm not telling you what to think, but this was certainly a very tense situation and dangerous situation. Okay, but again, I really do appreciate Shangul for reaching out and allowing us to ask her some questions. And I do want to quickly play you guys again. We played it before, but we only got to kind of quickly hear it. What President Trump said today about Iran, he did an interview. He was answering some questions on Air Force One. And I just wanted to replay that. If you give me a second here, hang on one moment here. And again, I very much appreciate our moderators who have been here for the stream. We have Ruth has been in there. Thank you so much, Ruth. And also over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and Christina Neal, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, and also Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Also, before I play you what President Trump had to say, really quick, let me just thank a couple people in the chat for supporting the channel. Punch Gut, Seize the Day, Eris Kalar, Corinne, Nugget Doctrine, Tyler Becker, Quellen, Adopt a Pity, Andrew Vaughn, Lily A. Thank you, Lily A. Berea Beard, Price Man, John Bernard, Super Steve, Katie Cat, MKL. Sorry, I'm way behind on thanking people. GGA, Sriracha, Matthew Felty, De Haviland, Pineapple Water, Lewis R, 1XCD, and Strange Loop. I'll thank a few more people after. Happiest Girl, Rouch, Lucky Horse, News with Snacks. All right, I'll say a few more. I didn't get to everybody, but I'll thank a couple more people in a second. Let me play you what President Trump had to say a short while ago about when he was asked about Iran on Air Force One. Earlier today. Here it is. I'm pulling it up right now. Okay. Let me just see. Maybe they posted the video by now. Did they post the video? Sometimes after they post the audio, they'll post the video. But I am not. I got the video. I got the video of Trump. All right, hold on a second. We have the video now. This is the video of him, and you're going to hear him speak about Iran right now. This was earlier today. I just saw the video.
This is really nice. Look at this. It's going to be very rough in about 10 minutes, so we'll have to go a little bit quickly. They just said very, very rough.
Sir, on Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
Well, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent.
I'm sorry. I'm going to boost the volume here because I know it might be hard to hear. So let me boost the volume up and play the question again. Sorry about that, but let me just do that. Oopsie.
They just said very, very rough.
Sir, on Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
Well, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
Which options have you been briefed on? Are you meeting with senior officials?
I'm going to tell you the. Are you meeting with your are you asking me to say what will they do? Where will we attack? When? And at what angle will we attack from?
Are you considering? I'm with the U.S. White House TV pool. I'm wondering, are you being briefed on options? I'm with CNN, sir.
Why don't you just say I'm with CNN? She says I'm with the White House pool. Yes. And I say, what? You're with CNN. You're with fake news. Because CNN is fake news. Go ahead, give me a question.
Can I ask how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response, the balance between helping protesters versus hindering them? Because I imagine that's a delicate balance to strike.
I mean, some of the protesters were killed through the stampeding. I mean, there's so many of them. And some were shot. Are we getting a full report? I'm getting an hourly report. And we're going to make a determination.
Sir, the son of the Spanish Shah, the son of the pro Shah and some military leaders are encouraging you to take action in Iran. Is that a serious option? And
people have been shot, and we're looking at it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to go to Venezuela, or is Secretary Rubio going to go to Venezuela?
So he said, we're looking at it, and we're going to make a determination. I just want to play that first answer again. I just want to hear that one more time.
Call them leaders. I don't know if they're leaders or just it looks like, and they just said very, very rough.
Sir, on Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
So the question was, has Iran crossed your red line yet?
Sir, on Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
They're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
So there you go. He says, we're looking at it. We'll make a determination, so we don't know what the U.S. is going to do. He said, we're looking at strong options. We're getting hourly reports. But that's what he said. So we'll have to see, there was some reporting about this. Let me just see if there's any new reporting about that. Hang on a moment here. Oh, Politico reported something about this today. Politico reported that, hang on a second. Politico reported today that President Trump on Tuesday is going to be briefed on some options. And the Politico report said Trump would be briefed on some kinetic and many non-kinetic options, which might sound a little strange. Here, I have another report about this too. Reuters also said Trump briefing on Iran options planned for Tuesday. So kinetic would normally be like when you're using military weapons. When you're like firing weaponry. Bullets, bombs, and missiles would be examples. So Politico was reporting today that officials had told them Trump's going to have this meeting on Tuesday and be briefed on some kinetic and many non-kinetic options. And let's see here. Also, Politico said the options would range from military strikes in Iran, but also it could involve offensive cyber attacks. And Politico said, an official said they would want to avoid creating a massive civilian impact. And also they said the official said things targeting Iran's military forces are preferable. Also, Politico reported that the Trump administration is looking at whether Starlink terminals can be sent to Iran to help people communicate via the internet via Starlink. Although there's some reporting that says that the regime is blocking Starlink. The Reuters report I just showed you said Trump briefing on Iran options planned for Tuesday. So multiple outlets saying he's going to get briefed on options on Tuesday. Although you never know what the timing is going to be. If you told me something had happened in 10 minutes, that could be true too. I don't know that the administration is going to say when they're going to do something in advance. But the Reuters reports that the meeting on Tuesday will be a discussion about possible next steps, including military strikes, deploying cyber weapons against Iranian military and civilian sites, placing more sanctions on Iran's government, and boosting anti-government sources online, said the Wall Street Journal. So There's talk about maybe some military action, maybe not military action, or some action that's non-military. I think Axios had reported on this, and Axios was claiming that a lot of non-military. Yeah, I'm looking at the Axios report now. Axios said that Trump is considering a bunch of different options for supporting the protests and weakening the regime. The Axios said that one U.S. official told Axios that military strikes are being considered, but most of the options presented to the president at this stage are non-kinetic. So we don't know, even if the U.S. does do some sort of response, will it be military? I have no idea. I also wanted to mention this as well, that you can see here, Trump says he will talk to Musk about restoring internet in Iran. President Trump said today he plans to speak with billionaire Elon Musk about restoring internet in Iran, where authorities have blacked out services for 4 days and amid ongoing anti-government protests. He's very good at that kind of thing. He's got a very good company, Trump said. You know, I bet I have him saying this. I have the video of Trump answering questions. Let me just go through that video for a second and see if I can find the part where he answered that question. Hang on. Hang on.
I didn't like their response. Problems in the past because they didn't have Trump as the president. You have a lot of people forced out of Cuba on fair for big some great companies. And
I'm just trying to find the answer.
if they do that, we will hit them at levels that they wouldn't.
Targets if you struck harder. Military and commercial bases, and Iran said that they would consider.
Oh, listen, hold on. Another question about Iran. Another question about Iran that President Trump answered today. Here you go. This is earlier today. Another question about Iran.
Iran said that they would consider military and commercial bases as legitimate targets if you struck. Are you concerned about?
If they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think Iran takes your threats seriously.
I think so. Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out. Don't you think, and then you just had Venezuela, don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things we've done? What a stupid question.
Are you coordinating with allies on the response to Iran?
Mr. President, when will you meet with Maria Corina Machado this week?
I don't know. I hear Tuesday or Wednesday. I look forward to that.
Have you named your board of peace for Gaza?
I'm just going to see if I can find any other. I think he answered other questions about Iran. I know he did in that appearance today. So let me go to that. Give me one moment here. By the way, a quick thanks to Bennett Dave, SNN US, PH Survivor 92, Allie B from Tennessee, I Am Charlie, Dennis Betts, D. Hayworth, Aaron Makita, Gary Baines, Spanky, Rideshare Beware, Flat for Life, Oliver Hernandez, Julie 70.
Get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
Mr. President, is administration in contact with Iranian opposition leaders as this is unfolding?
Yeah.
What's the message to them?
Yeah. You're going to find out pretty soon.
I think he was asked what the message is to Iranian opposition leaders, and he said, we're going to find out pretty soon. It was hard to hear. Sorry.
Pieces of it is incredible. It's amazing because here we go again, get his wife Janet next door. They start baseball in Turkey. Yeah, sir. Because Iran wants to.
Here's another Iran question.
I'm not going to let it happen. Confuse the public. Confuse. I'm not going to
Here's another Iran question from today.
let it happen.
Do you sense any willingness from Iran to engage diplomatically with you or perhaps negotiate on nuclear program?
With Iran?
Yeah, do you think they want to engage diplomatically with you?
They do. They called
They called you? Is it still
yesterday.
an option? Is it still an option?
Iran called to negotiate.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, the leaders of Iran called. They want to negotiate. I think they're tired of being beat up by the United States.
Can you share any details on that call?
Iran wants to negotiate.
I don't know how this guy has, like, I don't know, whatever viewers and whatever. He's horrible. Who's you know what, did he you know what, to get where he's at? I'm just wondering, because who tunes in to listen to this guy? I'm just wondering, like, he informed us on some good stuff, but like, he's horrible. You're telling me there's not somebody better out there?
Yes. We may meet with them. I mean, the meeting is being set up, but we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting. But a meeting is being set up. Iran called. They want to negotiate. Thank you very much, everybody.
What are you going to do?
Be careful. A lot of bumps.
What's your plan for East Potomac? Are you going to renovate the golf course?
Yeah, we're going to make it a beautiful.
I think that's it. Maybe I missed the answer about the Starlink, but I told you what.
Maybe I missed
Reuters
the
said he
answer
said
about the
that.
Starlink, but let's talk about his big, beautiful ballroom and how much it didn't cost the tax people. This guy definitely might be in jail. Look at his schnoz, dude.
Hold on. Reuters said President.
Or he's really, really just dumb. I don't know. I can't. It looks like Bert from Bert and Ernie, kind of.
Trump said that.
Look at his head. It's just shaped like Bert.
He plans to speak with Elon Musk about restoring internet in Iran, where authorities have blacked out services for 4 days. He's very good at that kind of thing. He's got a good company, Trump told reporters.
Come on, bro. Why you gotta use all
And by the way, quick thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates on
bro.
Facebook. Kristen McConnell Gates, Travis Owensby, Evelyn Kumbalik, Jarrett Najalki, Bruce Hodge, Margaret Riley. Thank you. And also thanks to SCU from the UK, who says, I am Iranian.
And the way he's like he makes this zesty ass noise in between when he's trying to say something, like when he's thinking, he's like, bro, come on.
I haven't heard from my family for over 4 days. Please be Iranian voice. He says 10 million people are living outside Iran and all are worried about their family. ECU believes over 3,000 people have been killed by the government. I can't confirm numbers. There's been unconfirmed reports about large amounts of people killed. There's been some videos purporting to show body bags, a lot of body bags. I don't have exact numbers for you. It's very hard to know exactly what's going on, but there's a lot of evidence suggesting that in the last...
Do you know what he's on? He's on stupid. Look at him.
Couple days after shutting off the internet.
Dude, he just looks stupid.
The regime has started
one good every picture every time. Look at him. Hey, Ernie. Looks like freaking Bert, dude, or whatever his name is. Looks just like him. Like he's a damn Sesame Street character.
A violent crackdown. In terms of exact numbers, I just don't have confirmed numbers for you, but it's certainly possible that, I will say this about that. I saw one number quoted today. You can see here from a Reuters article, deaths from Iran protests reach more than 500. A rights group says unrest in Iran has killed more than 500 people. A rights group said Sunday. According to its latest figures, the U.S.-based group HRANA said it had verified the deaths of 490 protesters and 48 security personnel, with more than 10,000 people arrested during the protests. Iran has not given an official toll, and Reuters was unable to independently verify the tallies, says Reuters.
So in other words, it's just what you just told us was absolutely just fucking, you have no clue. You just spouted off some stats and then go, well, they really don't know. Like, thank you. Thank you very much.
The flow of information has been hampered by an internet blackout since Thursday. Can
you read? Read.
Hang on a second here.
Not you, read in the chat. Read. Hello? Durka.
This is from today. Let me just show you something. I want to show you a video that goes along with that article real quick. So thank you again to Isiuk, and thoughts with you, Isiuk, and everybody else who cannot be in contact with family and people they know in Iran right now. Thanks also Bill Jack and Jeremy West and Robert S. Jordan.
He's got to be,
there
dude.
should be a drop of water supplies to the people. Thanks also Lily A.
This guy is either new or on the best X that has been around since the 90s. Dude, need some water and some bubble gum and some techno music, bro.
Who said, Lily A says, we the people of Iran want freedom in return of our King Reza Shah, the second Mr. President.
Some bubble gum and a Vicks inhaler.
Hang on one second. I'm going to show you a video in a second.
Yeah, exactly, Hugh. Exactly, Hugh.
Here is the video that goes along with that article from Reuters.
See, says it all right there. I believe you. Look at his schnoz, dude. Look at his head. He looks like the type that would cry about his bagel getting eaten. For sure. 1000%. I want my everything bagel. Damn it. Yo, remember that little midget and or that little guy? He wasn't midget. He was just a small guy in New York who wanted his bagel, and he started yelling at everybody in the bagel shop, and that big guy tackled his ass, dude. Remember that guy? The little bagel J? That guy was hilarious.
One moment here. Let me fix this.
If I really felt like it, I'd pull up the video to end it, because that guy's fucking hilarious.
All right, here's the video right here.
Tehran threatened retaliation on Sunday against US military bases and its arch-foe Israel. That's if US President Donald Trump were to carry out the threat he's repeatedly made of attacking Iran to protect protesters. With leaders of the Islamic Republic facing the biggest demonstrations since 2022, Iran's police chief said security forces had stepped up efforts to confront, quote, rioters. Hundreds have died since protests began in late December, according to a rights group. They began as a response to soaring prices, before turning against the clerical rulers who've governed since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Social media videos posted on Saturday, despite an internet blackout, showed more large crowds in the capital Tehran. Authorities accused the US and Israel of fomenting the unrest. And Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakir Kalibaf issued this warning to Trump on Sunday.
Therefore, so that you are not miscalculating, know that in case of an attack on Iran, the occupied lands, as well as U.S. military bases in the region, will be our legitimate targets. And with all these clear confessions that you made about invading Iran, we will not limit ourselves to a reaction. We will act based on signs of threats.
Trump posted on social media on Saturday, Iran is looking at freedom, perhaps like never before. The USA stands ready to help. In a phone call on Saturday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio discussed the possibility of US intervention in Iran, according to an Israeli source present for the conversation. Israel and Iran fought a 12-day war in June last year, which the United States briefly joined by attacking key nuclear installations. Though Netanyahu expressed support for the Iranian protesters on Sunday, Israel has not signaled a desire to intervene this time. Meanwhile, Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah and a prominent voice in the fragmented opposition, said Trump had observed Iranians' indescribable bravery and stood ready to help. Do not abandon the streets, he said. It's hard to gauge how much public support Pahlavi now commands in Iran, where he has not set foot for decades.
Speaking of Reza, he did post a new call to action today, and he said, hang on a second here. Reza Pahlavi posted, again, he is the son of the former Shah of Iran, the last leader of Iran before the Iranian Revolution in 1979. He said, "Beloved people of Iran, my courageous compatriots, over the past 2 weeks, especially in the last 4 days, you have shaken the foundations of the illegitimate Islamic Republic through massive nationwide demonstrations. Now, relying on your overwhelming response to the recent calls and with the public mandate I have received from you, I am announcing a new phase of the national uprising to overthrow the Islamic Republic and reclaim our beloved Iran." Remember, he is not in Iran, Reza Pahlavi. He says, inside Iran, in addition to taking and holding the central streets of our cities, that has not happened yet. He is calling for that to happen. In addition to taking and holding the central streets of our cities,
you can do it, man. Repeat that again.
Institutions and apparatuses responsible for the regime's propaganda and for cutting communications are to be it's a little confusing the way it's written.
Hooked on Phonics did not work for him.
In addition to taking and holding the central streets of our cities, right? Which I'm not aware that that's happened yet. In addition to that, all institutions and apparatuses responsible for the regime's propaganda and for cutting communications are to be regarded as legitimate targets. Employees of state institutions as well.
Unless I was rolling balls and I came on and said, "Sorry guys, I'm rolling balls, just like deal with it." Please don't ever with me if I talk like this.
As members of the armed and security forces have a choice. Stand with the people and become allies of the nation, or choose complicity with the murderers of the people and bear the nation's lasting shame and condemnation. Outside Iran, all Iranian embassies and consulates belong to the Iranian people. The time has come for them to be adorned with Iran's national flag in place of the disgraceful banner of the Islamic Republic. A man, I believe, went to the Iranian embassy in London, was it a couple days ago, and climbed up there and temporarily replaced the Iranian flag with the flag of the opposition. He said, "We stand on the threshold of reclaiming our beloved Iran from the Islamic Republic. Khamenei and his regime have already suffered several heavy blows at your hands, and we must not allow them a moment to recover. The regime faces a severe shortage of forces of repression. The increase in gunfire against the people is not a sign of strength, but of fear of collapse and an accelerated downfall. We will not allow these criminals to spill any more of our young people's blood. We will not give them that chance. We will not retreat. Iran's freedom is near," he claims. "The blood shed by Iran's immortal sons and daughters guides our path toward victory. We are not alone. International support will soon arrive," he says. "Stand by for my next messages. Very soon we will reclaim our beloved Iran back from the Islamic Republic, and celebrations of freedom and victory will fill every corner of our country." That is what he is saying. He is saying that international support will soon arrive. We'll have to see what happens. Thank you, Daniel Daly, by the way.
Piss.
And
oh my God.
It's just unclear what is going to be the trajectory of these broadcaster, and that the main elements behind the unrest had been rounded up and would be punished following a legal process. The police chief acknowledged deaths, but implied they were caused by coordinated agitators rather than security forces. The Iranian president Masoud Pezeshkian said on Sunday,
"What the hell, dude?
The protests were the work of Iran's."
Glad I kept fast forwarding. I'm ready to
enemies.
I'm still gonna do the ice show, y'all. Should I hit one in the chat if I should do it? I didn't wake up until the Patriots game was like starting, so I slept all night and then pretty much all day. I watched like half and half of both games or whatever.
Who were training terrorists. He accused them of a variety of atrocities without providing evidence.
Hopefully they're
Victoria Taylor, says the Post, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State.
Okay, hopefully, Reed, I don't have to ever show this guy again, and there's not more stuff to do with Iran, but I was just trying to get information on Iran. I was just trying to find out what was going on. Of course, you know, to get the information. Everybody's like, Fox News sucks, which it does. CNN, or we love this. You bring out the independent guy and he's half R, you know what I'm saying? You can't win, dude. There's nothing you could do. You can't effing win, dude. You can't. You try to bring out the most, nope. Doesn't matter. He sucks too. I don't know what to say, dude. Y'all are better off just listening to me, dude. This guy sucks. I wish I had somebody that was on the ground that could have told me, hey, yeah, I saw a U-Haul. I mean, like, I don't know what to say. Only in California will you see U-Hauls doing that. Well, that's not true. It could happen anywhere at this point, but I'm not shocked that it was California. No, I'm not showing this. I'm just using this as my screensaver. For anybody that's wondering if I'm showing this, no. I am going to end this stream after I'm done BSing with y'all, and I'm going to set up another one and see if I can do it. The reason I feel like I can is because I slept all day. Now, Ryan, he might ace out, but I've still got it in me. I didn't drink much coffee, so I could do the other one. I've pretty much stayed pretty, what's it called? I'm pretty no, I'm not at all hammered. I'm actually the opposite. I've stayed very chill, bro. So Reed, my dog. I'm gonna have to end this though and re-kick it and start it to do the ice one. I'm not doing it on this stream. This one was strictly Venezuela and Iran. I wanted to make light of the Iran topic because I didn't hear it anywhere else at all. Like nobody talked about it at all. Nobody everybody just wanted to talk about this, and I just felt like there's just so much going on in the world stage that this next topic is going to be more for like the chat and watching everybody argue than it's going to be informative. Like none of it. It's all stupid. But this was a little more informative of what's going on. Now I'm going to take what I just saw and I'm going to go do my own research. You know, this is just like I said earlier, it's like planting the seed. It's telling you, okay, this is what they're saying. This is what's going on. Now I am going to take the info they gave me and I'm going to go look into the topics. No way forever in my life will I take what these people say as word. None of it. The closest that I got to it being word, and I'm still going to do my research on it, is the last one with the chick. listening to Al Jazeera, they've probably got their reasoning. The France one, they've got their reasoning. I played many different countries talking about this, and everybody has their own agenda. But I feel like, and I know Damage asked me, like, what's my opinion on Iran? And it's like, look, I've always been like, I feel bad for Iran. I've got friends that are Muslim that live in that area. They told me what's going on. It's really effed up. And it's effed up what the Jays do also. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you guys with this topic, but I do know that if there are people suffering over, foreign news is way better than U.S. news, Hugh. Yeah, dude, listening to the world news is way better than hearing these stupid politicians in America, which we're about to go to next, dumb ourselves down. This is like, okay, what moves are being made on the map, on the world stage? It's going to set the world off. Like, this stuff is stupid. Someone kept coming and going, the distraction. No. What we're about to watch is the distraction. This is what's going on. Now, again, I'm not saying what we just saw was all true. I'm going to go in and look and get my own sources and get my own truth off it. But there's a little bit of truth to everything. You just got to find it for yourself. You just can't take their word for it. And you also can't sit there and discredit them and say all of it's a lie. I would say it's somewhere in between, and you got to find what's the right way to go, right? You got to find your own truth. And the people that do research, the people that do follow me, or people that do want to know all this, you will go do this research, and then the seed's been laid, and then you can go fly, but I don't know it. I'm trying to go ahead and figure it out with you guys. That's why it's called reacting, because dude, that's a lot to take on. That's 5 hours of content. We sat there for 5 hours. I think watching a topic for 5 hours, you can build a opinion. You can get an opinion on 5 hours worth of content. I think so. You should be able to. And it's not the first time, we've talked about this. I think we did it 2 days ago. So, that being said, everybody could definitely, agree on that part, and, take it for what it is. I'm just the middleman here trying to report it to y'all, bro. I sit around and go, damn, man, there's so much going on. What's the most important? What's the most important that I could give you guys? You know what I'm saying? And I still had to go with the world news. There's way more with the ice. It's way easier for me to have done ice. I mean, there's so much. It's so much easier, but I don't know. I don't know if I felt the same energy from it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll see. But I don't know. Hey, Hugh, you get some rest, buddy. You get some rest. I'm ready to re-kick this here in a second. I'm just BSing with everybody that stuck around for this. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate everybody for sticking around. I hope everybody's hit the there's going to be a major stuff coming out of this. Absolutely. This won't be the last time we talk about this whole conflict at all. It won't be. Hugh, you have a good damn night, buddy. I appreciate you and all your contributions to the chat, brother. You're smart, and much love to you, brother. And if you have a channel, man, you're more, good luck with your channel too, brother. For real. Much love. Much love. But is anybody going to rock out? The reason why I still think we got time is because, we usually have a nice little group of people that come in around 5:20, 5:30 and go to 7:30 or so. So I'll do what I can. I just feel like if I wait any longer, that all the content's going to be old and not even worth using. So that being said, much love to everybody. Where we at? Damage, thanks for coming through. Randy, much love to you. Rai, awesome. So what's your opinion about being on it these hours? I like the late hours, bro. Like it doesn't really matter to me. Like the daytime, it's a lot more like low IQ people. At night, it's a lot more based and people that have good conversation. So I like the nighttime better. I try to work it all around, but I really love it. Ryan's not feeling it. I like it because I like to get the best of the best people and having the best conversations, So, nighttime isn't bad. It isn't bad. You sound drunk or high. Wow. We got Dick Tracy over here, detective of the effing year. Literally. Yeah. Is that how I sound? Can you literally tell somebody by the sound? You're an expert. You're an expert. I could just tell by the sound you are this way. Damn, bro. You might as well just be the expert. Who needs a dog when they got you, bro? You don't just hear it. I can hear it in your voice. I can hear it in your voice, bro. You're drunk or high. I'm fucking Inspector Gadget over here, Tim. Breathe in my face, please. No, it just smells like your mom's nipples, bro. Sorry. I wanted to say something else and I had to stop. That was the best I could do, bro. I wanted to say something way more, but I couldn't. Y'all go ahead and fill in what you thought I was gonna say, bro. I had to literally like. I felt like Jim Carrey in that movie Liar Liar when he tries to tell a lie. I was like, I'm not on Discord right now, bro. I couldn't say what I wanted to say, dude. Damn. You have no idea. I think you do, but bro, that was Brian. You know me, bro. That took a lot of fucking. Did you get your 300 likes, bro?
Yeah.
Dude, we're one away from 311. Don't you like 311 or something? Yeah. Man, that last guy though was a goofball, dude. I don't know what else to say. What'd you think? Did you listen to that whole thing? Like, all right. Let me ask you this before we get out of here.
I tried.
You sat here and watched this whole thing, right? And what was going into this topic before we started the show? How on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you know about this topic?
1.
What do you think about what you heard?
Man, I don't know.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, man.
I hear you.
Just chat.
Yeah. Well, do you think Trump's gonna save the peoples over there, or go over there and do his thing? I guarantee you he is. I'm just gonna say this, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like he's trying to take over every damn place. The NWO. Anybody knows what that is? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. That's just what I see. And what I see that's just what I see. I really, really wish I could tell you guys how I truly feel. I really do. YouTube doesn't let it go down like that. That's why I need Patreon. Because I want to be able to go live and tell you how I truly, really, really, really feel. You know, I'm like that Jay Burt on or Ernie, whatever that guy was. I'm like him, man. I'm trying to be like around the bush, PG with it the best I can. But, you know, okay, dude, you got to talk that crazy shit right before I'm getting out of here. I'm not even giving you time out. You're done. I don't even want to read your comments ever again. So anyways, what was I saying before this asshole comes in and talks like a total prick, liberal piece of pink-haired poon? Anybody, anything? Come on, pink-haired poonie. Try to say something now, Bubba. Bubba. And I mean it the Clinton style, Bubba. Fucking stupids. Honestly, you know, Keeks, you guys know the mod Keeks. She was like, you know, she's been modded. She's like, oh, the chat's not bad. It's great. She texts me yesterday. She's like, oh my God, now I know why you can't stand anybody. They're all fucking idiots, dude. They're fucking stupid. They can't carry a conversation. Like, there's so many stupid people. I'm like, finally. Now you get my disdain. That's why I love people like Damage and Turbo and all y'all that come in here and speak that real shit with me because, bro, there are so many dumbass people in here, bro. For real. Bubba Chicken Pounder, whatever. I don't know what that is, bro, but take your damn other language shit and put it somewhere where the sun don't shine. I'm going to put you in timeout. I'm going to give you a chance to correct it, but bro, we don't do other languages in here, bro. This is fucking, bro, come on. And it's not even because the reason you think. It's because what if you're telling a spell in the middle of that damn language, bro? What if you're saying like, oh, Ryan's going to forever have ballage for the rest of his life, and he reads it, and he reads his own spell and his nutsage for the rest of his life. That's what I'm talking about. Nah. Use English, bro. We ain't reading no spells, bro. You sound like the dumbass you're trying to describe. Nah, the dumbass I'm trying to describe was like this. Hold on. I've got a report out of. Hold on. I think that was. Hold on. That was the U-Haul. Let me get the girl. Hold on. That was him, bro. Don't ever compare me to that Jay, bro. I'll run circles around that cat in my sleep. Get out of here. Whoever said that, bro, you are a Jay. Straight up. Go eat your everything bagel. Go on. Go on, get that bagel. Go on. Now get that bad boy. Get that damn baby. They can barely fight. Bro, I ain't even worried about all that. We're going to get Greenland and we're going to keep on moving, bro. That's just what it is, dude. I'm tired of hearing about it. We're gonna make it. There's Candy. How you doing, girl?
Hi, Candy.
We're just getting ready to end this, right? And then we're gonna go into I think I'm gonna try to set it up, and if my brain will let me do it, I'll do it. I think I can. I don't know about Ryan. I don't know what his sleep was, but I'll tell you, I slept all damn day. So I did it for a reason. I woke up late at night so I could do this at night. So I don't know. I don't know what Ryan did. I don't know what your sleep like. But I personally stayed up for a reason. Or slept all day for a reason. Just woke up this girl and I'm rolling up. Hey, I'm about to make more coffee and roll up too for the next show. We're going to talk about some ice cream. Yeah, tell them to eat their kosher pickles and blood tunnels. Exactly, right? Go eat. go wear your small hat in a tunnel and spin your dreidel around and sing. Okay? Go make me a Reuben. Go make me a fucking Reuben, please.
Me too.
All right. Yeah, I know, right? All right. Has everybody hit the sub and like? Let's see. Hey, we're at 316 likes, so we didn't scare everybody the fuck away, I guess. Whatever. I tossed and turned all night. I just woke up, took some Tylenol. Be careful with all that Tylenol and coffee, girl. For real. I give a shit about you. That Tylenol and coffee will mess your belly up. Come on now. You can't access your Discord? Why? What'd you do? What happened? Why can't you do Discord, bro? Nick Miller, if you worship this child, all right, dude. Hey, Nick, does anybody got anything to say to Nick? Anybody? Anybody got anything to say to Nick?
Yeah, bye.
Nick? Nick! You're a goofball. Well, I hope you feel better, Candy. Hey, who likes that? If you're on, hey, I can't even say, someone can clip that on me. But the soundboard. Hi, my name is Nick, and
Yeah, get clipped.
If you're on Discord, you know what I'm talking about. The Nick soundboard one, Sterling. You know what I'm talking about. You forgot your password? Well, ain't that about a bitch? Can't you recover it? Nick is a one-letter word. Sterling knows what I'm talking about. That's like, that's like one of the funniest parts of the whole entire thing. That is like, I don't know what he said, but good night, Nick. If somebody wants to say in the chat, I'll let you type it. Sterling. Nobody knows what we're talking about but us and Ryan, clearly. But my boomer friends, when they hear that soundboard, they be laughing their asses off at that one. That one and the one Gary always cries at. Shut up, silly woman. That one's pretty funny, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's not at any channel, but we sure as hell are always right, bro. We ain't never going left. That's zesty. If you go left, that's zesty, bro. There's only one thing that might go to the left a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I'd have to check and make sure, but and it sure as hell ain't my politics. So now I'm gonna start another one, talk about another topic. I just wanted to talk about more than one, I think this topic did really well, to be honest. I think we did well with this one. Man, shut your mouth, boy. I don't got time to respond to cats like you. For real. We got too much popping in here to getting to waste on you. Yeah, dude, that was hilarious. Hey, dude looked like somebody out of Sesame Street, just straight up. I mean, for real. Ryan's like, you need to talk more in the videos. I had to like really mess with my mic, you know what I'm saying, to make sure this could go down. And I'm like, bro, I'm going to light this shit up. You want me to talk? All right, I'll talk, but I got to sleep all day because I've been tired as shit trying to cover Trump. Bro, everybody's like, oh, he's old. He's lazy, all this shit. No, he's not. That's one thing. I might think a lot of things about the guy, but trying to cover him is almost impossible. Dude, there's so much shit going on that, like, I can't. Bro, I was like a zombie, and this dude's doing press conferences talking hella shit. And I'm like, ugh. Now, I do understand he's got the government for his doctor, so he's probably got some good shit to keep him going, but only thing I've ever supported from the left was I didn't even support that damage. I voted no on the wreck, bro. I voted no. I'm so friggin' right that I voted no on that shit because I knew it was BS. And they're going back on everything that we agreed upon, they're going back on because that's just how they are. Now, I had my card and I felt like, why the hell do I need to make it wreck so everybody could wreck it? And that's exactly what they did too. The only good thing is that, you know, people could grow, and that I cannot complain about at all. At all. I left out best. My bad. I don't even remember what you said, so you're good. Okay. Do you think we're going to get 2K, though? I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't. Do you think we're going to get 2K, Ryan? I don't think that's ever going to happen.
I don't know. Probably.
If it is, it's going to be a long time from now. It's not anytime soon. I just don't, dude. I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, well. I can't look at this.
Wait, he promises everything so you would vote to give him power to ruin you. That's fair in part of what you said. That's fair in part. I voted for him to do exactly what he's doing, which is getting rid of the illegals, which is why we're going to go talk about ICE when we get done with this. There's a lot of things I disagree with the guy, but what he's doing with the illegals and all the shit that he's getting into right now, it doesn't seem like the worst thing that could be going on. It could be worse if it was happening to us. That's how I feel. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to next time, though. Like, to vote next time, I don't see. To make himself richer, rich and riches. Come on, bro. The dude's 79 years old. Do you really think he gives a shit about money, dude? This is about pushing an agenda. If you really want to try to play your little woke fucking shit, why don't you keep it 100? He's trying to push an agenda. But to say he's trying to get rich is stupid. He's already rich, dude. He's set for life. His family's set for life. What are you talking about? He's just a straight up puppet, if anything. If you want to talk any shit at all about him, you can go, he's a puppet. Because somebody's controlling the strings. Because trust me, if they didn't want this to happen the way it's happening, he wouldn't be around right now. That's just a fact. How do illegal immigrants affect your life? Well, they are a burden on our system. They are ghosts around my country. They are R-ing and unaliving and doing things that are bad, and we can't do nothing about it because we have sanctuary cities that give them permission, and they are very much affecting my life, bro. They're making things more expensive in Ohio, especially. You've got Somalians. We've got Somalians in my life in Columbus, Ohio, ruining the state. What do you mean in my life? Do you want to know the truth? In my life, we got Somalians. Ryan, get this bitch out here. Put him on timeout. But in my life, we got Somalians that are claiming freaking government assistance with 4 wives and using the money to stock their shelves for their stores that they're getting government assistance on. That's how they're affecting my life. I'm not a liar. Do your research, stupid. Just like Trump called that reporter stupid, I'm calling you stupid. Because you obviously don't know nothing. That's why this is all going down. That's why this whole thing is going down. Okay? Why everything in Minnesota is happening. The same shit's happening here. The same things happening in Maine. The same things happening in Seattle. Same things happening in Boston. The same things happening in PA. The same things happening in Michigan. The same things happening in Florida. No. It's not rage. It's not rage at all. Not at all. I'm not mad. I'm over here speaking fucking truth. You're over here talking crazy shit. The same thing in Colorado. I mean, go down the list. So if you want to sit there and say how they've affected my life, I think it's pretty effing obvious. And if you don't know, why the hell are you asking me that question that many effing times? Really, bro? Really? If they were such a great addition to this country, why are we trying to get them out? Why did 80% of the country vote for Trump? Why? Explain that to me. Explain that to me. Please. Why did the country, the majority of the country, the more people ever voted in the whole world ever was for Trump? Why do you think they did it? You don't think for a second everybody was sick and tired of the shit that we just went through for 4 years? You really think that idiot Waltz, who we're about to talk about next, should have been vice president with that idiot Harris? Are you kidding me right now? Why am I even telling you people this shit? You should know better. Are you guys new to life? Were you just coming out of Iraq, dude? I mean, anybody that thinks that would have been the right choice, you're the reason why this country's gonna fall. And we're fighting against people like you, Beasley. Get her out of here, bro. Get her out of here. Or put her on timeout. Go to the jizz corner, bitch. We don't give a shit. No. A bunch of losers. Exactly. They're a bunch of losers, dude. We can tell everything you do before you do it. You guys run around with pink hair and whistles. Oh, no. Let's blow the whistles now. Let's just not let this shit go. You guys want to talk about these people being harassed? Don't you think if they just went and got the people they needed to and got out, they'd be straight? But y'all are making it a problem. Y'all are making it a problem. Come on, dude. I knew that the girl that got unalived, I knew she was going to get unalived before she even got unalived because it was obvious. It was obvious we're dealing with what are they? Mentally unstable people standing in the streets, yelling and blowing their whistles. Oh no! Oh no! Did you not see the dude standing on the side of the car? They're like, oh, she's innocent. She's got 3 kids and dude, did you not see her boyfriend? I mean, girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever that was? Did you not hear what she said as she's going at him? Are you guys really that slow? Ryan, you better be taking care of all these dick licks in the chat, Bubs.
I'm trying.
Are you really that slow? I think you are. I truly do. I think some of y'all are really stupid, bro. Schizo while other people have mental problems, like yourself. Literally like yourself. You're the person I'm talking about. Ryan, whatever the fuck your name is. You're the person I'm talking about. What I'm describing is you. Literally you, bro. You are the person I'm describing. You and all your little fucking fellas and all your little fucking rainbow crew and all your little furry pube. Don't make me go. Don't go there, you damage. I see it. But all your little mentally ill, I am a fucking teapot in a pan people. Okay? Y'all are just lost your effing mind. You lost your effing minds. And if anybody feels like they're going to stand on that side of the freaking aisle, go for it. Go for it. Not me. Not freaking me, dude. I'm not for that. It's disgusting. If you want to take your kid to the library to sit on another man's lap that's dressed as a woman to read him a book about what it's like to have... you do that. You're sick. How do I even have to say it? You stand on that shit? Really? You know, you talk about protecting the children. Oh, you give me the Epstein list. But you let your kid sit on some dude's lap and think it's woke. Come on. It's disgusting. You're weird. And we look down on you as people. We don't think you're normal people. I'm letting you know. Normal people think you guys are literally insane. Say what you want about me. Because if you say I'm insane, you're that person. Straight up, straight up, straight up. You're, yeah, kind of like Santa, except for like, you know, they probably got a record. They probably got a record. Oh, I know, Reed. Look, a lot of weird people. There's a lot of weird people out there, bro. There's a lot of weird people that are rushing to their local library for this shit. I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to tell them. This is not a MAGA thing. This is not a Trump thing. This is a humanitarian thing. This is about common sense here. I'm sorry. It's about common effing sense. I want the files. I want the files. Well, why don't you give a shit about the files in your own town? Why? Spend that much time typing in the chat. Give me the top. Give me this files. Give me the files. Give me the files. Go look up what's going on in your town. For real. Who cares? See, get the fuck out of here. Go on. Go. You're weird. You're a weirdo. If you literally have a question to what I'm saying, and if you really have a problem with what I'm saying, you're the person I want to hear this. I am aiming this at you. I already know Turbo knows what's good. I know Damage knows what's good. I know the majority of you guys know what's good. But there's, 430 people watching? I guarantee you there's at least 100 to 200 people that are like, this guy's crazy. This guy's crazy. No, I'm saying what nobody wants to hear, which is you guys. So go take your kids. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Why are you falling for that shit? It's crazy to me. What am I saying? You should probably rewind it because I'm not repeating myself. Hey, look, these are your peoples, bro. I'm look, though, these are your peoples. Hey, these are your people. These are the ones I'm talking about right here. I'm just saying, the people making these dumbass comments, You're the ones that I'm talking to. Really, get more triggered. Get more triggered. Please get more triggered, because we're about to talk about a guy who put tampons in men's bathroom. That's going to be the next topic. Welcome to Let's Go. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. They don't want them, though. That's the thing. They don't want them. If they wanted the files, they could go out and get them. But instead, they want to sit there and bitch about it. I didn't really sleep good. I was tossing. I'm just, what do you want me to say? I'm talking to me? You talking to me? I'm talking. Hey, look, if this is offending you, yes, I'm talking to you. If you get what I'm saying, hit the like button, subscribe, share, and hit 1 or whatever you want to do to let me know. But I'm not talking to everybody in this chat. I'm talking to the people. You know who you are. You know who you are. I hope you learned something. Nobody cares about him at this point, bro. For real. We don't. I want to know what's going on right now. Where are the kids in North Carolina? Where are the kids in Maui, etc., etc.? I really could give a shit about some JFK, MLK, Jeffrey, and all the other files that we're never going to know. I'm not going to just go down a rabbit hole that's never going to end. Keep it moving. I've been doing this way too long. I already know the truth. Just like I know about, Blind 11 and all the other stuff. We already know. I don't need the government to tell me. Clearly, some of y'all need someone to hold your effing hand. I don't need that. I don't need somebody to hold my hand to tell me what's good and bad. I think it's clear. I think they told us right to our face who the fucking culprits are. I mean, it's not rocket science. Trump's hiding something. Oh, I know, bro. He's hiding something so bad, bro. So bad that it's so bad, dude, that Biden didn't put it out in the last 4 years. And neither did look, when Obama was president, he didn't either. Oh, I'll tell you what. Obama was hanging out with them on the actual island. I could see why he didn't do that. So was Biden. I can see why they never released any type of files, and not one of you little crying libtards ever even mentioned them. As we screamed at the top of our lungs that this shit was going on. And that's not an opinion. It's a fact. Yes, Obama is in the files as well as his big hog wife. Or boyfriend or husband or whatever they are, dude. Why do you think it was redacted so hard? Because it was all Democrat shit. Exactly, Turbo. Put the pizza up. We know. We're not stupid. Trump ain't blocking the files. Clearly. I've got a whole entire video that I just have not been able to share with you guys that show so much of it. But it's on a whole website that I can't. I'm trying to figure out how I can do it. I got to edit it or something first. Because it's hardcore. If you really want to know, it's hardcore, bro. And it's Democrat, disgusting shit. All the Hollywood actors, all the people you think of. I'm not QAnon. So yeah, take that somewhere else. That's not no Q shit, bro. Sorry. That was WikiLeaks, first off. That was just some WikiLeaks shit, bro. That's not Q. at all. Trump was, listen, Trump, I don't think he was a Democrat at one point, at least that's what he's, but I think he was a businessman. I think he is exactly who he's catering to now. Whoever's lines, he probably lined his pockets with both sides. Why wouldn't you? If you know how to work the game, that's probably how he did it. And that's what these people are doing. Those executives we watched in Trump's, thing the other day, that was absolutely a bunch of billionaires getting together to line their pockets. Damn it. Why are you laughing, bro? What? Do you like the liberal tears, how they just fall? The liberal tears just be falling down like, son, it was a failure until he became POTUS. Was he a failure, though? You're stupid. Dude was a billionaire before he became president. You're stupid. I guarantee you, if somebody gave you $1 million, you'd shit it down the drain. You could not take $1 million and turn it into $1 billion. I bet money. I bet you're not smart enough for that. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. And that's not even that much money. Do you know how much money these Somalians are getting to open up fucking businesses around Columbus? Just as much as Trump got to start his business. I don't hear none of y'all crying about that. Seriously. I'm not. I can't tell he doesn't know business. Huh. I don't know. I thought I remember growing up seeing Trump on everything. Home Alone, in movies and commercials. I remember Trump Tower before I knew who Trump was. I'm pretty sure he's a staple. I'm pretty sure every rapper, every person at one point in time has rapped about Trump, has talked about Trump. What? And he failed? What did he fail at? He had a #1 hit successful show and was on. What did he fail at? I want to know. Look, I don't love him. I'm just telling you. What? The dude's been relevant. He was on the Oprah Winfrey Show and she was begging him to run for president. Y'all forget about that? Think you guys are slow, stupid, or you guys just don't know? You do remember when he was sitting and he was saying the exact same stuff that he's saying now to Oprah 30 years ago. Wait, I would say 40 years ago. Easy. And they sat there and begged. She said, please run for president. And the whole crowd was begging him. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Go watch it. It's up right now. Every rapper that ever talks shit about him, Snoop Dogg, his biggest hater, right? Performed at his freaking inauguration. Yeah, you heard what I just said. Snoop performed at his inauguration. The same, He had Lil Wayne. Who else? Think Nicki Minaj. Yeah, a lot of people hate him. Ice Cube even likes him. Like what? You have no clue. You guys are just you guys are so stuck in this weird paradigm that you all don't even recognize truth. For real, you don't. I'm not yet. Mike Tyson. There you go. There's another one. Mike Tyson, dude. They tried to get Mike Tyson to talk crap about him. And he's like, I can't. He's always been a good dude to me. I can't talk shit about him. And he stood on it, bro. He stood on it. Lil Wayne, another one, dude. Kodak Black, another one. Just like normal people that I relate to. I'm just saying. It's the people from his show. Absolutely. Candy. The people from his show, dude. Your Texas speech doesn't understand your accent. What's your accent, bro? Where are you from? Hey, I kind of like Trump, but he's not the giant successful Look, he's definitely a successful giant mogul. But I get the flaws that everybody sees in him. No human's perfect. But the hate from these libs in here don't match up for the hate that they're giving him. Yup, Trump got Wayne's charges dropped, Kodak's charges dropped. He released Larry Hoover. Come on, bro. Had Kanye in the White House with Nick Fuentes. Are you kidding me? No other president's doing shit like that. Biden just sat in the basement and ate ice cream and sniffed little kids. Obama had all the LGBT rainbow family crew in the White House. BLM and Antifa and shit. Nobody wanted to F with him. He started this whole shit. Trump inherited hell, just so y'all know. And then they gave it to him while he was president, which was all part of the plan. I don't feel bad for the guy. I understand. That's all part of the plan. Just see, that's again, that whole grabber by the, you know what? I think that's just bad shit talking. Personally, I think that's really bad locker room talk. Like, that's like somebody who doesn't talk like that talking like that. Like listening to you guys try to talk politics in the chat sometimes when we were talking about Iran and how dumb y'all sounded. That's kind of how he sounds. Like y'all are trying to make statements to be relevant in the conversation, but you really aren't at all. That's how y'all are. Like, oh my God, they're brother. Nobody even says it like that, bro. Who even says it like that? Unless you're not. It's not like dude be saying it all the time because he had no clue what the hell he was saying. That's how we talk as dudes. That's totally locker room talk, bro. That is absolutely locker room talk. And it's sitting at 369, bro. That was crazy. It sat there for a grip, bro. Yeah, we all talk like that. Any real dude in here, not you little fucking soy boys, any real dude in here has talked with their boys about whatever. That's normal. That's normal talk, y'all. You're acting like he's out of pocket. I'm just saying, bro, that ain't enough to really to claim nothing on nobody, bro. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Jizz Corner! Dun, dun, dun. I don't know much. I really feel like doing the ice thing anymore. I'm gonna be 100. These soy boys say 80 wonder why girls like them. F.I. is guilty. Everyone needs to understand there's a difference between Persian and... Oh, yeah. We're not on that, but yeah, I get it. No, he's not a disgrace to the American people, Gary. He could be. We'll find out. But at the end of the day, I don't think so. And I'm going to argue with it because I feel like it. Honestly. You are a co-conspirator. Oh. If I'm a co-conspirator, okay. Whatever you want to call it. Go take your kid to the library now. Seriously, go take your kid to the library. Hope some chick with the beard teaches them something woke for you today. It's Monday morning. Why not get off to a good start of the week? Nothing like a good beard in the morning with the wig. Smelling like liberal tears. Let's go. Anything else I can rant about? Who else got something to say? Who else? I kind of went way past what I was gonna do, so I'm just gonna keep talking shit. I don't know if I'm gonna do the other one. It just depends on how long it's gonna take me to set it up. We banished the leftards again. Yeah. They're expiring soon. Yeah. It's like my second or third dude. I like to do dabs personally, but there's no way, like, anybody that knows me, if I rip a dab right now, it's over. There ain't no more show. I'm ending it. I just get quiet, I get tired, and I end it. Now, the other, I could go all day. It don't matter. We love you, Candy. We love you, Candy. You know what? I'm gonna say I miss Marley like a mother effer. I miss you mentioning him. Yeah, I don't want you to no more, but I miss him so much. You're the only one I know I can say that to, but I really do, man. I really truly miss that mug. And to those that don't know, that was my cat for 20 years. He passed like right before New Year's. So yeah, I still miss him hardcore. It's not gonna go away. A little mullion will clear those lungs. Listen, one nice dab and I'll cough up whatever it is and I'm straight to go. One good dab. Listen, I was taking a shower before the show, dude, and I was coughing up all the time. I don't smoke cigarettes, never have. None of that. And I was coughing up some ish in the damn shower. I was like, damn, I must smoke a lot of these things. Aw, Candy, you're funny as shit. You eat candy shit, bro. Get some citrus and boil it. Breathe in the steam 5 rounds. I will do that. Peppermint tea. What's up, Bear? Oh no, that's Bean. I was like, Bear. Peppermint tea. I could go for some tea right now. Do the morning show with some tea and an edible. You got yeah, I think a nice edible might make me enjoy the next show. You got sick. Why? What's wrong with the Asians, bro? Nothing wrong with the good little Asian. They're good. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Find you a nice little sideways. You'll be okay. Ryan, what's up with this shit in here, bro? You're gonna let this little fucking hoe bag freaking get that off, bro? Let's see how long it sits up there for. Hey, Jennifer, you know what? Wait, hold on. Okay, Jennifer, you're disgusting. I hope you end up somewhere bad. I don't know what to tell you, but I hope you end up there, though. And it's probably not a good place. I'm just saying.
I thought I hid that already.
Nah, bro, you let that shit just sit there, bro. I was like sitting there waiting to see how long it took.
Man, I hid it. I'm telling you.
Little Jennifer. Do you show off? Does that make you feel good, Jennifer? Guess they let any have a. Yeah, I know, caveman. Isn't it crazy? You should try to do it yourself. You should get online, start a channel, and do it. It's fucking crazy, bro. All you do is take your little chromosome pills and you're good to go. You know? That's it. Tell them, Reed. Look at all the ones. Love y'all. I woke up at 8 o'clock at night, bro. I don't know what to do. I'm like really, really, really like. Yeah, same damage. I don't like RSO no more. I still got a bunch of RSO that I literally stopped eating because it was just too much. I still got it and it's fun. When I do take it though, I'm like, man, I love this. But it did ruin it for me. But not the edible part. I really did have like a minute there where I stopped the edibles because of RSO. It was too strong. It was like you had to go to sleep. I don't know how to explain it. There was a point where it was just too strong. You had to go to sleep. I don't like something that makes you have to go to sleep or keeps you awake. That's insane to me. I want to be able to like control my sleep. And when I go to bed and when I wake up, if I can't control that, then like, what's the point at that rate? You know what I'm saying? Canada's so funny, can of butter. Let's all give up rounds of applause for Jennifer. She needs it. You want a round of applause for Jennifer? I got you, Candy. We'll give her a special round of applause. Jennifer, this is for you. Yay, Jennifer, we're all proud of you. You're a true patriot in life.
I'm right here, Candy.
Oh, yeah? What else are you doing, Ryan? Don't tell you playing the bongos. Oh, stop playing the bongos. We're live. Stop it. What the hell was that, dude? Little symbol action. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm sorry. Don't give me the damn shit. You don't need edibles. Magnesium well for sleep. I don't want them for sleep, yo. The RSO was made you want to sleep. I don't need it for sleep at all. I definitely don't go to edibles for sleep. I'm good. I like to do it because it makes me more entertained to give a shit about looking at ice videos. Literally. I literally could give a damn about ice videos otherwise, dude. Like if I'm not sitting here with you guys, I'm not watching no damn ice shit. I'm gonna wait to watch it with you guys. Like my brain can only take so much. I watch stuff that like my people watch, like the people I get my information from. That's it. Other than that, bro, you ain't catching me. I'm watching sports or sleeping or hanging out with my family. You know, I do this with y'all. Literally. For sure, Candy. I do, though. That's why it says reaction. I know what's going on. I'm well aware I cover this every day, but everything we watch is new for me, too. And eventually, I plan on doing a reaction channel that's nothing politics. I want to get away from it, but it just is what it is. You know? I really do want to get away from the politics more. you know? So, no, man, we don't do nothing. This is just like a hobby. You know? It's just a hobby. I'm just wondering what else? Hit the like and don't forget. Hey man, I wonder how many likes we got since we started doing this. Shit, 50. Talking is way easy. Just so y'all know. Talking to the chat's way easier. You could start racking up likes and freaking subs way more, I guess, talking to the chat. It's so much easier. Honestly, I'd rather talk if it was like this. I'd rather talk. But I also, when we're talking world stage stuff, bro, I want to listen and learn. I can't teach y'all what, you know what I'm saying? Let's go with the ones. I'm so nice and right now. Go with what? The one I sleep just fine. I do RSO because I can. I got it like that. I hear you, damage. I mean, I used to go to Michigan and get like zips of it for like it was 8 darts for 100. So it was like $3.50 for a zip, but you could get 30 grams for less than $200 of distillate though. So I like the distillate. What I would do is just take the caps and put a little distillate and a little bit of the RSO and mix it up in a capsule. Oh yeah, the lady's like, Utah! What was up with that, Reed? What was up with that lady? Stupid lady. Shut up, silly woman. Literally, dude. Come on, dude. What's RSO? RSO is it's called Rick Simpson oil, and it's a type of medication with cannabis. Thank you. I don't really, like research studies say that it's cured skin cancer. He's out of Canada, and you can make it yourself, and many people do. And I'm about to make some Reed. I'm still gonna do it. Ryan's probably annoyed, but he'd take his ass to bed if he wants to. I'm a damn mod. I could do it, and if it sucks, I'm just gonna turn it off. So, yeah, Candy. What kind? Oh yeah, I remember. You already said what kind of coffee you drink. This looks super nice. So, last week I had I love me some diamonds, Reed. I had me a dart of the distillates, and I had broke it, so like you couldn't push it out. So I just dropped it in my hot coffee and forgot about it and forgot it was even in there. And it all came out in the coffee, and I was live drinking it, and I like didn't realize, like, dang. I like went to get more coffee, and it was like literally like you could hear the distillate thing banging around like ding 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 ding. I'm like, oh sheesh. Rod, you got some coffee here. Can you come work for me? Can you make a good sandwich? Can you do editing? What do you think about Monica Lewinsky? I'm just fucking around. I'm just playing. Yeah, but if you can't make a good sandwich, you can't work. That's just a fact. I'm sorry. And I think I've got one. Hey, wait, hold on. Are you documented? I'm not supporting any illegals. I can't hire any illegals. This YouTube channel is strictly American. Well, unless you're here legally, then I don't give a damn. Shit. Well, I'm just saying, she was a very good intern, you know? When she worked for Mr. Clinton, she did well. She was a good intern. She was very good at her job. So, like, you know, is it wrong? Would it be wrong if you were doing like an interview and you're like, so there, whatever her name is, what's your opinion on Monica Lewinsky? Do you think that would be bad? Do you think that would be a little? Would that be bad? Am I stupid? I don't know. What do you think? Are you new? I mean, if you want to call me stupid, that's fine. That shows your IQ. Bitch is just mad because she wants to make a sandwich. Her name is Maria. What is her name? Maria? Maria, go make me an enchilada. Go on. You can do it. Go make me a soft taco, woman. Don't fuck
I
up.
think Mario, but Maria fits better.
All right, whatever, Mario. Go make me a pizza, woman. Dude, did you see before I end it though? Did you see Melania's got a movie coming out?
Yeah.
Hey, I want to see her. I want to see the movie she made that made Trump like her. I never took the time to watch her, you know, scissor away. I never took that time. I want to see it. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all don't think Melania is by far the hottest first lady? For sure. She might. And this is what I would do if she did. Hey, Maria, this is what we think. Way to go, that sandwich woman. Hey, Ryan, Maria, make us a sandwich. What do you think?
I'm hungry.
Do you think she's gonna F it up? I bet money she F's it up. You know what she's gonna do? She's gonna hold on. That's what's gonna happen when you bring me my sandwich. I'm gonna hit the gong and say, "This sucks." Sorry, Maria, Mario, whatever you are, local library peasant. Yeah, Melania's gorgeous. She's definitely gorgeous. To think that Trump smashes that is crazy. Crazy. She's got to be fucking got no morals at all. Gosh. Yeah, bro. She's got to have no morals. I don't give a damn. But to take that D from damn Trump, you got to have some real. That's disgusting. Do you love me, Ryan? I'm sorry, dude. What are you gonna say, man? She's too hot. She's probably. I hope she's smashing on DTJ Jr. or something. I put some tincture in my coffee before. Yeah. Good for you, Candy. All right, Josh. Hey, should I do this other one, Ryan?
Nah, I don't know, buddy.
Secret Service are definitely giving her extra service. Yeah, she needs to get one there, Candy. Definitely needs to. Jackie O was kind of cute, but she definitely ain't no Melania. Jackie O wouldn't spit no other language while she's taking it. No way. No way. She was like, oh, whatever his name is, Jonathan. Melania is like saying shit in 6 different languages. Yeah, bro, I need that, bro. To read my comment with you. I read it. I read it. She definitely didn't swallow. And she definitely got Billy in trouble because she probably should have swallowed. She done fucked up. I don't even want her as my damn. I don't even want her. I don't even want her as my intern. Sorry, Maria. Maria, you can't be my intern. You can't. You're not welcome. You're not welcome to be my intern. Sorry. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. She's pretty no booty though. Dude, you remember when she went on that like weird tour of remember when she went on that weird ass tour with Tom Green? Remember that, Ryan? She had like the MTV show with Tom Green. And everybody like made fun of her like crazy. Do you remember that shit?
Yeah.
Who remembers that? No? Y'all don't remember? Okay. It must be old. She waste sandwiches. Yeah, she be wasting them. She be putting too much ketchup and mayo. You ask for no mayo, bitch puts mayo on them. You know how it goes. Yeah. Hey, bro, there's a lot of haters, but there's a lot of, hey, look. The people that are in this chat and the people that come in here, there's way more cool people than there are haters. Just so y'all know. I do this, and I'm gonna probably do another stream so we can get all the haters back out. Y'all should probably come back to it for real. Because I want to bring them all back out so y'all have something to argue with. Because right now you have nobody to argue with. You just get to hear me rant. But you all know damn well, as soon as I put on some left-right shit, this chat's gonna go ham. Can you think Trump saying, Millie, let me F you from behind? Millie, let me. Why do you want me to say that? Are you weird? I don't trust you. Ryan, tell him he's a rainbow. Should I stop before I get ahead of myself? Rainbows, bro. Rainbows. I don't know. He's just making noise in the background. It sounds like he's edging in the refrigerator, and it's kind of weirding me out. I'm having a hard time thinking.
What did you say was in the fridge?
I knew it. Told you. I told you he was edging in the fridge, bro. Y'all don't even understand. He heard me talking about the library, and he started edging. Good, so suck off them breathing this shit over you. Oh yeah, they're crazy. I know. That's why I want to be showing this, because I want to show all the Karens. And if I freaking wait another day, it's gonna be too late. And then all the damn shit is just pointless. You know? Alright. Hold on. You know what I'm saying, though, Candy? I hear my neighbor getting ready for yeah, probably going to work. Now my new neighbors are gonna hear me cussing about weird shit in the morning. Dude, at my old place, I used to go ham about all these topics before it was popular. My neighbors had to think I was crazy, dude. I was talking about the Somalis before the Somalis were even talked about. I was screaming at the top of my lungs about them. They're right down the street. They're right down the street. I used to say all the time. And here it is. I wasn't lying. I'm in Columbus, bro. I ain't lying. Straight up. Off to work, jokers. Hey, you have a good day if that's where you're going. We got like, bro, Tim, have you seen any more UFO? Not really, bro. Not really. But I don't really be looking like that like I used to because I used to live on the 4th floor, so I could look out my window and see the sky all the time. Where I'm at now, it's just completely trees. I'm like in like a wooded area more. So I don't get to look up as much as I used to. And it's like I woke up today with 2 inches of snow on the ground and it was like 20 degrees outside. It's not like, it's not the same. But once it gets nicer out, or like if I ever need to go out, I definitely will start looking up more. I see the trails though every day. That's for sure. I do see that. Let's give them something to talk about, a little mystery to figure out. T, your numbers still look good. Just we have, yeah, no, that's why I haven't ended it. It's like we've kept enough people in here. It's like, you know what? I'd rather have a nice group of people rock out with y'all for a minute than just sit there and fire videos. Like honestly. So Columbus, Ohio is? You're out of your damn mind. No, it's not. Fucking crank. You're stupid. Columbus, dude. Columbus is. There's a lot. Columbus has got to be what you would have said. Akron, maybe, or Cleveland, or something. But Columbus. Oh, let's not know about Ohio, then. Next. That's why, like, when you know people say stupid shit, you know people say stupid shit. Because they literally, their shit is obvious. Like, when you say shit that don't even make sense, your shit's obvious. It's like, why are you even talking? What, some, oh, yeah, possibly. Definitely a hippie town. For sure. It's definitely a hippie town. It's Ohio State campus. There's 100,000 freaking kids. Of course. It's always been. All the best festivals are right here in Ohio. But that don't make, dude, but if you go into the city, if you go to the right, boom, you're on campus. It's freaking hippie town. You go to the left, it's, dude, I'm telling you, go down 161 and Cleveland Avenue and Morris Road and Cleveland Avenue and anything off of Cleveland Avenue, basically, and 161, bro, you're going to find all of that stuff. Everything that everybody said in the media that you might think is fake news, I'm telling you, as somebody who has no fucking agenda, that shit is real. And I don't know about all of it, but all of it. The whole scam, the daycares, the EBT, the PPP, all that type of stuff is real. For sure. 1,000%. And that's for the Republicans, and that's for the left and right, dude. We have a Republican governor, and he's no better than the Republican or than the Democrat mayor. Now the Democrat mayor is way worse, but you get what I'm saying. What's my thought about Sasquatch? Sasquatch. Well, Ryan, why don't you give your thought on Sasquatch first? Because I'll say this. Let me say this about Sasquatch. I don't know. I don't know, man. He's got some good beef jerky. If you take it, he'll throw your ass real far. I know. Everybody tells me, bro, that Sasquatch and we don't call it Sasquatch. We call him Bigfoot around here, bro. That's why I was making fun of y'all. That's some Canadian shit. Sasquatch.
Moss man.
We got Dog Man around here. We've got not Sasquatch. See, you got me talking Canadian now. No. It's not Sasquatch. It's not Sasquatch. It's damn Bigfoot, dude. We don't call him Sasquatch around here. Nobody's ever called him Sasquatch. Mama never said, hey, boy, don't go outside. Sasquatch is going to get you. No. They said, hey, don't get lost in the woods. You might get got by Bigfoot. You know? So my opinion is that there very well could be a mythological creature like Bigfoot because we created him. We what is it called? You kind of bring things into existence, and I think we could have brought him into existence, but that's as far as I could go. It says that half of America's population lives in the 500-mile radius around Columbus. Half of America's population?
No.
Nah. Yeah, Columbus is lit up with it right now. Yeah, man. You're going to like my shows because I'm going to give you all the local and the real truth. Go back and watch my Columbus shows. I did very well on those shows because I had good content. I've been trying to do all local stuff. Showing you how they really be talking, bro. Not with the mainstream. I try. Grab a Sasquatch by the... Do you think it's nice and...
West 25th Street.
25th. 55th.
55th.
I'm from 55th Street.
East 55th.
That's apparently true. That's why when you enter the state of Ohio, the sign state welcomes the heart of it all. Yeah, we're the land of the heart.
We are the heart.
If you look at the map, I'll pull it up. Shit.
We have more shit ran through our state than any other state.
We are the heart of the country, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's not even in
New York, California. You're gonna drive through Ohio.
We are the heart of America, bro. Now, like I've had plenty of debates. Some people say that we're East Coast. Some say we're Midwest. Chat, help me out here. What do you think? I'll show you. But I think we're Midwest because we have Midwest morale, right? Let's see. See if I can expand it. How do you zoom in and out? How do you zoom in and out? Can you guys see this? Did I not pull it up yet? Okay. All right. Check it out. Here you go. So now we're looking at the map. Let's see. How do I get this bigger, bro? I could find one. Here we go. Check it out. Yeah. See, your boy ain't dumb. Well, I might be because I can't find where I just did it. I'm on a new laptop, guys. I used to have a touch screen. Now I'm using like a different mouse. So I'm learning it whenever I do the weather and shit. That's why I haven't done the weather, because I'm scared to. I'm not going to lie. All right. A little this way. This way. Yeah, that way. Let's get Canada out of the way. Canada, get the F out of the way, bro. Oh. Oh. I failed that miserably.
Making me
Did you just see how bad I failed that? It just like went away, bro. It went away. Where was I at? Oh, here it is. All right, bet. It's back. All right, here. Everyone go a little bit over to the left. Come on. Just a little bit. Oh, you. Ah! This has got to be entertainment for you. Because this is not entertainment for me. Oh, great. I done lost everything now. I got to do it all. This is great. And like, what? Well, there it goes for me just trying to show you the heart of Ohio, or the heart of the United States. I failed miserably. What do you guys want from me? I did a really good show up until this point. What do you want from me? All right, see right here? That's the United States. And that right there is Ohio. That's the heart. I don't know how to zoom, bro. Come on, zoom. Give me some zoom. There we go. Yeah. There's the heart. There it is. Now look. Midwest. 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 We're Midwest right here. Now that's East Coast. See how we get caught up in the middle? Because we are the hub of the United States. Especially this half. Like, we are on the border of Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, or West Virginia, which is right here. I don't know why West Virginia doesn't even get but that's West Virginia right there. You got Pennsylvania right there, and we're touching New York in a way. That's where the argument comes in. You're East Coast because we are touching just like there's this little piece between us and Pennsylvania. So I don't know. I'm gonna look at the chat and see if they're saying anything. Take your time. I'm gonna look it up. You think we're Midwest? Exactly, damage. Midwest, bro. Midwest, exactly. That's what I think. Honestly. Yeah, where are you at, brother? What part are you in? Fenny City. Where's Fenny City? Rico. Try and understand. You're going to the east side of Boston on the East Coast. Growing up in Ohio, I was always told we lived in the Midwest. We are in the Midwest, dude, and I used to get arguments over that. Like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're in the Midwest. We have you can tell. We're not like East Coast cats. We are Midwesterners. You can tell. We're more like Chicago, Michigan, Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago. We're all more alike. We're not like New Yorkers. We're not. I mean, we do have that East Coast vibe to us. That's what's kind of dope about Ohio is we don't really fuck. We got a lot of everything. All the mob from the East Coast, from New York, they all were in Ohio. And Chicago, too. Youngstown, come on. Absolutely. Yeah, Boston's definitely on. Oh, yeah, Boston's far East Coast. They far East Coast. What they actually say is that 50% of the population of the United States lives within a 500-mile radius. Really? They really said that? 216? That means he's Cleveland, brother. 216, baby. That's where I'm born and raised. That's where I rise at. I'm in Columbus now. You lived up and down. So have I. Actually, I used to live off of Detroit and Clifton and Prada. I lived off of 117th and Thrush. I've lived all over, bro. All over that area. Chirac in the house. Chi-Town. So you like the hat there? I was born in Columbus, Ohio. Nice, bro. Columbus is, listen, I was born in Cleveland, raised in Cleveland, moved out here as an adult, and I love Columbus. I truly do. It's way chill. Like the cops are super chill out here. They are. Like we up north, dude, they be on your ass. Around here, you can get away with a lot of stuff around here. Not that you want to, but people, like they don't, because there's Ohio State campus, there's Ohio Wesleyan, there's Otterbein, there's Columbus State. There's a ton of college campuses, so there's tons of young people. So they don't just like pull over young people and mess with you because you're young, which they do in a lot of places. You know what I'm saying? So like that's one of the better things about Ohio, straight up, is they don't have that bullshit. Sorry, I'm making more coffee. I gotta make more coffee if I'm gonna keep this bitch going. Okay, so the Lower West Side, Lakewood, Clifton area, and Parma. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Do you know where Lakewood? That's, dude, I grew up in Lakewood. I was born in Fairview. But yeah, Clifton area, Clifton Prada. So there's Clifton, right? And then you know where the tracks are right there? It went off into a little like circle right off of the tracks, right off of Clifton. It was called Clifton Prada. Yeah, that's where I live. It was dope. You could see the lake from the porch and stuff. When I was younger, I grew up in Lakewood, and I could see at least I could see the lights from the stadium from my bedroom window. I always thought that was the coolest stuff because I'd be listening to it on the radio, and I could see the lights, and I could swear I could hear the announcer, which I couldn't. There's no way, but I could swear I could hear the announcer going like who's up to bat and all that stuff. I swore I could hear it as a little kid. I just looked it up. 48% to 50% of the population in America lives in a 500-mile radius. That's crazy, dude. Which means, you know what that tells you? I'll tell you exactly what that tells you. That tells you that, like, Columbus, Ohio, which is the heart of America, the majority of the actual people, like, because New York's 500 miles away from me, Chicago's 500 miles away, less than 500 miles. New York, Chicago, Boston, all these states, all those states are right there, all the way to Florida. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense, dude. That does make sense. Oh, dude, you lived on Edgewater. The best times ever was going to Edgewater, bro. For fireworks. Those were the best times. Straight up. Ryan might have fallen asleep. That's what he does.
A little bit.
He said a little bit. Can we have our own accent as well? Do I have an accent?
No, you do kind of.
I think I got one when I moved to Columbus. Because Columbus, when I first moved to Columbus, they have an accent. They pronounce their A's like that. I don't know if I do that. No, I don't. I just didn't. That. I said it right. They say that. That's how they talk out here. They have this I don't know, weird accent. It really stuck out to me when I first moved out here, but now I don't really notice it. But it's like they carry out their A's longer. I don't that's they say that. Like that's the Ohio State Buckeyes or something. I don't know how to bro. I just always bro, these people are zest. I don't like how they talk. Now I'm used to it. Yeah, Columbus is definitely trapped out, son. Definitely trapped out. Because you can. They're everywhere. Because of campus and shit, everything just blends in. So it's just trapped out. That is definitely was a interesting part of Columbus. Is it's a giant trap house, dude. It is. It's a giant trap house everywhere. East side, north side, west side, south side. Every side. It's a trap. Now, in Cleveland, there's only 3 sides. That's crazy part. Is we don't have, there's like the east side. There's the south side. There's the west side. But there is no north side because of the lake. There's only 3 sides. And that was one of the craziest parts. Is I never even really thought about it till I moved out here. So you were practically near Birdtown. Yeah, bro. I was born in Fairview and went to school in Lakewood as a kid. And then went to Lakewood Elementary School, played baseball and shit, lived right next to St. Ignatius growing up. And then, yeah. And then I moved back there as an adult. Hung out there my whole, high school and shit. Friends are all live in Lakewood. For sure. Nothing you really brag about, but then again, it's also part of Cleveland, It is what it is. Definitely part of Cleveland. I hope this is enough coffee. I've been making bad batches lately. And the salt and pepper and garlic powder, my chicken strips while I'm sick. Damn, that sounds good. I made some pasta with some Amish ground beef, fresh garlic, fresh onion, and tomato sauce and stuff. It was good. That's what. And then I ate an edible. What did I eat? Cookie with the chocolate in the middle. Where I was born in the metro parks. Did you ever go into the 113 alley? 113th? Bro, I used to live at 117th and effing Thrush, bro. I've been everywhere around there. There is nowhere I haven't been. That's for sure. We used to set off fireworks and go skating all around Lakewood. There is nowhere I haven't been. Nowhere on the west side of Cleveland or nowhere in Lakewood that I haven't skated and stomped their grounds, for sure. 1,000%. 1,000%. Even when I go back, it's, I didn't have a good experience with Lakewood before I left. I don't even like going back there. I didn't have a good experience. They're way too woke. I actually could tell you a funny story. My friend, he's not alive right now, but he lived in Lakewood, and he was like my homie, dude. And I used to live at 117th and Thrush, and he lived at Detroit, and I can't remember exactly where, but it was like above one of the bars on Detroit. And he called a cab for me, and I was inebriated at the time. I was real young. And I'm like, I don't want to go over there. No, I am Italian. I'm Italian, German, and maybe Irish, but no, I don't think so. I'm like, my mom's 100% Italian. My dad's Italian and German, and I don't know what else. But anyways, my dude's like, I want you to come over. And I didn't want to, and then he called a cab though because I wasn't driving, right? No way. And he calls a cab for me, and he's like, "There's already a cab outside. You have to." Ryan's asleep, but Ryan knows who I'm talking about. This dude was facetious. He would if he wanted you to come over, he would put you in the worst predicament to make sure you come over. And I go over there, and I'm like, dude, I don't know how to get to your apartment. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And this dude has me dropped off in front of a gay bar, and I thought it was his house. And I'm walking down the street, just lost as can be, on Detroit, and I end up sitting in this gay bar, bro. I am not even lying. Oh yeah. And I'm like, I'm like calling my dude, like, where are you at? What is going on? And I had no clue it was a gay bar until I started looking around, and it was way off, dude. Way off. Hey, fun fact is I brought a chick home from the gay bar too. I took a chick with me to his house, dude. I snatched the chick up while I was there. I'm not even lying. I bagged me a gay chick, maybe. We ended up having to literally pick her up and throw her out of the house because she was acting so outrageously, stupidly crazy. Not even bullshitting at all. I don't hear it either, honestly. When I went to this, I did my 10th grade in Detroit. They could. Oh man, you should hear these Boston cats talk. I don't know. See, I think Candy sounds like she's from New York more than Boston. She's got a New York accent. If you guys have never heard her accent, I want to bring her up. If I knew how to, I would bring her up right now. But But she's got a New York accent. One of our other dudes, he's got a hardcore Boston accent. It's crazy. It's crazy, Boston-y. Yeah, bro. They can't pronounce anything right. It's hilarious. I be making fun of them like crazy, dude. The Boston accent from Boston. Shit, Southside Chicago's got a crazy accent. Tampon Tim belongs behind bars. He totally ruined the state of Minnesota. I appreciate your intensity. We don't allow all caps. I'm going to leave it up to Ryan on whether he wants to let it stay up or not. That's on Ryan. Yep, it's going down. My views just dropped 25 views. Sorry, buddy. But I'm putting you in timeout too, because you just made me lose 25 viewers because of that. Shh. See what happens when I go against Ryan's rules? I need to start listening. Ryan at the gate. Yeah. Ryan does. Ryan damn near lives there, dude. Did you know Lakewood, Ohio has a whole entire community for that? Hold on. I'm about to get y'all tripping. Check this shit out. It's called the Gayborhood. Ah! Lakewood, Ohio. This is where Ryan kicks it. Hold on. Where's it at? All right, here it is, you guys. Check it out. This is literally, you ain't never seen nothing like this, and whoever left is stupid because y'all are about to laugh. You ain't never seen this. I guarantee you. You don't be dumb enough to leave yet. Look, welcome to the Gayborhood, a 100,000 square foot BLT hub is taking shape on the edge of Lakewood. This is what we're talking about. Now, this is when it was actually being built, but it's actually built now. It's a whole entire, literally. Look, Chicago's got Boys Town, San Francisco has the Castro, Los Angeles has West Hollywood, and soon Cleveland will have the Gayborhood. This was 2022. With the multi-phased opening, 2022, Studio West will cover nearly 100,000 square feet of real estate on border of Lakewood, Ohio, and Cleveland, offering the crew community a central gathering place to live. Their own ecosystem. Look at this psycho shit right here. Look, this is where you want to go. Go take your kid to get a storybook time from this mug. And what's crazy is, if you guys know about Lakewood, then you will know that Lakewood is only I think it's 4 miles by 4 miles or 2 miles by 2 miles. It's very small. So it's very, very, very zesty. Very zesty. Oh, I didn't even pull it up. Shoo! See you right there. Mute your shit. Damn. Alright, I'll show it again. Here it is. There's the Gayborhood. I thought I already showed it. I didn't even have it pulled up. All I can hear is Ryan's shit making a loud ass noise in the background. I thought he was listening. Clearly not. And this is what I was making fun of. That's insane. That's mental illness right there. That's called mental illness. Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, did you say right next to a church? I wouldn't be shocked at all. I wouldn't be shocked if it was right next to a church. Are you mad at MAGA people for exposing your stupid little your shit? Does that make you feel some type of way? You want to go live here? Go for it. Go for it. No one's stopping you. No one cares. I don't think one person from MAGA gives a damn. Literally. I don't think one person from MAGA cares at all. I could be wrong, but I truly don't think anybody cares. They can wear what they want. They still look mentally ill. You can do whatever you want. No one's stopping you. That doesn't mean you don't look mentally ill. Does that person look sane to you? Really? Who in their right mind thinks that's sane? That is a neighborhood in Columbia or in Lakewood, Ohio, dude. And these people are calling me MAGA this and that. This is a neighborhood in Lakewood, Ohio that they built specifically for that reason. There's a million articles of it. I don't know what to tell you, dude. No more insane than a person in an all Trump gear. Really? Did y'all just read that? Did y'all just read that? Hold on a minute. You know what? Hold on. So you're telling me right now, me wearing this hat is crazier than that fool in that picture, right? That's what you're telling me, right? Okay. I hear you. I see where your brain's at. I see where your brain's at. You ain't got none. I see them. They're gone. You sure did. You sure did. No more insane than a person in Trump gear. So am I insane now for literally speaking my mind and what I feel? I didn't put nobody down. All I did was show you something. What did I do wrong? What makes you so offended? Why are you so sad? What did I do? I ain't do shit but show you a fucking neighborhood. I did nothing. You're just literally bitching and crying. Well, why can't you just be like, damn, okay, whatever. I ain't do nothing like that, bro. Fuck, don't put me in that there. That person had makeup all over their face looking psycho. And you're telling me that I'm the crazy one. That's wow. That's beyond my light. I don't even know how to take that. That's just how they perpetually offended. Bro, wham! Let's call the Wambulance. Back in the 90s, 117th and Detroit Avenue from like 110th to Rocky River. It was hopping, all kinds of, yeah, for sure. Same with the flats, bro. Cleveland was popping then, dude, for sure. 1,000%. 1,000% we were popping then. Looking like a clown is insane. How does this make you feel right now? Why does it make you feel some type of way? Because I'll keep wearing it. I went and grabbed it just for you. Yeah, right? Call the ambulance. Wah. Oh no. He's got a Trump hat on. I'm triggered now. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. Wah. Wah. Oh my God, no! Oh my God! He's crazy. He's crazy. I pray that you try to come get this hat. Remember when they used to take them white boys' hats and fucking piss on them and pour drinks on them because they wore MAGA hats? I dare one of you mugs to try to get this. Bro, I dare you. I would never wear this in public. But if I did, I dare one of y'all to try to come get it. It'll be the worst day of your life. It won't be like a day in the neighborhood. I promise you that. At one time, they had more. Hey, that was a real thing, Damage. Damage gets it. At one point in time, the gay capital of the United States was Lakewood, Ohio. That's why when I tell people I'm from Lakewood, they always want to make fun of me and shit. I talk big online. I talk big in real life. I don't just talk to talk. Anybody that knows me knows that. I am what I am, and I am who I am, and I am what I am. You don't just talk like this because you want to talk like this, unless you can really talk like this. Real sees real. If you fake as hell, then I'm going to know. You ain't going to talk like this to me. I'll know right away you're fake. Hey, good to know you. It was nice meeting you. Go get that person's crazy makeup. Nah, I'm good on that crazy makeup stuff. I don't care if they want to wear the makeup. I'm just saying, that's what you're going to get when you go to that neighborhood. That's what I was explaining about the library. Those are the type of people you're going to, you know what I'm saying? Is what it is. I don't care. It's not my problem. It's really not. Oh, look, I have a NASA hat too. Does that make me even more, stupid? Well, that worry about me. What? I don't care if you want to wear that hat, but some folks... Oh, I know. I don't give a shit what people think. See, that's the thing. If you got confidence and you know what's good, look, bro, I've talked to millions of people on the internet. I've heard the worst of the worst. There ain't nothing. I don't give a shit what people think, bro, at all. That's a real gangster. Don't give no shit what anybody else thinks, bro. Come on, dude. Who cares? I don't. When I go into public, I'm the one that's judging, going, damn, look at that weirdo. Look at that weirdo. I judge too. I literally hate going into public, seeing them people, bro. I really do. I hate the people with their mask and pink hair walking around all goofy, overweight, and fucking disgusting. I can't stand it. I don't mind if they're cool, but when they sit there and are offended at everything and ruin your day, I really can't stand them. Everybody's so angry and looks down all the time with their phones and shit. Same with that makeup person. Yeah, well, listen, see, you think that's confidence, and I think it's the total opposite. I think that's fucking scared. I think they're scared. I don't think that's confidence. I think that mask is covering up their insecurities, personally. Like, wearing that hat is just, like, that's your belief or whatever, bro. Yeah, like a mask, exactly. Like a mask. Exactly. Why else would you do that? What skeletons you got in your closet that you gotta cover your face like that? Cause you doing shit you know ain't right, bro. Hey man, I'm not trying to judge those people. It just is what it is. That's how I don't give a damn. I'm gonna live my life. I'm not gonna teach my kids, my nephews, my family the wrong morals. I don't give a damn how other people live their life. Just don't spread it into my world. Thank you, Candy. Much love to you. Yeah, I don't. Proud Boys always cover their face. It's nothing new. The Proud Boy, I have nothing to say, bro. What does that have to do with anything? They cover their face. I wonder why they do. I don't think they do. I think that's Antifa that does, buddy. That's why they run around trying to steal their masks. I think you're stupid. I think you're dumb. What you just said is a wrong statement. Thomas the Train. Little Thomas got a train ran. Yeah, Ice might, but that has nothing to do with homie just said up there. What do they got to do with anything, bro? You make no sense. Where, you know what? That's the dumbest thing I ever even heard. Exactly, dude. Just said that, and it's like, hold on a minute. I know people that are actually in, and like they fought to make sure the Antifa showed their faces, bro. Total opposite. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're just stupid. Yeah. But then this person says Proud Boys always cover their face. It's nothing new. Okay, bro. That's called Antifa. Yeah, Antifa's the one that covers their face. Thomas the Train. I've been to plenty of rallies. I've seen them come marching in with their damn mask. Don't talk to me, stupid. Come on now. I've watched the fights. I've watched them get their mask removed. Are you stupid? In what is it? Portland? Seattle? Yeah, Antifa absolutely exists. There was a damn White House damn press conference related completely roundtable to Antifa like 3 months ago. They absolutely exist. They were in the fucking White House. I know people that were in Antifa. Are you stupid? I know what it is, dummy. I don't need you to come in here and tell me what it is. Obama. They were in the White House. Here, I'll put you in timeout. I won't block you. I'll put you in timeout. I won't block you. Here, look, bro. I'll leave it. I see this. Okay, here, dude. Antifa doesn't exist, right? Okay, what's this mean right here? What's this? What's this? Antifa is a left-wing anti-fascist and anti-racist political movement. It's highly decentralized array of autonomous groups in the United States, but it doesn't exist, right? What is Antifa? Here you go. I'm not reading that shit. I don't care, but here's your counter-extremism project straight from your boys. What is that right there? Inquifa. Stupid. Why you make me waste my breath? Oh, I didn't even show it. Damn. There you go. I'll be stupid. That was my fault. Now I'll make you look stupid again. Antifa. There it is. Here's their fucking website. There you go. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Here's your definition. You can read it for yourself. I just read it to you. There you go. That doesn't exist. Yeah, somebody said there was no Antifa. Hold on. I'll tell you. It was Thomas back at 7:17 a.m. Antifa doesn't even exist. Here, I'll light it up for you right there. That was 3 minutes ago. That's the type of people I'm dealing with. Literally. They don't even exist, dude. No Antifa. Don't exist. Come on, y'all. How am I supposed to deal with stuff like that? Can't even accept any truth at all? Even Antifa existing? Like really? It's definitely weird. Have all the Trump supporters received their tariff checks yet? See, these people have lost their mind. You're making me want to do an ice show now just because now I want to just make you ice cubes melt. Like on everything I love. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it now. You ice cubes make me want to make you melt. It is what it is. Look what you done asked for. I am going to do it now. Hey, bro, I would love a tariff check. I just don't see it happening anytime soon. You know, it might, but I know that's not an actual statement. These people are full of crap. We're definitely not followers, bro. We're leaders. Hey, it's been fun. I hope you liked and subbed. Come back through and kick it. It was very exciting chilling with you. Legit. I had a good time. I do want a tariff check at the end of the day. Here, I want my damn I want my I want my screensaver to be the same though. Not screensaver. What's it called? Thumbnail. I want it to be this. I want it to be Trump right here, standing there like this. Oh, that's what I want. Like this. Oh. Wow, I like you. We are ready to Paul, like you back, brother. Much love, man. Either you rock with me or don't. It's that simple. Either you love me or hate me. if we're witty and you like the same shit, we can get down. If you get offended at what I say, this probably isn't the channel for you. Even though I love everybody and I try to make everything funny, but some of y'all just aren't funny people, and y'all can't handle it, and it's okay. Trump is going to court soon. Yeah, no, he is. He's on his way to court. He's heading there. Probably to testify to get Tim Walz put away, maybe. I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know. He's not going to court. That's a dumb comment. I don't know why you have to end my show like that. He looks like he's been bombed already. I don't even know what that means. So I'll put you in timeout. I'll put you in timeout. Anybody else? I'll put you in timeout. Who else is stupid? Have the Trumps? Yep. You go in timeout. This is the time of the night where all the dummies get put in the corner. It's a wash day without exactly. If you can't laugh and take a topic that's real serious and put some sort of laughter to it, then I'm sorry for you, dude. But if you read my description, it's hard-hitting topics where I try to get people to laugh. I want people that are funny, people that have a sense of humor and that are able to sit around and take some dark, which is our world stage news, and be able to still laugh and have conversations and not get all triggered and all that stuff, which is exactly what people do. I know what you meant, Paul. I know what you meant. They're definitely involved in stupidity, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is, bro. I gotta wait for one more. Oh no, 2 minutes, because I got 2 minutes till I could go. Embalmed. He did. Again. You know, we're talking about real high IQ people here, Paul. You know, people that insist Antifa doesn't even exist. I just too stupid to have a conversation with. Ignore them. Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you, dude. That's how can you have that conversation, bro? It's insanity. That's the type of stuff that I've got to deal with. That's the type, dude. But I love you guys. All you base people that have come in here and you make me realize that there are still cool and smart people, and that's why I like to do this. You know. And I also really, me and Damage and a lot of us like to watch the chat just melt with the topics that we be bringing. I love watching them melt. They cry like little babies. It's hilarious. Literally hilarious. The greatest generation of America and all downhill since then. Damn right, Chris. It's because of social media. And I'll end it with that. It's social media, bro. That ruined the person. MTV's gone. It used to be MTV ruined. No, it's gone, bro. It is too PG for the people nowadays. You know? MTV just ended. The internet ruined these poor kids, bro. They just. I mean, who's been on Discord, bro? These kids, you see kids on Discord that should not be on there. They're ruined. They're literally ruined. I feel horrible for these people. Legit. These kids are horribly been guided the wrong way for a very long time now. And I'm not trying to sound like an old person. I truly feel bad. I definitely do. I don't know what to say. You know? But where we at with the likes? 374. We almost got 400. Oh, at least Kelly admits that there's a Antifa. Your other partner back before said they didn't even exist. Yeah. Okay, Kelly. Right now, it is. Hold on. It is 7:28. You cannot Google it. No Chat GPT, nothing. What's the definition? What is a fascist? Say it right now. Right now. Say it. Let me know. What's a fascist? Come on. Kelly, I'm talking to you. Hurry up. Don't Chat GPT it because I'll know. What's a fascist? Say it in your own words. What's the definition of a fascist? I bet you can't do it. 10, 20, I'll give you 15 seconds. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Nope. I'm not even giving you now. Here we go. See what I'm saying? You don't even know it. You're corny. Talk about veggies. You're corny. You couldn't even freaking give me one even definition. Nothing. But you want to yell it at the top of your lungs in my chat. That shows how low IQ and corny you people are. I'm just telling you, if someone were to ask me, I would have given you the definition in a heartbeat. Especially if I'm posting it in somebody's chat. I'm not going to post something I don't know what it is, Kelly. Little snowflake. You're veggies. You hear how pathetic that was? That response belongs in the neighborhood. Okay? Corny. Super corny. That is definitely real. Definitely real. Definitely not a fake story. And I'm definitely not pulling it back up, but it's definitely real. Damage. This cat just tried to tell me that story isn't real. That's how stupid you are. Why didn't you just type it in your own phone and look it up for yourself? Stupid. Why? Are you that dumb? I think you are. I think you're dumb. Thanks for reminding me that there's still stupidity in a really cool chat. Immortality said definition of fascism is liberalism. They are fascists. That's the funny part. God bless Trump. Much love, David. Much love. All right, you guys. It's been real. I'm going to give it a second. I'm going to put together this ICE thing. I already got all the content put together. It's just a matter if I feel like doing it right now or if I feel like going back to bed. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and let's see. How's that third grade education working for you? I don't know who you're talking to. David? David, who are you talking to, David? David? David, who you talking to, bro? It's quiet. God bless Trump. How's that third grade education? Like, what? That was a quick flip. That was a very quick flip, bro. Talk about mental illness. Talk about mental illness. Bipolar David over here. Much love to you. I pray for you. I pray for David that he finds his way. And I pray for my son that he does some research in life and doesn't just live in a hole of stupidity in life. I don't know what else to say. I mean, like, really, like, where did they make you in a damn laboratory? I mean, like, where did people like you come out from? Like, I don't know where this shit came from, dude. Oh, shit. Well, damn it, you know we'll be talking about that tonight or later on. Damn it, should I do this damn ice show or not? Are you up? Or do I just rest my eyes? Dude, I already knew Russia and China were right around the corner. I think we made the right move. It's been going on for a long time, dude. It's been going on for a long time. I don't know what to say. I'm more into the world news stuff, though, dude. You know, like, I can tell you are. A lot of people don't understand it. And if I don't, I'm trying to understand it. Trump may not be liked, however, he's exactly what we need. Hey, that's a good way to put it, RJ, but I think he's funnier. I think he's funny. I don't blame you, bro. Maybe I'll give it a rest. Who knows? Let's see. I just drank coffee. I just made more. Let's see what my body tells me. Like I said, I slept for 2 days straight, so I was prepared to do 2 shows, but this was supposed to be like 4 hours, and I went way over. No, he's not what we need at all. Yes, he is. We don't need anybody, bro. That's the part that sucks. I'm like in the middle, you know? I'm like in the middle. I could go either way, man. He's the best alternative, and I'll leave it at that. We had the choice to choose from Tim Walz, who's under investigation, and Kamala Harris or Trump. It's not even a question. And we had a choice between Biden and Trump or Hillary damn Clinton and Trump. It's not a question. I know, bro. Ever since my buddy left me, man, I've had no choice but to stay grinding, you know? Try to keep my brain moving, bro. So I've been going harder in the paint. I didn't realize, I mean, I knew it, but King of Trolls, a businessman, not your lifetime. Yep. Damn right, Damage. Damn right, Damage. It does work for me. It works enough for me, dude. It does. Money don't pay my bills. Well, I'll say this. If you think that it was better 4 years ago, I don't know what, or like even 2 years ago, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Right now, we got a lot of stuff going on because there's a lot of policing going on in the world that wasn't done for 4 years. And they're prepping us for something else that I really don't want to talk about on here right now. But if you know, you know. This guy may actually do a lot of good for the country before his term is up. I hope he does. I have hope that he does. I've got zero faith in it all, bro. As far as politicians go, man, they lost me. The politicians lost me, dude. You know, Trump's been a fresh of breath air as far as like when you're covering somebody compared to the last president. He actually like talks in the press conferences and is fun to actually cover. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Bro, I love you. By the end of the day, yeah, we worse off now. Only thing different, gas price. And look, we worse off as far as the advancement of what the goal is for this world. And it's gonna only get worse with the data centers and the AI and everything. And I agree 1,000%, but it could be way worse. Imagine if Waltz and Harris was president. It would have been sped up twice as fast. Instead of us getting Venezuela, it would have been China or Russia. No, they don't give a damn. You're right. Joe time. You're damn right. They don't give a damn. Hey, that's how you feel, bro. That's the thing. One of the reasons why we voted for him is he's not going to be politically correct. That was why, like, at the very, 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 very beginning of all this. Good morning, yo. Good morning. At the beginning of all this, love you back. He was just a dude speaking what we were all thinking, and that's why I find us all defending him still so much. Because when he came into the game, he came in speaking everything we wanted to hear, bro, what we've been thinking. He did. He was the most based person that we had. He was the first based person that we had. Now, has he changed over the years? Yes. But is he still doing what I voted for, which is to clean up the streets? Yes. I'm caught in the middle of it all, y'all. Because I see both sides of it. 1,000%. I see both sides. Can't trust the politician. He's not one, but he is now. He's been one long enough. He's a politician now. He hangs out with Lindsey damn Graham, dude. I never could stand that guy as far as I could throw him. Marco Rubio, can't stand the guy. He's a good speaker. He's definitely, little Marco definitely puts on a mean face. Definitely. Lindsey Graham was so giddy and dancing around about the damn Venezuela thing. It was insane. What's up, Alka something? How you doing? Good morning. God bless you. But yeah, man, that was one of the things that we liked about him. He started to expose things. He literally told George Bush's son or George Bush's brother that his brother was the reason, 9/11 happened. It's like, bro, in the middle of a debate. That was gangster at the time. I was like, damn, this dude ain't taking no BS at all. He had no problem calling out Hillary and all of her stuff. Had no problem calling out Obama and all of his stuff. It was a breath of fresh air for a minute. You never paid. No, but see here, the tax thing. Let me say this about the tax thing. Rachel Maddow said the same thing. All the left said the same thing. Remember that? Remember she did her great big tax reveal special? And it turned out that he paid more taxes than Obama, Bernie, Hillary. It literally was a dud. Go look it up, bro. Go look it up. It was an absolute dud. Go look it up. It's one of the funniest things ever. I don't want to do it because I want to get out of here, and I don't want to mess up my screensaver or my thing. But just go look it up for yourself. I swear to you. But bro, I like you because you're real, though. I really do. I like you because you're real. I appreciate it. Hey, I like you too. It doesn't matter what side you're on. Just hey, keep it at 100, bro. It's cool. Sorry, but Trump has abused his power and sadly, blah 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 blah. The ocean, stealing oil tankers, playing the blame game. Everything you said, I support, other than, I don't know, everything you said is not a bad deal. If you would have said, like, oh, well, his pockets are lined from, like, that, then I would be like, okay. Or like, oh, his attachment to the Jays, yeah, I could probably get down with that. I understand him and Netanyahu are good buddies, or something like that. You might be able to win a conversation with me. But when you say stupid, like lower stuff, it's like, bro, pick your battle, because that's not enough for me. Do you want to play private? See, like that Bone Spurs. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Ever. That's like literally been used now for 14. Wait, what are we? 2000, 10 years. You people going. Then he's sick of what, Gary? I'm just wondering. It's cool. I'm not mad at you, but what is he sick of? Like what? What are we gonna find out? Like what are we gonna find out that we don't already know? Because if you think that me, Damage, and the people that actually are talking in this chat don't know what's going on behind the scenes, you're crazy. If you think that we just are standing here going, oh, well, we love Trump so much that we're just blind to the world, you're crazy. You're crazy. And that's where you guys got the game messed up. Seriously, that's where you guys got the game messed up. That's just not true. I'm not fighting nothing. I'm talking to a chat, bro. There's no war to be fought, brother. MAGA, okay, you can say these things. Keep saying these things. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because the real people, the patriots, are what matter. You don't matter to us. Say that, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to tell you. Here, this is what I'll do for you. You want a fucking round of applause? Here you go. Here's for your intelligent comment. Yeah. Let's go. One more time for you, dude. One more time. That's fucking intelligence, everybody. That's liberal intelligence. Yeah. Let's go. Liberal intelligence for you right there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Are you billionaire? Then you're fucked. You don't matter. The circus is in town. Tim, is your true name is Richard? Oh, you guys are killing me now. All these liberal jokes are too funny. I don't know if I can go to bed after this shit. Uh-oh. See, and then it goes boom. Now you get... Oh, you know what you get? You get reported, bro. You get reported. That's what I do to people that talk like that. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't say shit like that in my chat, bro. You shouldn't. Because I report people that talk like that. I do. Because you shouldn't be talking like that, gross weirdo. I don't care if you like me or not. You shouldn't be talking like that, bro. I'm just letting you know. And I'm not the only one that does it. Everybody have a right to agree or disagree. That's what politicians fail to realize. Exactly. They don't keep it 100 with us. That's why I'm not sitting here standing like, oh, defending Daddy Trump like you say. I'm not. And I'm also not dissing him. I'm not over here. I'm just speaking what it is, bro. We all see what we see, dude. That's it. We know there's an agenda being pushed. We know. We're all fucked. I don't care what side you're on. We're all fucked. Whether you want to admit it, that's on you. I don't know what else to say. But that, really, it's been going on for so long. It don't matter what side you're on. We all should be teamed up and taking back our country, but instead we're fighting over stupid shit. And it is what it is. And I wish everybody would just realize that, come together and take our shit back, our world back. Screw it. Not just the country, but the world. It's not just Trump. It's every damn world leader. Let's take back our world, bro. It's been taken over. Don't you see it? Am I the only one that sees it? Find me a country in this world right now that's doing well and flourishing. Please tell me, because I gotta go. Name me a country, because I gotta go. I'm at 7:58. I want to leave by 8. By 8. So literally, name me a country that's thriving that everybody should go to right now. Please name me one. I don't think you can, because every single one of them have something going on, dude. Everyone. That being said, if you don't got an answer, then I'm going to go. But if you do, I'll stick for it. Is there a country? Wow. So we're so bad of a country, but you can't name one country that's thriving. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? You guys, literally, what does that say? It says that nowhere, like every freaking leader is corrupt at this point. No, we do not matter. We don't. By 2030, we'll see what happens. Until then, just watch the world stage show, the soap opera that we're living in, unfold right in front of us daily. Now I gotta try to think if I want to even go live and talk about this escapade, this ICE escapade. Because at the end of the day, I personally think it's pointless. That's why I dedicated my time to world news. I think the ICE shit's pointless. But I'm going to talk about it. I think that's the real distraction, is them what's going on right now. That's the real distraction. Distract from Minnesota, from what's going on with the corruption, distracting from what's going on in Iran and the world stage. They want us to talk about what's not really happening. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. Literally. That's how I see it. So, you know, that being said, I hope y'all have a good night or a good day. If you see me back around, I'll be back around here maybe in like the next 20 minutes, half hour, however long it takes me to set up, or maybe not. We will find out when that time comes. Who else is in here? Anybody? Who's left? Did everybody dip out? Looks like my chat's like stuck. I've been staring at a chat that's not moving. That's crazy. Yeah, bro, my chat. There's Floppy. What's up, bro? My chat hasn't been moving, dude. My chat was just stuck. I was just talking. The people that say you're on the wrong side of history don't care if they go to heaven or not. Just what happens. Exactly, Floppy. What's up, buddy? Good morning to you too, bro. Yeah, dude. No, you're right, Floppy. The people that, dude, you should have heard some of the stuff that people will say. Take care, Damage. You have a good day, brother. You should have heard some of the stuff these people were saying, bro. It's insane. The stuff that we have to go through, Floppy, bro. I mean, dude, I was bringing up information that we had talked about with me and Gil back in years ago. And they're like, that's not true. Like, dude, we've already covered this for years, dude. Years. We beat those topics up like they're crazy. I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. I just don't get it, bro. I literally showed them the articles and they said that's not real. It's like, okay, go Google it yourself then, bro. Go Google it yourself. I don't need to tell, like, what? Stop using Jesus. Who is doing that? Who's using him as an excuse? You go to the jizz corner, bro. You're not worth my time. I don't even care what you have to say. That's how little I give a shit about you. I don't care what you have to say. Yeah, I really don't. Not very smart. You're not like you're not like, doing anything for me. Low IQ shit, don't get me off. It just doesn't. Floppy, what you been up to? Did you watch football yesterday, bro? Did you watch any of them games? Patriots whooped some ass. I watched that while I was getting ready for this. I watched the Buffalo game. Buffalo looked good. I think Buffalo might be that team. Who was I say? Oh yeah, my Patriots, bro. My Patriots are back up in this. Yeah, the Bears game was good. Tonight we got the Steelers game. That should be a good ass game too. But yeah, my Patriots are back up in it, bro. I'm back to being a Patriots fan again with Mike Vrabel as their coach, Ohio State Buckeye. I'm back. You remember, I've always been a Patriots fan. I took a little hiatus for a hot second. A hot second. The Jizz Corner's timeout, bro. That's the timeout. Yeah, dude, they're good this year. They're good this year. Anybody that, if you watched the old shows, you remember I was always with the Patriots, bro. I've always been rocking with them. I was telling Ryan, me and him were talking about it today. Being from Cleveland, like we didn't have a Browns team. They left. So the team I rooted for was the Patriots. You know, and they won like my whole adult life. They were good. The Browns, from 4chan. Does he though? I know you remember Floppy. Much love, dude. Does he though? He gets all his information from 4chan. You think though, dude? You don't think he has like, you don't think he at least possibly just maybe has like people working for him, you know, the government? 4chan, do you think 4chan's what told him what Maduro was eating before they arrested him? I'm just wondering. Maybe like some guy named Nick on 4chan was the one that told Trump when to go get Maduro. That's exactly how that went down. I was always wondering how that went down. I was always wondering. Who's got sick jerseys? The Steelers? What about their throwback jerseys that look like jailhouse jerseys? Yeah, that's going to be a good one, dude. Patriots and Broncos, it'll be good, bro. Canada is Antifa. Yeah. I feel bad for Canada, man. I feel bad for y'all, really. Just like I feel bad for Cali cats, bro. I be talking shit about Cali, but I really feel bad for y'all. Because I know there's cool people in Cali. I know there's cool people in Oregon because one of my best friends lives in Oregon. And he's not like what you would think Oregon is. You know? He's a mod on my channel. He's my dog, bro. So I was trying to explain that to some family members today, you know, that not just because they live in a state doesn't mean that's what they are. Because there's plenty of weirdos and snowflakes right here in Ohio, dude. They say we're a red state, but dude, go into the city. You will find stupid ass people everywhere you go. It don't matter where you're at. Any city, you're going to find it. Don't feel bad. We are doing well. Hey, that's good. If you're happy, you're happy. I feel bad for your government. Justin Trudeau is a joke. A joke. I wouldn't be proud to be from Canada if I had that guy running around as my representative. People hate on Trump. Imagine Trudeau. I know he is. I know. I can never let it go. I can never let it go. Dude, you know how long it's going to take to get your country back to where it should be with that guy when he was behind the helm? You got a long ways to go, dude. He ruined a lot of people. Your country cucked out, but for real. It did. I wish Tom McDonald would have focused more on your country instead of ours. For real. He should have focused on y'all, but instead he came to America and started worrying about American politics. Probably should have kept his ass in Canada. I know he's not. I already said that 16 times, but he's done enough damage to Canada that y'all still have not recovered from it. Are you stupid? Just like America. We're still recovering from the last administration. It happens like that. I know nothing about Canada. I know, dude. Nothing. Clearly nothing. You guys are thriving. You guys are the best country in the fucking planet Earth, dude. Everybody wants to be from Canada. Yeah, do my research. Everybody's just dying to go to Canada, bro. We all are. We love Canada. It's the best country in the world. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm crazy. Shit, screw it. Canada's the shit, guys. We should have been. What are we doing living here in America? We should be living in Canada. What are we doing? I can't believe I'm still here. I'm stupid as hell. Hey, bro, but no. No. Canada's definitely crooked, but I think they're doing very well. I need to do my research. Do it on what, Bubba? What am I supposed to research? What do you want me to research, dude? Like what? What do you want me to research? I pray for you guys. I hope you guys do well. Really. Like when Trump talked about taking you guys, I didn't even want y'all. We really, dude, Americans were like, we don't want Canada. You're kidding me, right? We don't want y'all. But the fact that he even said we could take y'all, this shows where y'all are at. You're our little bro. You're like our little bro. Way down there. Like the fifth one in line. Like your mom has 7 kids and you're number 7 in line, bro. We just do whatever. Yeah, hey, bro, I'm with it. Take all the Dems and throw them in Canada straight up. I'm with it. Threatening you? Nobody's threatening you, you weirdo. What do you mean? Putting you in timeout for saying a dumb... Nobody threatened you at all. Why would you even say that? Why would you even say that? That's what's wrong with Canada. Again, y'all are some little girly softies. Little soft asses. Why are you threatening? I wasn't threatening you. I didn't even say nothing threatening. Or maybe you didn't even mean that. I don't know what you meant by that. But what? What, by talking about Trump saying he was going to take your country? That shit's hilarious. Ain't nobody ever said that about our country. I'm just saying. Hey, Floppy, are you still in here? When was the last time somebody threatened to come take our country? When? Because it's hilarious, dude. Of course it's funny. Why is it not funny? Explain to me why it's not funny. I don't need to explain to you why it is. Please tell me why it's not funny. I think it's pretty self-explanatory why it is funny. I need to know why it's not funny. What about the UK? What's up, UK? Hey, man, y'all keep your fight. Keep up the fight in the UK. Y'all are under attack too, bro. I see y'all out there. It's concerning. You should explain why that's funny. Why? What's funny, goofball? Why us taking over Canada is funny? Because it is funny. Why do I need to explain it? The fact that we could easily say we'll take your country is hilarious to me because you can't do that to us. It had you guys all like melting like snowflakes. That's hilarious. It's called a troll. That's why it's funny. He was trolling you. He said, we'll make you the 53rd state, bro. You be fucking the 53rd state, bro. That's fucking hilarious. Because I'm watching you snowflakes just crying. It's really making my day. I was going to end the show. But to watch y'all cry over Canada is making me love life. It's giving me a newfound glory of life, bro. Your disdain for my We're gonna call Greenland America. We'll call Canada America. But we just taking this bitch over, bro. Sorry, liberals. Sorry, liberals. Canada's ours now. That's it. Don't cry, liberal. Canada's ours. Oh my god! These people are melting over a fucking comment. Y'all kill me. Woo! Yeah, I have a room temperature IQ, alright. Reading your dumbass comments have definitely dumbed me down for the day for sure, dude. You've definitely dumbed me the fuck down for the day, for sure. It's hilarious how dumb you are. I'm not even lying. Like, I love it. Watching y'all get triggered is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm not going to do another show. I'm just going to trigger you fucks. I don't even need to. I can just trigger you fucking people all day, dude. Canada! Oh, Canada! Oh, Canada! I don't know the fucking song. Oh, Canada! Oh, Canada! Yeah! Yeah! Canada! Let's go! Canada. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Greenland, Canada, Mexico. Oh, what about hey, don't forget about the ocean. Remember it was the Mexican Ocean? Now it's the American Ocean, motherfucker. We too, dumbasses. I can't wait to see you go to fucking. I'm reporting you too. Good luck, buddy, with your life. Good luck with your life, bro. You're getting reported too. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. You know, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't report you. Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll let you just roll. You're definitely triggered. You're so triggered you had to say that. That's how triggered you were. That's funny. This guy's having a meltdown. No, I'm literally watching you guys melt. This shit's hilarious to me, dude. You guys are simple. That's all I could say. Simpletons. Simpletons. Hey, folks, don't listen. Bless us all, not just some. Hey, William, shut up, fool. Sound goofy. You sound goofy because I laughed at Canada. You're crying now. Get out of here. I don't care about Canada, dude. I don't think you understand. I don't care about Canada. I don't care. I am trolling you. I don't care like nobody else. You can take Canada. You can have California too and New York while you're at it. Take it. Go. Go on. Get. Take it. Get. We don't want your shit. Go on. Take that shit with you. Nobody gives a damn. I don't think you understand. I'm trolling you. I don't care about Canada, though. See, you're so in your feelings. That's hilarious to me. That's hilarious to me. I can troll you guys with so damn easy. Like, real easy. Easy, easy. Easy, 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 easy. If you lost California, New York, you listen, take them. Take them. I don't give a damn. Take it. Take it. You can have it. Just give me like the base people. You can take all the rest. I am acting dumb. No, I'm talking to all the dumb people in the chat. Yeah, I'm acting like you guys. Bye. I'm acting like you guys. I'm literally acting like you guys. I don't know what to tell you. I'm acting like you guys, though. How do I feel about Canada? I don't feel anything about Canada. I literally can't stand it. I like the people there. I've got cool friends in Canada, but as far as the country goes, I could give two damn rats ass about it. Yeah, maple syrup and Tom McDonald. No, they got good flour there. There's cool parts of Canada. I live like an hour and a half from Canada, bro. Yeah, they got good dabs in Canada. They definitely got good dabs in Canada. Please don't use all caps. Yep, that's what I was saying, TDA. They do got some good flour there. That's why I'm not totally blasting on them right now. There's cool parts of Canada. I ain't totally tripping on them. I'm talking about their government, though. And I'm talking about their government. That's what I was talking about. We were talking about Trudeau and what he did to their government. And that's how we got to where we were. But all you unhinged, whatever you want to call yourselves, can't, follow the topic. I want to just say I'm unhinged, but really I'm just spitting facts. Y'all are just sitting back going, everything I've said to any one of y'all bleeding souls, you haven't been able to give me one answer back, dude. Not one answer back, dude. Not one. I know, but they were just saying how great they were doing. Go back and read the comment, dude. Hold on. Go back and read the comment. They're talking about how great. Yeah, that's it. The Gulf of Mexico. That's what I meant. Sorry, dude. The Gulf of Mexico. Now it's the Gulf of America. My bad. That was great. That's a great one. Again, that's another troll. That's called trolling. Like all night when I read your comments. Now it's my turn. I'm not hurting nobody's feelings. I'm not disrespecting anybody. You guys should be able to take this with no problem. Come on, man. I just said don't use all caps. Yeah, dude. We don't like fascism. Well said. If you stand for it, I don't know what to tell you. But most people don't even know the definition. They don't even know what it is. Your turn to tell us about Canada. Bro, for the 18th time, you snowflake little puss. Nobody cares about Canada. That's my take, bro. I don't care about it. I just said they got good flour, bro. What do you want me to say here, homie? You want me to say they got a great government? Is that what you want me to say? You want me to say that Justin Trudeau left y'all in a great place and you guys are thriving? Is that what you want me to say to you? Would that make your day better? Somebody explain it. Would that make their day better? Want me to lie to you? Is that what you want? You just want to be lied to? That's what I think. I think you want to be lied. I think you don't want your little, bubble to get bursted. Why don't you tell me what's so thriving about Canada since you love it so much, little Jeffy? Tell me. Oh, Jeffy, why? Exactly, dog. I hear you. What law? How about parked sideways in the middle of the road, blocking it, and then driving at a federal officer? That's not breaking any laws or anything. What? Why does he need to answer that question? Why can't you just see the video and see it for yourself? Why is that even a question? Understand? I don't understand where dog went wrong here. He just stated a fact and y'all just cried. That's why this world's going to shit. Because of people like you. This is what started this whole rant. Y'all don't want to accept the truth, man. Y'all are in your little make-believe rainbow world. It's insane to me, dude. I pray for y'all. The common folk can't afford food. How are they going to afford to move? Bro, it's true. Our country, hey, dude, the whole world's like this. Dog, they don't want to look, dude. They clearly haven't even watched the actual real video. The real video, not the one that the media is showing. Go find the real video. Go find it. I'm dead serious. Go find the real video. And then tell me what you think. I personally think it's all a psyop, but there was still somebody that was unalived. That still happened. I think it was definitely a psyop, though. It was meant to happen. Look, dude, if you are a normal human being, you're not going to be in that position. Seriously. And I don't give a shit whether it was on purpose or not. A normal human being citizen is not going to be in the position to get unalived like that in that type of reason. Straight up. My mom wouldn't be there. My sisters, I would hope your mom, your family members aren't going to be sitting there doing that. It takes a special human being to do some shit like that. It does. It takes a special human being, man. Trying to get away. So you're going to drive at somebody that's saying, don't move. Okay. You're still making no sense. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't know, bitch. Straight up, I wouldn't know shit. An idiot like me. I know. I would know nothing. I only do this for a living. I don't know shit. I know nothing at all. I blocked the wrong person, dude. My bad. Hold on. Sorry, dog. I didn't mean to do that to you, homie. It definitely was. And all these low IQ people, whatever. There you go, bro. Go to the Jizz Corner. Ask me if you like it. Enjoy it. Country with goats would drive this son of a bitch out of the White House into the street. Okay, you're going to the fucking timeout too. Because I feel like it. You get blocked. Boom. You guys are simple. Sorry, against your narrative means that Google must be lying, even though it links to government websites to pull up the actual lie. Now we know where all the mindless freaks are. Yeah, go. Goodbye. Goodbye. This is hilarious. Hey, Jeff. Canada's trash. Hey, Jeff. Canada's trash, bro. Yes, we do. Well said. You're still going in timeout for using all caps, though. No one cares about Canada. Dude, nobody does, dog. Nobody. Nobody cares about Canada. That's why it's so funny, dude. That's why it's so funny. It's like, what? Nobody gives a shit about you around here. Do you really think we wake up and think about Canada? Be honest. Do you really think we wake up and think about Canada ever? As Americans, do you think we give anything about Canada? Unless y'all come in and say something. I got my people in Canada. I used to get some good flour from Canada and some others. But, bro, we don't give a shit about you. We go over there to gamble and go to the red light district. That's what we did as young people. That's all we did to do in Canada, bro. Go over there and gamble before you're like because you can. Windsor. You know, if you live in Cleveland, Windsor's an hour and a half away. You hop on the damn ferry and your ass is over in Windsor. Go there, gamble, do what you want. I definitely know about some damn Canada. Exactly. Yeah, he said those are gonna be ours. Exactly, bro. Thank you. Why would we need anything from you? You are being very emotional. Who are you talking to? Canada? Oh, yeah, we don't need anything from you, dude. What you mean? We're not trying to get you do need us. What you mean, bro? Good, don't worry about what make it easier. Tell him, be like, yeah. No, we don't need to go anymore because we got casinos here now. We don't need to go there anymore. But back in the day, it was illegal. Now we can go over there. Now we can do that shit here. We don't need to go to Canada. But that was a thing. If you're from Ohio or that part of the country, Michigan, Chicago, probably like Milwaukee and shit like that, Wisconsin, jump over to Canada real fast and go gamble. You jump over there, you go gamble. We are the damn piggy bank of the world, and that's over with. We're not just the piggy bank, but we're the army of the world. I think the piggy bank is still Europe, bro. I still think the Rothschilds and all the bankers are from Europe still. I still think they be running like the Fed, It's still the Jays. It's still Europe. For the past 20 years, we have been the pay pigs for the world. Absolutely ridiculous. Yes, we have been, but we're definitely getting, we're definitely not, we're the army. We're being funded by the warmongering, by Europe, bro. Bro, if you knew what was going on in the background, you would understand. Like, yeah, we're definitely being like during World War II, for example, like the Rothschilds and Gerald Ford and like the Fords, they covered both sides of the war, bro. They paid for both sides of the war. It just is what it is. There's like, dude, there's money in war. Like who do you think bought most of our weapons? Iran. Actually, Saudi Arabia. My bad. Saudis. But still, bro, we be selling out like, bro, we don't care. I said Iran. I just talked way too much about Iran. I meant Saudi Arabia. They've got all the weapons, dude. Came from America. We don't need your oil. We got Venezuela's. Ah! Yeah, bro. The Saudis got infinite money, and they come through. They're like, hey, they F with us, dude. The Saudis mess with America, bro. They really do. And they should, because we hook them up. We hook them up. And you do know that the Saudi princes, that's one of the things, the reasons why I believe that the Epstein list never got released is because the Saudi princes are on the Epstein list. And I do believe there's a lot of world leaders on that list that right now, because of what's going on in the world, it just is bad for our country and for everything, for negotiations, if that were to get out. Yes, I'm having fun too, bro. Oh, yes, and you represent America, right? Good one. You just need our water, oil, milk, and hockey players. Jeff, let's put you back in timeout again. Dude, I've been putting Jeff in 5-minute timeouts, and he still is sticking around, dude. You're a fan, Jeff. We like you. I admit, Montreal and Toronto do have a lot of hot chicks. No, dude, there's cool parts of everything. I'm not sitting here dogging every person in Canada, man. I'm just dogging the government and what he was talking about. We were talking about Justin Trudeau and what he did to his government. That's all. I'm not talking about the people at all. Like when I talk about places, I don't talk about the people. I talk about like the government. Like if you go, oh, I'm anti, Israel, or whatever. I have no problem with the people, bro. It's just the way it's ran. I don't know, bro. I don't know what that even means. Bluto, Blarney, and the rest of the... Exactly, dude. Exactly, bro. Exactly. It's just like whatever. I'm not going to sit there and defend them. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, I'm not. I'm just not. It's just not happening. I don't know why I would. I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't know why. I think this dude was just trolling. I think Jeff was just trolling, bro. But when I think of Canada, I think of beautiful women. They keep the oil. When the general consensus of the country is broken, the country laws and order won't be upheld. It will be the point where it's left so radical civil war inevitable. Yeah, I hear you, dog. I hear you. I hear you, bro. And I can see that. I think that's what they're setting us up for. I mean, no like empires lasted longer than 250 years. So, we're on year 250 right now. Why do you only show this clip? That is what I ended on. That's what I ended on. That's going to be my thumbnail. I just started talking to you guys for way longer than I was going to. My guy, he literally asked his military to draw up plans to invade Greenland. Hey, man, let's get it before someone else does. That's how I feel. Sorry, Tim Z. Hey, bro. You're good, buddy. I be reading. Hey, look, bro. I've read so much stuff that I've got to decipher. Is it worth my breath? Is it worth my voice? You know what I'm saying? Is it worth it? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Ooh. Got the people defending this would have defend mustache man in the 30s. Yeah. Look, dude, we saw the type of tyrannical stuff that was going on and during the scamdemic in Canada. We saw the stuff that he was doing, bro. Trudeau. We saw what he did to Canada. That shit just doesn't go away. We saw what Biden did to America, bro. Look at us right now. We still got a lot of work to get to where we're like, okay, I'm good. Can't believe I'm still talking about Canada. That's my least favorite topic. That's my least favorite topic. Why am I talking about Canada? For real. There's a million other things to talk about, and we're talking about Canada. Let me see if I got something we can watch since I'm on right now. My voice is starting to hurt. Let's see. We've got a press conference from the Minnesota County Attorney General. My voice is starting to hurt, bro. I'll watch this for a hot minute.
The ICE shooting that killed a woman in Minneapolis. Let's listen.
Based on a previous experience with FBI processes, we are concerned that the evidence obtained in an investigation that has only been conducted at the federal level will not be shared with our office for review. In the past, the FBI has invited us to see a high-level overview of their investigation, but we were prohibited from seeing the entire investigation or talking about what we saw in that PowerPoint publicly. While I respect the FBI's process, our community's expectations are much different in terms of transparency. This community expects to understand what the evidence is and the justification for any decision that might be made. To that end, I cannot overstate the importance of a local investigation, or at least access to the federal investigation by the BCA. Without it, we will not have the ability to be transparent with our community about the results of the expectation, or, as I said, any decision that might come of the review. And let me be clear, we have no preconceived opinion on what the evidence will show. Making a charging or decline decision in an officer-involved case requires us to evaluate the evidence in the context of complicated legal issues. For that reason, we cannot reach a conclusion about any outcome here. Our goal must be to ensure that a thorough investigation is completed at the local level so that our community can have transparency. We do not yet know if there will be sufficient evidence without the FBI case file to even make a charging decision. The FBI currently has, for example, Ms. Good's car, the shell casing, and witness interviews. The FBI has taken the car, and so any forensic analysis that comes from that would not be available to us unless they were sharing that. To be clear, when a state investigation happens by the BCA or any local agency, they submit the case to our office for evaluation of potential charges. The BCA does not make recommendations about what we should be doing. They simply submit the entire case file to us, and our legal professionals take a look at it and decide what the appropriate action is. That is the normal process that we've had here since about 2020. Law enforcement investigates, our office reviews to determine if there is enough evidence to even make a decision. And if there is evidence to review, we have jurisdiction to make that decision. So let me be clear here. We do have jurisdiction to make this decision that happened in this case where her life was taken in Hennepin County. It does not matter that it was a federal law enforcement agent. To be sure, there are complex legal issues involved when a federal law enforcement officer is involved. But the law is clear. We do have jurisdiction to make this decision. We cannot make any decision, however, if there is not evidence submitted to our office. So we are moving forward in collaboration with the Attorney General's office and the BCA to preserve any evidence and ensure that it can be reviewed. To that end, we are asking those in our community who have information or who have video or photos of the event to submit that information to our office. We are providing a secure link where people can submit this evidence. The link can be accessed using the QR code which is displayed on the screen beside me. The link will also be posted on our website, hennepinattorney.org. Along with the evidence itself, we are asking people to provide contact information so investigators can follow up. Because it is important to collect and preserve evidence properly, we ask people to provide accurate and complete information on the form on our website. I know our community wants fast answers. I know this city feels again as if it is at the center of a national fight as you are processing everything that is happening here. And I wish I could promise a swift decision and the resolution that you want, but I cannot promise you that right now. Here is what I can promise you. Our offices will work together and have been working together on this and will continue to do so. We will continue to work around the clock to preserve, gather, and review as much evidence as we possibly can. We will be transparent with you to the degree that we can. We know that there will continue to be many questions. This is an active investigation, and I do not want to jeopardize any future decisions or processes, so there are likely to be many questions that we cannot answer right now. We know what our job is. It's not to play politics, but to ensure a thorough investigation, seek justice, and to be fair to all involved. And we are committed to doing that. Here's our Attorney General, Keith Holtz.
Thank you, County Attorney Moriarty. Thank you for gathering us today. I just want to be perfectly clear. The precious life of Renee Nicole Good was important. She's a mother of 3, including a 6-year-old child whose father passed away a few years ago. She died trying to be a legal assistant to legal observer to look out for the interests of the most vulnerable members of our community. And she leaves behind a lot of people who love and admire her. There's a lot of people who have a very big interest in this case, including the officers involved. They have an important interest. The fact is we have an interest as state prosecutors, which is what we both are, in fairness and transparency, and to the degree that is possible to set forth a process which, when it's over, fair-minded people can say, well, as good and just of a job that could be done was done. I think I agree with County Attorney Moriarty. There is no conclusion that anyone can reach in good faith at this time, because there's too much evidence still to be evaluated. Now, what we're doing here is asking the public who may have video. There may be people who were on the scene, who saw what happened, who have some type of evidence that they feel bears on what the truth is in this case, and they can use that QR code as this evidence submission portal. The evidence will go to the Minnesota BCA, who will gather it. And we wanted to make sure that as the moments go by, every moment in these cases is precious. And, it is important that people know where they can go to share the evidence that they have in their possession. And so that's the idea here. So I know if you are someone who has direct information and you have information that you feel should be shared, please use this portal and share that information. Don't judge for yourself whether it's very important or not very important. Let the people who are evaluating and gathering the evidence make that decision. But if you have information bearing on the outcome of this matter in any way, please share it. And I will say many of you in the press may ask the question, is this and a state investigation. Well, gathering evidence is certainly a component of an investigation. We are going to do the best that we can do for the public, knowing that the current posture of the federal, and this is not a critique of them, it's just a statement of fact, the current posture is that the investigation is one that the feds want to do without state involvement. And so we still know that there's evidence out there, and we want to make sure it gets gathered and collected, and we'll deal with those other matters of joint versus exclusive later. But as for now, we want to make sure the evidence that may be out there in the public lands where it should. And so with that, I guess, any other comments to be made?
No, questions? Please, one at a time.
You said the BCA is saving evidence with you. So what is the BCA's role here? And what do you make of their claim that they can't do an investigation anymore?
Well, so the question has to do with what is the BCA's role here? The BCA, as you know, there was an agreement to do a joint investigation with the FBI. So that had started. So that much the BCA has done. They are currently typing up those reports. They will certainly share those with us. Their role in this will be to collect and catalog all the information that we get here. I want to emphasize, this isn't about one department or anything. As the Attorney General said, this is about who expect all of us to be able to work together to come up with transparency in whatever a decision might be. Yes.
Can you believe that this guy in this picture is me? I didn't realize how bad my hair loss was until I've seen the transformation that it is.
Two questions, actually.
Sure.
Just to clarify, so the BCA, because of the initial agreement with the FBI, do they have the totality of whatever forensic crime scene evidence that was gathered? Is that already in the custody of the state?
So the question was about, because of the original joint agreement, does the BCA have access to forensic evidence? So the process here, the way the process unfolded is that the federal government came and was processing the scene. So the agreement had to be worked out with the BCA. When the BCA came to the scene, the evidence had been taken by the FBI. They collected the car and took it wherever. The BCA does not have access to the car. And the problem isn't that the FBI took the car, it's that the BCA doesn't have access to the car, or right now, even access to the forensic evaluation that happens as a result of the investigation with that car. So that's the concern here. That is what Drew Evans was saying, that in a normal investigation, the BCA would take the car, do their own forensic analysis, fingerprints, DNA, that kind of stuff, all of that kind of stuff. But they have not done that in this case, which would have been fine and would still be fine if the BCA could have access to the results.
So the fruits of the labor currently BCA does not have.
That's correct.
So I guess the part two of my question, then I'm sorry, is and I know how, I can only imagine how extraordinarily frustrating this is for your office and your prosecutors. You're doing this to get whatever kind of video evidence or, whatever people can add to the investigation, but if you don't end up getting the forensic evidence from the FBI or from whoever, what can you do as a prosecutor?
I think it's premature to make that decision. We don't know what we're going to get. I'll note that there was a video posted last night that most of us hadn't seen before. That the caption on social media was that neighbors had released it. And so we think that there may be other evidence out there, video, that kind of thing. We don't know. And so as the Attorney General and I know, it is critical to preserve evidence because it could be recorded over, something could happen to it. And so this is an attempt to make sure that we preserve the evidence that's out there. And so we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to look at what's there, but it's really too early right now to say what we can and cannot do. Matt.
Who at the Justice Department made this decision not to include the BCA in this investigation?
I honestly think you should ask them.
Did you get any reasoning for why the FBI was taking over the investigation? Was there any reasoning behind that?
Maybe maybe Mary knows more than I do. I was just informed that that was the situation.
Because of the Trump administration?
No, so I was also informed that, the BCA, that as far as I knew, it was going to be a joint investigation based on the conversations we had had with the federal government as well as the FBI. And then that changed. The only way I can't speak to why.
Can you address how unprecedented this is? Are you going to be sharing information that you're gathering with the FBI? And federal authorities could not have been more clear yesterday that you folks had no jurisdiction. And Commissioner Bob Jacobson was asked this question yesterday, and he says that they couldn't do an investigation because they didn't have any of the evidence. Is Bob Jacobson and the BCA really on board with this? I don't see them
Yeah.
this wrong.
That is not exactly what Commissioner Jacobson said. So I think it's important.
Well, pretty much what he said.
Well, please listen to what I'm about to say. I think it's important for everybody to understand that unit in the BCA was created, I think, after 2020, with the expectation that they would do the top-notch, investigate absolutely everything. Okay? What he was saying was that and this is what Superintendent Evans also said, they can't do the type of investigation that they would like to do, that they do in every case, if they don't have access to that physical evidence. That is what he's saying. And I want to remind people, though, we never have ideal investigations, pretty much, not because of the fault of officers, but we get cases submitted to us where we would like to have other types of evidence. So what he's saying is that they will not have access to some of that physical evidence. That would preclude them from doing the thorough investigation that they would like to do.
I didn't hear that right, but
Yeah.
you thought Jacobson part of this.
Does this go straight to the BCA, or is this something that a catch-all for you guys that you will then turn over to the BCA?
Yes.
And if you'll allow me to follow up.
Yeah. So the question is, does the QR code go right to the BCA? It does not. It comes to our office, and we have an agreement with the BCA that we will be sharing it so they can catalog it. Because the goal here is to make sure we are all on the same page and we understand what evidence has been collected.
Okay, then just a follow-up to what was asked over there. Can you ultimately make a charging decision if you don't have the car with the ballistics? Like, something that is like that, where the actual evidence is, piece of evidence is very important to the overall decision.
Yeah, and I can't answer that right now.
You don't know until you know.
One last thing here.
Jeff.
What access do you have to the federal officers and to their understanding of the situation, and how important is that in any investigation of what happened here?
So the question was, what access do we have to federal officers? Really none. And, it is like a police investigation, a local police investigation too. Any officer can decide whether they want to give a statement or not. As always, we would like anyone who has anything to do with a case to give a statement. We don't always have that. So it's hard to say right now how important or not that would be.
Do you have any context into how much other states have access to these investigations when there's a federal incident, where if the FBI does give them the evidence, like in other incidents where there's federal agents involved? Have you communicated with other states in these situations?
My experience, and perhaps the Attorney General can as well. My first year here, there was a situation where the FBI was involved and the sheriff was involved, and the FBI did an investigation. And as I said, they invited us in. I mean, I had constant contact with the head of the FBI here, Alvin Winston. They invited us over to see a PowerPoint of the results of it, but it's simply their practice or their policy not to share the entire investigation. In fact, what they do initially is a civil use of force investigation. And I know they've also involved the DOJ. So I'm not, and I want to go back to, this is not being critical of an FBI investigation. It is simply our access to the evidence that they collect. And so at a minimum, we certainly hope that they reconsider giving the BCA at least access to that information. One last question.
There was some talk about the immunity of ICE agents. Could you speak, do you think the Trump administration did this to try to stop charges, or is this ICE officer immune to charges against him?
Yeah, I can't speak to why the Trump administration is doing what it's doing or says what it says. I can say that the ICE officer does not have complete immunity here.
Who's doing the
Thank you very much.
autopsy of Ms. Good's remains? Are they?
All right, I'm gonna show this, and then I'm probably gonna go ahead and do that ice show I was talking about. It seems like it's still popping, so I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all get a little taste of this before I go.
What a nice grouping this is. This is really nice. Look at this. It's going to be very rough in about 10 minutes, so we'll have to go a little bit quickly. They just said very, very rough.
Sir, on Iran, have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it. And we're looking at
Isaiah.
very strong options. We'll make a determination.
Which options have you been speaking on? Are you meeting with senior?
But why would I tell you that? I'm going to tell you the.
Are you meeting with?
Am I going to really? Are you asking me to say what will they do? Where will we attack? When? And at what angle will we attack from?
Are you
Who are you with?
I'm with the U.S. White House TV people. I'm wondering, are you being briefed on?
What network are you with?
With CNN, sir.
Well, why don't you just say I'm with CNN? She says, I'm with the White House pool. And I say, what? You with CNN? You with fake news? Because CNN is fake news. Go ahead, give me a question.
Can I ask how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response, the balance between owning protesters versus hindering them? Because I imagine that's a delicate balance.
Well, we're going to see. I mean, some of the protesters were killed through the stampeding. I mean, there's so many of them. And some were shot. We're getting a full report. I'm getting an hourly report, and we're going to make a determination. Yeah, go ahead. Well, no, people have been shot, and we're looking at it. Yeah, please. I may go at some point. Yeah, sure. We're doing well. Venezuela is really working out well. We're working along really well with the leadership, and we'll see how it all works out. At some point I'll meet. Yeah, it's been very good. Look, she asked us, can we take 50 million barrels of oil? And I said, yes, we can. It's $4.2 billion. And it's on its way right now to the United States.
When will you meet with
I'm looking for something to grab here. It's going to get rough, and I don't seem to be in a. I think you did this to me. You put me in a position where there's absolutely nothing to grab. So I'm looking for something to grab, and it's not going to be Caroline.
Sir, have any oil companies made commitments to you, sir? Have any oil companies made commitments to the United States after your meeting on Thursday?
A lot of them, yeah.
Which has Exxon?
Well, I don't want to say. No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have so many that want it. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute.
What backstops or guarantees have you?
Well, we're going to have guarantees that they're going to be safe, that there's going to be no problem, and there won't be. There's not going to be a problem. They had problems in the past because they didn't have Trump as a president. They had stupid people.
Sir, what kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba? What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba?
You're going to find out pretty soon. We're talking to Cuba, and you'll find out pretty soon. And one of the things I want taken care of, and one of the groups I want taken care of, are the people that came from Cuba that were forced out or left under duress, and they're great citizens of the United States right now. You have a lot of people forced out of Cuba unfairly, so we're going to take care of, most importantly right now, we're going to take care of the people that came from Cuba that are American citizens or in our country.
Are you going to see any oil tankers that are headed to Cuba?
Well, we have a lot of oil people really interested. You saw that the other day. That was just a small group because the room in the White White House. We need the ballroom, actually. We could have built up the ballroom practically. We have so many people that want to go in for oil. So you saw some great companies.
Are you going to send Starlink to Iran, sir, to help people on the ground? If the internet blackout for 74, they send it.
Well, we're going to be talking about that. We may get the internet going if that's possible.
Are you talking about?
We may speak to Elon, because as you know, he's very good at that kind of thing. He's got a very good company, so we may speak to Elon Musk. And in fact, I'm going to call him as soon as I'm finished with you.
Mr. McCarthy, Iran said that they would consider military and commercial bases as legitimate targets against Trump. Are you concerned
Well,
about?
if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think Iran takes their threats seriously.
I think so. Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out. Don't you think, and then you just had Venezuela, don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things we've done? What a stupid question.
Sir, are you coordinating with allies on the response?
I am, yeah.
Sir, on Gaza, when will you meet with Maria Machado?
I don't know. I hear Tuesday or Wednesday. I look forward to that.
Have you named your board of peace for Gaza yet? Where do those
Well, we have a board of peace that's being formed, but essentially it's the most important leaders of the most important nations. All nations, but the most important, you take the most important leaders and nations, that's who the board of peace is going to be. Everybody wants to be on it. Who are you with? Well, I like the New York Post. New York Post treats me semi-fairly. So go ahead.
One group taking your threats very seriously is Greenland. Are you still thinking of military action there?
On where? Military action?
Greenland. Is there anything they can offer you
Look,
for a deal?
if we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Are you okay if that compromises NATO? If NATO effectively ceases to...
Well, I think I've done a great job. I'm the one that saved NATO. I'm the one that got them to pay 5% of GDP. Wait a minute. It was 2%, and they didn't pay. Now they're paying 5%. I'm the one that saved NATO. You wouldn't have NATO if I weren't president.
Would you pull the U.S. out of NATO? Would you consider doing that?
Well, maybe NATO would be upset if I did it. Maybe NATO would save a lot of money. I like NATO. I just wonder whether or not if we needed NATO, would they be there for us? I'm not sure they would. You know, we spend a lot of money on NATO. And I'm not sure they would.
But what would you say?
Now, what's happened is, as you know, Sleepy Joe Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine and got nothing for it. I got rare earth back. I got, I think, value back far greater than that. And that's what he should have done. Now, if you look at what's going on with respect to NATO, we have a very good relationship. 5% GDP, and they pay us. We send them military equipment, and they pay us back the full cost of the equipment. The war, we make money with the war, but I don't even want to talk about that. I want to save the lives. They're Russian and Ukrainian lives. I want to save the lives. That's the only reason I'm doing it. This is Biden's war. Should have never happened. Would have never happened if I were president. This is Biden's war. It's not Trump's war. All I can do is stop it. And I think we're making progress toward stopping it, which would be number 9 1/4. You know what the quarter is, right? Right? Thailand and Cambodia went at it again, but I got to stop very quickly. I consider that 1/4 of the war. No, I'm not. I haven't done that, but Greenland should make the deal because Greenland does not want to see Russia or China take over. They don't go there. It's very far away from Greenland. And Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know what their defense is? 2 dog sleds. In the meantime, you have Russian destroyers and submarines and China destroyers and submarines all over the place. We're not going to let that happen.
In the meantime, are you going
And if it affects NATO, then it affects NATO. But, you know, they need us much more than we need them. I will tell you that right now.
Mr. President, are you going to agree on a military?
That's a war that should have never happened with Ukraine.
The UK and Germany are discussing plans for a joint NATO mission to protect Arctic security in Greenland. Does that change your calculus at all?
No, look, we're talking about acquiring, not leasing, not having it short term. We're talking about acquiring.
Does that require
And if we don't do it, Russia or China will, and that's not going to happen when I'm president.
Are you going to increase the amount of military bases on Greenland in the meantime?
Well, we have bases on Greenland. Yeah.
Are you going to make more?
I can put a lot of soldiers there right now if I want, but you need more than that. You need ownership. You really need title, as they say in the real estate business.
From Minneapolis, your administration has advocated for absolute immunity for the ICE officer who shot remain gun. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
Well, everyone's seen it. The woman was very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. Go or drive. And
define that.
Well, I'm going to let the people define it. But immunity, you know what immunity means as well as I do.
So that officer
But people can't be treating law enforcement that way, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or our police and men and women. You can't do that. We have, the law enforcement in our country is doing really well, despite the fact that Sleepy Joe Biden allowed people to pour through an open border. Crime stats just came out. We have the best crime stats on record, despite all the criminals he allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE or Border Patrol or anybody else.
When it comes to ICE officials, Mr. President, just to clarify on the absolute immunity, do you believe ICE officers should have absolute immunity?
Well, no, if somebody is obviously crazy and does something wrong, no. But generally speaking, these people have been harassed and threatened every day. They had bands out playing so they couldn't sleep at the hotel. I see what they're doing to them. They're threatening them constantly. And all they're doing is doing what I got elected on. We had millions of people that came into our country that are horrible people that shouldn't be in our country. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're people from mental institutions, they're the criminally insane, they're people from prisons. They were allowed to come into our country because Biden was a stupid person, and the people surrounding him, very smart, very vicious, but they have no common sense, and they're radicalized people. They're radical left people, not radical right. They're radical left people. And all they're doing is what I campaigned on. I won in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the districts. We won everything. We won the counties. We won the counties by 79%, I believe. I campaigned on a great border, and now we have a great border. But Biden let 25 million people come into this country, and many of those people are criminals, including 11,888 murderers. And we want them out. And I won on that. Now people don't talk about it because the border is so secure. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border was one of the reasons I won the election. I've done such a good job on it that nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border is totally secure. And now the crime stats just came out, and they're the best numbers since they were taken, and that's like 50 years ago. We have the best crime numbers, despite the fact that a lot of criminals were allowed into our country. We have to respect our law enforcement.
Do you believe that deadly force was necessary after watching all the footage a few days have passed? What's your assessment there?
It was highly disrespectful of law enforcement. The woman and her friend were highly disrespectful of law enforcement. You saw that. They were harassing them, were following for days and for hours. And I think, frankly, they're professional agitators. And I'd like to find out, and we are going to find out who's paying for it with their brand new signs and all the different things. But these are professional agitators, and law enforcement should not be in a position where they have to put up with this stuff. What that woman and what her friend and what their other friends were doing to law enforcement, not just ICE, law enforcement is outrageous.
Do ICE officials that even hear? Can you tell us about your trip to Detroit on Tuesday?
I'm going to be making a trip to Detroit to talk about our unbelievable amount of factories that are opening up all over the country, many of which are car factories and car plants. We have manufacturing plants opening up at levels that nobody's ever seen before because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have them opening, although they were very happy with the November 5th election. But we have from Canada, they're coming, from Mexico, they're coming, from Germany, from Japan, from all over Europe, and from Japan, other places, and from China. They're opening up car factories, car manufacturing plants at levels that we've never seen before. So I'm going to Detroit because they're going to be opening up plants in Detroit or redoing plants, but they're really ripping down old plants and building new. We are going to be, we're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. I mean, think of it. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, the House passed a 3-year extension of the ACA. It's in the Senate. If it passed the Senate, would you veto it or allow it to?
I might, yeah, I might.
Sir, do you have any information about the suspicious object that was found at Palm Beach International Airport before takeoff?
I know nothing about it.
Okay, and back on Iran, the Ayatollah said that he thinks that the protesters are trying to, quote, please you. Do you see it that way? What's your message to the Iranian people?
I don't know that they're trying to please me. They named a boulevard after me, but that's pretty pleasing. But I don't think they're trying to please. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
Mr. President, the administration in contact with the Iranian opposition leaders as this is unfolding?
Yeah.
What's the message to that?
Yeah. You're going to find out pretty soon.
Does it help us on the...
Yeah, go ahead. With the beautiful red hair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're coming up with the premiere of Melania. Have you seen the movie yet? What are your thoughts on it?
I've seen pieces of it. It's incredible, I tell you. I think it's going to do great. You know, she did a book, and the book was a big #1 bestseller, and this is a movie, and it seems to be captivating a lot of people's attention. It's very good. Because here we go again. Yeah, it's going to be doing the premiere at the Trump Kennedy Center. You know, it'll be very exciting. It's a very hard ticket, I can tell you. Everybody, Wayne Gretzky and his wife Janet, beautiful wife, great wife. They said last night, gee, I want to go to everybody wants tickets to the premiere. I think it's going to be great.
Is there any timing on the mortgage bond purchase you announced last week?
On the what? Mortgage?
Mortgage bond purchases by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac?
No, they're already doing it. They've started. Yeah, they started the process. And it's having a great impact. Interest rates are falling very rapidly. Not only for that reason, for other reasons too, but interest rates are falling very rapidly. With no help from the Fed, because we have a total stiff at the Fed.
You have also, can I ask you, the announcement on the cap on credit card interest rates put out on Friday. What happens if the credit card companies don't comply by the January date?
Well, then they're in violation of the law. Very severe things. No, I want a cap on credit card interest rates because, you know, some of them are 28, almost 30%. And that the people don't know they're paying 30%. The people out there, you know, they're working and they have no idea that they're paying 30%. No way. We're putting a 1-year cap at 10%. And that's it. They know it. They've really abused the public. The credit card companies have totally abused it. I'm not going to let it happen.
Do you sense any willingness from Iran to engage diplomatically with you, or perhaps negotiate on nuclear
with Iran?
Yeah. Do you think they want to engage diplomatically with you?
They do. They called yesterday. Iran called to negotiate.
Yesterday.
yesterday, the leaders of Iran called, they want to negotiate. I think they're tired of being beat up by the United States. Iran wants to negotiate, yes. We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up, but we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting. But a meeting is being set up. Iran called, they want to negotiate. Thank you very much, everybody. Be careful, a lot of bumps.
What's your plan for AF1 topic? Are you going to renovate the golf course?
Yeah, we're going to make it a beautiful world-class U.S. Open caliber course, and ideally we're going to have major tournaments there and everything else. It's going to bring a lot of business into Washington. By the way, the crime stats just came out on Washington, D.C. There is virtually no crime. It's gone from tremendous crime, murder, and everything else. There's virtually no crime in Washington, D.C. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go ahead and play this, and then I'm going to possibly just start another stream and dedicate it to ICE because there's too much to put on this video. So, yeah, I was going to say how I feel. I'm starting to.
Mr. Homan, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. So the world has now seen that video, the perspective from the officer. I wonder, Mr. Homan, what do you see in that video?
Look, it's tragic. And I've said from March, if the hateful rhetoric doesn't decline, there's going to be bloodshed. I've seen this movie before. And unfortunately, I was right. And there's been a lot of bloodshed. But look, you got to put yourself in the mind of the officer, right? You're in a city where there's protests, interference, impediment, like these two ladies were doing before this incident occurred. You're in a city where law enforcement response is sporadic at best. You got threats up over 1,300%. Actual assault on ICE officers. You got a woman behind the wheel of a 4,000-pound vehicle, revving her engine, going towards you. I truly believe this officer, in his mind, thought his life was in danger, which allows him to use lethal force. Now, I'll say this, let the investigation play out, right? There's a lot of video we probably haven't seen that the FBI has that we don't. Where's the forensics in the ballistics? That hasn't been unleashed. How about the officer's statements, his own statements? So we need to let this play out, but while we're doing that, we got to stop the hateful rhetoric. Saying this officer's a murderer is dangerous. It's just ridiculous. It's just going to infuriate people more, which means there's going to be more incidents like this because the hateful rhetoric is not only continuing, now it's tripled down and doubled down.
Mr. Homan, let me ask you, because you have yet again here today said you want the investigation to play out. This is something you said in the immediate aftermath of this shooting. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem called this a, quote, act of domestic terrorism. President Trump said Renee Good, quote, violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. How can the public trust the investigation when there has already been this judgment passed down by the president and some of his top officials?
Look, we've all seen the video. And again, no one knows what's in that officer's mind. You don't, I don't, no one does. But we'll let the investigation play out. But the bottom line is, why are we even there? Why are we in Minneapolis? Because it's a sanctuary city, a sanctuary state. Bill Maloogian from Fox News just brought a list of like 18 people, dangerous, worse than worse that ICE is taking into custody. Many of them, child sodomy, child rape. ICE is out looking for dangerous people. It's not okay to impede and interfere with an officer. Would it be okay if a citizen impeded and interfered with a U.S. Marshal arresting a fugitive? No. Is it okay if they stood in before the FBI when they're going to arrest a terrorist? No. These are targeted enforcement operations. They're arresting bad people. And it's illegal. Let's remember, what she did was a crime. It's illegal to interfere and impede with ICE law enforcement officers. That's why we're there.
And yet what Minneapolis officials are arguing is that the way that ICE officials are carrying out their duties may be adding to the tension. Secretary Noem labeled this an act of domestic terrorism. What's the evidence for that allegation, Mr. Harmon?
Bottom line is, again, why we're in Minneapolis. If they're saying, if they didn't have the sanctuary policies they had.
But do you have evidence that she's a domestic terrorist?
Let me finish this, because this is important. less officers in the community if we were in the jail. Bottom line, we are forced into the community because the governor of that state and the mayor support sanctuary cities, where child rapists are released back in the community to create a huge public safety threat. So if you want less officers in the street, then let us in the jail.
And I'm going to talk to Mayor Fry about the sanctuary city policies there, but I want to stay on this question, which is about the way in which the woman who was shot and killed is being labeled as a domestic terrorist. Just to be clear, is anyone who protests ICE a domestic terrorist in the eyes of the administration?
I can't say that. You know, it's a case-by-case basis. But, you know, if you look up the definition of terrorism, is there violence? Is there threat of violence based on an ideology that wants to change the way the government does what we do? Look up the definition of terrorism.
But was Secretary Noem correct to label her a domestic terrorist, Mr. Homan?
Look, we don't know what, I don't know what Secretary Noem knows and what I know. I can tell you is what they did is illegal. And if you look up this definition of terrorism, it certainly could fall within that definition if you look at the definition of terrorism.
But you don't have evidence.
Pardon me?
You don't have evidence that she's a domestic terrorist.
I don't know what secretary has that I don't. I'm not going to judge what the secretary says, but if you look up the definition of terrorism, it certainly can fall within that. But I think we all got to agree there was no reason for this lady to do what she did. There's no reason to be there. If you want to protest, protest, but don't actively impede and interfere, and certainly don't drive a 4,000-pound vehicle toward an officer.
Let me ask you about the broader investigation, because that's part of what the investigation is trying to unpack. What exactly happened in the moments leading up to the incident and afterwards? State and local officials are currently being excluded from the federal investigation. The Hennepin County attorney said this on Friday. I want to get your reaction on the other side.
I cannot overstate the importance of a local investigation, or at least access to the federal investigation by the BCA. Without it, we will not have the ability to be transparent with our community about the results of the expectation, or, as I said, any decision that might come of the review.
Mr. Homan, I've been talking to law enforcement experts who say they have never heard of state and local officials being cut out of a federal investigation. How can the public trust the results of this investigation if it doesn't include state and local officials, the people who are there on the ground?
Well, first of all, this is a federal crime.
But it happened in Minneapolis.
It's a federal crime, and the jurisdiction clearly falls within the FBI. I've been doing this since 1984. When a federal officer is involved with the shooting, it's up to the investigation goes to the FBI. It's been that way forever. And where were all these people? No, it shocks me. They have these opinions now when they stood aside and let child rapists be released from jail back in the community.
But it's one thing to have the FBI be.
They're complicit why we're in the position we are today. They're complicit from their silence from open border for 4 years, where millions of people released in this country, many of them public safety threats and national security threats. They were silent. They were silent when 500,000 children were trafficked in this country, and they lost track of 300,000 of them.
What you're describing, though, it's one thing for the FBI to take the lead in an investigation. Certainly, that is something that we are used to seeing. But for state and local officials to be cut out altogether, are you comfortable with that? Doesn't that undercut the transparency, the sense of faith in the investigation in the eyes of the public?
First of all, that's a question for the FBI. I've never worked for DOJ, but listen, I trust that the FBI would do a thorough investigation. They're professionals. So let them do the investigation. Let's see the investigation.
Should the autopsy be made public?
That's a question for the FBI, but I certainly will tell you that the FBI will be part of the investigation. Like I said earlier, look at the ballistics, look at the forensics. Okay. Where did that fatal shot come from? All that would be part of the investigation.
Okay, the vice president defended Officer Ross on Thursday. I want to play a little bit of what he said for you. Take a look at what he said.
What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile?
Do you think that experience from 6 months ago, which the vice president detailed, may have impacted Officer Ross's judgment?
It may have. I mean, he was under attack once with a vehicle. So certainly, and like I said earlier, it's totality of the circumstance, just of that prior incident. But the environment right now with the threats against ICE officers have been shot at. They've had Molotov cocktails thrown on them. They've been doxxed. They've been, again, assaults up over 1,300%. Threats alone up 8,000%. And you're in a situation with this lady was impeding and interfering already. He's in a dangerous situation. And again, I want people to understand this. Put yourself in his shoes. Put yourself in his shoes where he's in that environment. Assaults against ICE officers, all-time high. You have a vehicle that is pointed toward him and accelerates toward him. He has a second to make that decision. And I truly believe, and again, this will come out in the investigation, that in his mind, he feared for his life and he took appropriate action. And that, and according to federal law, that's a legitimate response. And even according to Minnesota law, Minnesota state law even talks about a vehicle coming towards you and your right to defend yourself. This officer, I think in his mind, did the right thing to save his own life and life of others.
You are talking about the perspective of ICE officers. I want to zoom out a little bit and talk about the perspective of some of the people all across this country. There have been 9 ICE-involved shootings since September. By one count, ICE has detained 170 U.S. citizens. People across this country, as you have seen, Mr. Homan, are out protesting ICE's actions. How do you justify an enforcement strategy that is making so many people feel less safe?
Because of the false media reports, because members of Congress who want to compare ICE to terrorists.
No, but these are protesters saying this. But these are protesters saying this. I'm asking you to respond to the protesters who say they feel less safe, who say they're concerned for their neighbor.
Because you're looking at media reports and saying ICE are terrorists, they're racist, they're the Nazis. They're listening to people saying that, using the term disappearing people. ICE is doing the same thing they've done for 40 years. ICE is an enforcement law. If you don't like what ICE is doing, go protest Congress. ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. For any member of Congress to say that ICE is a Nazi or a racist or secret police, really? Because they're enforcing laws you enacted. If they're a racist for enforcing law, what's that make you? You wrote the law. And let's remember the true data. The true data, 70%, approximately, it goes anywhere from 60 to 70, of people they're arresting are criminals, bottom line. But some of the media says, no, that's not true, because they think DUI isn't a crime. DUI kills 13,000 people a year. I think it's a huge public safety issue. It's because of the rhetoric, the hateful rhetoric. So that small population out there that's already half nuts, they hear this rhetoric that ICE is racist and they're Nazis and they're disappearing people. That empowers them to do stupid things.
Let me ask you, because we're almost out of time, I do want to give you the opportunity to respond to some lingering questions about you. As you know, in an undercover operation in 2024, the FBI recorded you accepting a bag which was determined to contain $50,000 from agents posing as business executives who said you indicated you could help win government contracts in the second Trump administration. I want to stress there was an investigation. It was closed last year. The Justice Department said it found, quote, no credible evidence of any criminal wrongdoing. I do want to give you an opportunity to respond, though, Mr. Homan. Where is that $50,000? Did you keep it or did you return it?
I didn't take $50,000 from anybody, and that's the question for the FBI. I'm not going to give the story anymore air. Bottom line, I did nothing illegal. I did nothing, in the FBI and DOJ reviewed this. No credible evidence I did anything, because I didn't do anything illegal.
But was there $50,000 in the bag, and did you return it?
I'm not giving the story anymore here. This is an attack on my integrity and my professionalism. I'm not addressing it.
But
that's a question with the FBI.
Can you address, given that it's been recorded, did you keep the money? Did you return the money?
I did not keep any. $50,000 is ridiculous. The FBI has been clearing this, and it irritates me. This story keeps on and on, even though I've been found that nothing inappropriate. Any money to return.
Okay.
I didn't take the $50,000, bottom line.
Let me ask you, you're saying you did nothing unlawful. Would you be comfortable with the FBI releasing the recording?
That's a decision of the FBI.
But it might be a decision for the FBI, but would you be comfortable if they released
Again, I'm not getting ahead.
recordings?
I'm not getting ahead of the FBI in this investigation.
But can you just
not going to get ahead of the FBI? That's their decision.
Okay. All right. Mr. Homan, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate it.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
What's up, everybody? Hit the like, share, subscribe. This is going to be my last one, and then I'm going to go ahead and start an ice stream. I didn't even plan on showing these. I got to restart this too because this guy's still talking. I'm going to do an ice show. So everybody come back after this last video.
Going to put an end to
bro.
this
Get up
waste,
there,
fraud, and abuse, that we are going to have recoveries for the American people, and that we are going to hold people accountable, set an example, and make sure that federal aid gets to the people it was intended for and not to the fraudsters. Minneapolis and St. Paul, like many communities, has suffered for years from the egregious negligence of the radical left's rule. President Trump is committed to restoring accountability to put Minnesota back on the right track. Under President Trump's leadership, the entire administration is focused on delivering results for the American people. Our citizens have a right to know that their tax dollars are not being diverted to fund acts of global terror or to fund luxury cars for fraudsters. Democratic Governor Tim Walz has allowed welfare programs and fraud to spiral out of control. Billions of dollars intended for hungry children, housing for disabled seniors, and services for children with special needs were diverted to people who cheated the system, some of whom are not even American citizens. At Treasury, we are thoroughly investigating the fraud, including funds sent to Somalia through money service businesses, which provide financial services outside of a formal bank. These funds could have potentially where the money went and are examining it. Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, known as FinCEN, along with the IRS, are leading our investigation to examine whether financial institutions have complied with their legal obligations under the Bank Secrecy Act and Treasury's regulations. These requirements are designed to detect money laundering and other illicit activity, counter the financing of terrorism, and safeguard the United States financial system from abuse. Earlier this morning, I met with several financial institutions and made clear we must do more to safeguard our nation from waste, fraud, and abuse. The time has come for accountability. President Trump wants accountability. I want accountability. The American people want accountability, and they will get accountability. That is why I'm announcing several initiatives Treasury is taking to target fraud here in Minnesota. And the Minnesota protocols will serve as a genesis and a launching pad for investigations into other states. First, we have followed the money and identified the money service businesses that may have transferred taxpayer funds overseas. Our team at FinCEN has just provided formal notification to these businesses that they are under investigation. These businesses had an obligation to comply with anti-money laundering laws, and they will be held responsible for any crimes they committed. FinCEN has also issued a geographic targeting order for Hennepin and Ramsey counties that require banks and money transmitters to report additional information about funds transferred outside of the United States. This will put a microscope on these businesses, advance prosecutions, and assist in the recovery of funds laundered internationally. Fraudsters in Minnesota stole at least $300 million meant for children in need, and we must prevent fraud of this scale from occurring in the future. Accordingly, FinCEN today issued an alert to financial institutions that will help them identify and report specific warning signs of fraud in federal child nutrition programs. Fraud must be stamped out early, and this alert will help law enforcement do just that. Our investigators at IRS CI have played a critical role in uncovering fraud, and the role of the IRS in these investigations will continue. I am pleased to announce that IRS Civil Enforcement is auditing financial institutions that facilitated the laundering of Minnesota funds, in addition to helping support criminal and civil enforcement efforts. The IRS will also soon announce the formation of a task force to investigate any fraud and abuse involving pandemic-era tax incentives and misuse of 501c3 tax-exempt status by entities implicated in the Minnesota-based social services fraud schemes. We are committed to preventing fraud and fraudulent nonprofits from taking advantage of the American taxpayer. Lastly, Treasury is providing training to Minnesota law enforcement on how to utilize financial data, such as suspicious activity reports, to better combat these fraud schemes. We will not let the incompetence and recalcitrance of Governor Walz stop law enforcement from holding these perpetrators accountable. President Trump is dedicated to ensuring honest Minnesotans are not cheated and their hard-earned tax dollars are not being abused. Treasury will deploy all tools to bring an end to this egregious, unchecked fraud and hold perpetrators to account. We look forward to sharing our findings and keeping you all updated. Now I will turn it back over to my team, and I will take some questions from the press. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. We have time for a few questions from reporters. If you would like to ask a question, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom. Thank you. Question will go to Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Mary Margaret, please ask your question.
Thank you, Secretary Bessent. I wanted to ask if you could share what role Governor Tim Walz played in any of this, if any, and whether you have any indication that he won't seek re-election because of anything that you may have uncovered so far. Thank you.
I can't talk about ongoing investigations. It's clear that Governor Walz has been negligent in his fiduciary duties as the chief executive of the state of Minnesota, that this would happen on his watch. And we are actively pursuing all leads to see the level of involvement, whether it's limited to just negligence and incompetence or is something more than that.
Thank you. I see Fatima with the Associated Press has a question. Fatima, please ask your question.
Hi, thank you, Secretary Bessent, for taking questions on this issue. I have a question related to the task force. Does Treasury plan to work with the Justice Department on this new division for fraud enforcement that was announced yesterday? How are you working to ensure that some of these functions that are all being announced related to the fraud aren't duplicative?
Oh, well, I think the better question is, how did these things slip through the safety protocols, the financial safety protocols that we had in place? So if for a while we have duplicative processes that stop this and bring this to heel, because, and again, this is a larger scandal than Minnesota, then it is all hands on deck. Once we get the huge amount of fraud under control, then we can worry about streamlining the procedures. But as I said, President Trump has instructed several agencies in his administration, led by this new Assistant Attorney General, to end this fraud and recover funds for the American taxpayer.
Thank you. I see Claire Jones with the Financial Times has a question. Claire Jones, please ask your question.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to ask the question. And
for making time to do this today. You mentioned at the Economic Club of Minnesota yesterday that this has cost U.S. taxpayers $600 billion in fraud. What's your kind of baseline targets for how much you expect to recover with the sorts of measures that you've announced today? And do you have any sorts of timeline to really close this rather substantial gap in what the U.S. taxpayer should or to be receiving?
Well, again, because of the gross incompetence by the Waltz administration and the lack of leadership, we are just putting all that together now. But as I just said,
He's
to
a
the
joke to
previous
anybody
question,
that says otherwise.
all entities in the administration will be pursuing this so
Absolute
that we
joke.
can get the biggest recoveries possible, and we will see. And we are going to leave no stone unturned, whether it was fraudulent real estate, whether it is money that has been wired overseas. We will be tracking it to the Middle East and East Africa. This is why Treasury is involved. This is what we do. We track. We follow the money, and we intend to follow it as much. Execute the individuals, no matter where they are, whether they are in the Minnesota government or they are sitting in East Africa, we will find them.
Thank you. And I see Richard Escobedo with CBS has a question. Richard, please state your question.
Thank you, Spencer, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for doing this morning. I have two questions. I'm wondering if you can explain or elaborate on whether or not you found any evidence that indicates taxpayer dollars have flowed directly to terrorist organizations, and then I do have a follow-up after that.
Given the geographic proximity and the wires to East Africa, we are in the middle of investigations, and what we have found is highly concerning. I cannot talk about ongoing investigations, but think of the absurdity. Think of the absurdity of money being wired from Minnesota by these individuals that could have come from government programs or from excess benefits. This should not be wired out of the country, and we are going to be cracking down on that.
And then my second question is, you said on Fox last night that as a part of this geographical targeting order, the threshold for surveillance is being lowered to $3,000. Do you anticipate that will be lowered that will also be expanded into other states, that lower threshold? Do you have any sense on what other states you anticipate having to do this in?
So we have lowered it's called a geographical targeting order, the GTOs. We have used lower thresholds to get at the cartels along the U.S.-Mexico border. And we view this crime as very similar to the cartels' money laundering, many of the same approaches, many of the same shell companies. So we will see where it goes out from here. That will be a starting point. And as I said, Minnesota is going to be the protocols, procedures, and the investigative techniques, as well as the collaboration with other agencies. Minnesota is going to be the genesis for a national rollout.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have time for one more question, and that will go to Alana Austin with Newsmax.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, Secretary Bessent, for your time. I was wondering if there are any specific financial institutions that you think had lax practices that you're willing to name at this time. And also, I'm trying to understand if Somali government officials actually directed individuals from the country to come to Minnesota to exploit vulnerable systems, or whether you think that the bad actors were acting on their own.
So with the first question, as I said, we have targeted enhanced investigations for MSBs, money service businesses, in greater Minneapolis, St. Paul. As they are under investigation, I cannot name those businesses. We will make the details of the investigation available as they as we gather further information. And your last question is an excellent one, that we do not know the depth, breadth, and collusion in this financial calamity that Governor Walz has allowed to have happen. That was this directed from overseas? Is it an endogenous flourishing of these fraudsters that Governor Walz allowed to grow right here in the backyard and take advantage of hardworking people of Minnesota? We'll see. So we are going to track this everywhere from top to bottom, and we will get to the bottom of it. And as we have more details, we will make those available.
Hazel.
Hi guys, I am going to do a new stream, an ice stream. Everybody hit the like and subscribe and come back through in like 20 minutes and I'll be back live again. I want to restart this. The way I have it set up right now, it's just not meant to like, it's just set up for a different stream. I don't want to get the two, I don't want to cross the two up. So that being said, hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'll come back with some fire for y'all. All right. Peace out, y'all. God bless. I'll see y'all in a little bit. I'm out. Peace. God bless.